new names as well to keep an eye on. But either way, we know from their raiding guild that they're quite good, and we'll see what they can do this weekend.
I will say also for that team, anytime that mage is meta, they're always feeling pretty good about that. They love to play mage, and they also have allegedly the best Shadow Priest in the world. So I'm really interested to see how they're going to perform.
You've got the DPS lined up for this meta then. You just throw an Augmentation Evoker in there and you're good. But we may not see that from everyone. In fact, this team on your screen right now, the Greg Push, got through the Proving Grounds. I believe they were running Ellie Shaman. Is that right?
Absolutely, yeah. The Ellie Shaman pick, it was a little bit off meta even in Proving Grounds, and it would be even more off meta to see this weekend, but I'm a believer in that spec. I think it actually does a lot of really nice things, and it complements a lot of the other stuff right now. You bring a lot of utility in the form of stuns, and it just does a ton of damage as well. So that being said, I wouldn't be surprised if they've moved off of it for the actual weekend here. We'll see what ends up happening, though. I'm looking forward to this team. It's our lowest seeded team in the weekend. Very, very powerful set of opponents for them here, but I'm hopeful they'll be able to put up a good showing.
A lot of Gregs, too.
Yeah.
2 Gregs, apparently, on the team. And so my question then is, in terms of name power, is multiple Gregs a buff or a debuff overall?
Definitely a buff.
For sure, a buff, yeah.
It got them this far, right?
I thought about
So
renaming myself to Greg, to be honest, just to get some more score.
One of the best keep-pushing tanks in North America's name is Greg. Although he's
That's
playing
true.
games right now, isn't he?
Maybe we should all
Plays
add
anything,
Greg to our names or
He just
rename
kinda plays
ourselves
anything.
completely. Yeah. In the world of Gregs, the Gregs are kings? I don't know.
Ooh, keys.
This phrase. Oh, there we go. All right. Well, Vortex Pinnacle, Natharian's Lair, Underrot, Azure Vault, and coming later in the weekend. But these are our 4 dungeons for today. Just looking at the affixes off the top of the head, Makes, what do you make of this?
I think the Vortex Pinnacle Tyrannical later down the line could be a very scary dungeon. I think the bosses in there have it in them to be kind of daunting. But also 2 other Tyrannical dungeon and 1 Fortified dungeon means that, that's going to be a big theme for today. Curious what they'll get later down the line. Of course, the teams knew that Azure Vault was going to be in this poll. We're not playing with Thundering here. We're playing with the current seasonal affixes. And that means it makes sense for all of them to start there because that's the one they already knew, which is why you're seeing all of those green dots on the Azure Vault.
Yeah, just to kind of lay that out for people, if you see a green dot next to it, that means the team is currently running it at this moment, and that'll be updating kind of throughout the weekend. And as you can see, we'll be looking at a lot of these sort of like multi-broadcast POVs here, so we can kind of keep track of things. It's sort of a tour de wow, right?
You got the
where
shaman.
it's not like...
There it is.
What?
The Greg Push, they've got the
It's
shaman.
gone.
Yeah.
Oh, goodbye. You've been removed.
Sorry, Noah. I was excited about the shaman.
Well, it's off the screen now, but maybe we'll get it
there
back
they are.
there. No, there we go. Okay, all right. Tokaros with the Ellie Shaman
No
about to get their
priest.
start in Azure Vault.
Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah, so-
I would have thought it would have replaced the mage, yeah.
Okay,
Well, we should talk more about that
a-
Azure Vault, though.
yeah, Chad is very confused about it.
Essentially, in order to break up, the monotony of running the exact same dungeons every single week, we're using 1 Season 1 dungeon every single week. In order to make it fair for the team, so we're not just pulling a fast one on them, we let them know which of the Season 1 dungeons are going to be on their weekend a week in advance. And I think it's kind of cool. We get to see the best of the Season 1 dungeons. Azure Vault, of course, was an absolute banger of a dungeon for all of MDI Season 1, so brought it back for Week 1 this time around.
Yeah, and it's very interesting to see how it's going to work out without Thundering and with the new setups and new classes, Augmentation Evoker, of course, see if they can do anything that is even crazier than what we have seen before, or if they just stick to kind of the known routes and strategies we've seen in maybe previous MDIs or previous live key pushing sessions. But most of the teams playing that same comp that we're going to see a lot of. We see the Guardian Druid, of course, Holy Paladin, Augmentation Evoker, the Mages, and Shadow Priest. Looks like all of the Mages are playing Fire, even though we might be seeing some Frost Mages down the line. But in this dungeon, it looks like all of them are picking that Fire Mage.
Yeah, Fire Mage, especially with the addition of the Augmentation Evoker to the typical, Shadow Priest comp, it just utilizes those group buffs so well when you stack them on top of each other. The overall output that the Fire Mage can put out is better than pretty much any other class in the game, even with the nerfs that happened last week, which of course they're playing with here on the tournament realm. It's just so insane, the amount of overall damage they can put out. Now, of course, they have a couple of weaknesses when it comes to their damage swaps, but generally those are covered by the rest of their group comp. I do want to keep an eye on Greg Push on the bottom left. They're running without the Shadow Priest, running the Ellie Shaman instead. I've always been a fan of the Ellie Shaman, much to my detriment, but we'll have to see how it works out for them.
Yeah, one thing to note as well about these affixes that we do have Incorporeal, which is probably one of the more difficult affixes to deal with. And Shadow Priests, or priests in general, are very good at handling them because you can mind control one of them and you can also shackle another one. So technically you can deceive both of them all by yourself. But Greg Push not having that priest means they're going to have to use some other utility they have in the group to deal with those. We do, of course, have the Hex from the Shaman and the Sheep possibly as well, or the Dream Walk from the Evoker. So they do have tools available to them, but maybe not as easy as just, having the Shadow Priest mind control one. But yeah, Direwolves having some issues. They're town portaling out as they had some deaths coming in. So a quick reset for Direwolves here already.
Now, you might be wondering, as a viewer of The Great Push, if you haven't watched one of these events before, why would you reset 3 minutes into a key? You can still easily time it. Well, time is of the essence when it comes to TGP. This is not like MDI at all. It's a timed event. You have 5 hours a day for 3 days to push your keys as high as possible. At the beginning of the competition, it's extremely important to get as many of those +3s as you possibly can get. If they +3 this 22, they can then run the 25 as their next key. And if you miss one of those skips, that could end up being an entire extra dungeon that you have to run over the course of the weekend. And when you only have 15 hours to run keys, that's incredibly important.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I wanted to talk about this earlier a little bit. I was wondering if maybe some teams are running possibly like different compositions for the lower key levels and then switch to compositions that are a little bit more tankier on the higher key levels, but it doesn't look like we see anything absolutely crazy for now. I guess it also is a little bit difficult for those teams to just play different comps because they would have to practice those, of course. But yeah, so they are sticking to this comp, which, not to say this would be bad on lower keys, they can for sure free chest with this comp. And Perplex doing a really big pull on the top left side as well. We've seen this before, dealing with a lot of trash here so they can skip something later on.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the splits across the board here for this Lamor boss. See if there's any major difference we can see from the start. FSY, look at that Lamor split, 342 compared to the 435 for Perplexed. Pretty interesting. Of course, Perplex does have more trash count, so that's probably what the difference is here. Of course, again, we're looking to see how quickly these teams can hopefully 3-chest this 22. You might think for a Great Push competition, 22 is a little bit low, and it's definitely on the lower end, especially when teams are pushing, in the realm of 28, 29, 30 on live, even for some of the keys. So we'll have to see. There's going to be a lot of just building of keys today, right? And any accidental wipes that cause you to miss out on a +3 or a +2 later on could really set you behind for the weekend.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely important that they play well from the get-go here, making sure they get their 3 chests in. And as we talked about, Asher Vault was the only dungeon they knew is going to be for sure part of the dungeon pool, and therefore they all went there first. But because of Incorporeal, it does actually change some things a little bit, I guess. Like, I'm not sure if they can execute all of those same pulls. If one of those Incorporals are going to go off, then they might just be wiping very quickly if you have 20, 30 mobs all gathered up there. So very careful. We see actually one go off for Thatcher, yes, there on the top right corner. We did see one Incorporal go off, but thankfully it was at the end of the pull, so they only have Spiteful Shades left.
Yeah, of course you don't really need to kill the Spiteful Shades. They kill themselves off. Not too big of a deal for them. And, one of the reasons I think this Azure Vault is a really interesting dungeon choice for the weekend, especially for the purposes of TGP, is there are a lot of different strategies that you can run in this key in terms of your trash count. Of course, during the MDI we saw a lot of different routes. Never really figured out which one we liked as being the fastest route, but of course, as long as you 3-chest in this competition, it's not too big of a deal. But just looking at this room right now, Perplexed and FSY, going into that second boss room, Perplexed has 13% more trash count. So they're definitely running different strategies here. I wonder if we're going to see difference in like directional routing after this as well. Because remember during the we saw a lot of teams like either end with the last boss or end with the frogs. Some teams even snapped trash down to Umbral School at the end, right? So there's a lot of different things you can do with your routing here.
Yeah, and there's also, with the addition of the Augmentation Evoker having that Wernstone ability with the teleport, I wonder if some of them are going to be using it to snap some stuff down to the last boss, because we've seen some teams struggle with snapping here in MDI in the previous season, but that Wernstone ability would definitely make it a lot easier for them to do any kind of snapping, so we'll see if that is getting used by some of these teams.
Yeah, that's something I completely forgot about coming into the weekend. Dude, Wernstone actually breaks dungeons if you use it properly, especially like in vertical dungeons like this. If you pull trash and then teleport down to your teammate, the trash will follow you. So, yeah, there's definitely some things you can do with that here. Looks like Perplexed and FSY both onto the second boss now. We'll have to see what the boss split looks like here. Remember, this is a tyrannical boss, and if you didn't play in Season 1 or if you need a little refresher, that little mana bar on the bottom is the indicator for when it goes into its intermission phase, and you want to get as few of those intermission phases as possible, because the healing check does ramp up the higher the key goes here. So we'll have to see if they're able to beat that second intermission. FSY has their boss at 62% in that first intermission. Perplexed, they'd be significantly higher than that, 70% on theirs, so see if they'll be able to push that second intermission after they get through this.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, as Mandatory on the bottom right is also on Azure Blade as well. Looking at their split, their first was a little bit slower than FSY, but FSY did play less trash. But now looking at the count, it looks like Mandatory is a little bit more than the Fetchark, yes, but slightly less than Perplexed. So all three teams playing a little bit of a different route here. Very interesting to see. This first weekend of the TGP is going to be very interesting, just because all of these teams, of course, when they're practicing, they're keeping all of their strategies a secret. They're not streaming or sharing anything with the other teams. So this is probably the weekend where we see the most differences between those routes and between some of the compositions as well, possibly.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like both FSY and Perplexed will very easily push Azure Blade before he gets the next intermission off, so not going to be an issue for either of them. Mandatory, however, take a look at their boss here. They've pulled trash into the boss on the second phase here. The mana bar has reached Jerry. He's going to start running towards the center of the room, and oh, are they going to be able to burn him before he gets there? Okay, they just get the boss kill off. That's a nice little 45-50 second time save for them. You love to see that for them. Direwolves on their second run here. Of course, they lost 3 or 4 minutes already from that early reset, but hopefully that doesn't end up costing them too much over the course of the day. Remember, the way the competition works here, lowest score at the end of both day 1 and day 2 is eliminated. So it's really important to start racking up those points as early as possible.
And now we see the difference here in routes for Perplexed and FSY, as Perplexed is going backwards to Grey Wing. Didn't see any snapping going on, so they're just playing the boss by itself, while Fetchark, yes, is doing a frog pool on their side. And I think Mandatory also did go down to the frogs. So major difference here in routing. Fetchark, yes, gathering everything. They have all of the breakers, all of the frogs here, gathering it all up. So we're going to see some huge damage number coming in just a second.
Let's see how it goes for them. What is Lofus doing for FSY? Is this a
this is
snap
special
spot that I was
tech
unaware of?
for...
Oh, he's pulling up his priest too. And they gripped
love
up
that.
the move. So, okay, they don't have to move at all. That's kind of nice.
Yeah, this is amazing. I love that.
Good tech. Something we didn't see at all last season, actually. Interesting
Yes,
stuff
you didn't
coming
have
out
an
of
evoker?
FSY there.
Oh no, you could. Yeah, you had the Preservation Evoker, right? So could have done this in Season 1 for sure.
Yeah, so this is actually something I remember us talking about. If there was a snap spot you could find for this big frog pull, it'd be really useful. Giga going down. It's near the end of the pull, though. They only have a couple of frogs left, so they'll just pop the battle res. Not going to be too much of an issue for them. I remember we were like trying to find a snap spot potentially so that you wouldn't have to dodge the frog jumps the entire time, and if you could find a spot that would work, it would actually end up saving you a lot of time, but people didn't really look into it too much. But FSY not really saving the tech there, just showing it off right away in the first dungeon. This is definitely going to be something that teams could take a look at and figure out if they didn't know about it already. I'd love to see that right away, not hiding anything.
Oh, I think Mandatory just did the Wernstone snapping. Yeah, I think so. So it looked like Skylark pulled the breakers, everyone else walked past, and then Skylark teleported to the Evoker, unless it was a grip, because you can also just grip the tank over and then they will snap. But it kind of looked like it was ported. Not sure, gonna have to double check. Either way, it was cool tech, and they're pulling some trash onto Grey Wing there at the bottom right of your screen.
Yep, looks like it, and it's going well for them too. Able to get through that first intermission bubble without having anybody get knocked out by those breakers. They should be able to finish both of them off with their passive cleave from their comp before the next one, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Still have to keep an eye on the frontals from those, of course. Those could very easily take out one of your DPS if you're not careful. Maybe not on this key level, but on a higher key level for sure. Everything's going great for them as well. Now, if you're just now tuning in, a little bit late to the party, and you're wondering why we're running Azure Vault on Season 2, we're running one Season 1 dungeon every single weekend, swapping it up a little bit for the teams. Now, the reason all the teams all instantly went to Azure Vault, we let them know in advance, hey, we're putting a Season 1 dungeon, and your dungeon's going to be Azure Vault. So this is the only dungeon that the teams actually knew was going to be in their pool. So essentially, the second the competition started, they all went to Azure Vault because that's the dungeon they knew they were going to have for sure in their pool. And of course, I'm sure as once they start getting this key a little bit higher, once they start reaching that barrier of difficulty, they'll swap out to the other dungeons. But I think Azure Vault is a great choice for a Season 1 dungeon to mix into the competition here. It has a lot of really cool options with the routing and good difficulty ramping level too.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing high keys in this Azure Vault, because it can for sure get dangerous later on, especially in Tyrannical. Some of these bosses do a lot of damage, so we'll see how they handle that. But before we get to those high levels, we do see those speed runs, making sure they get the 3 chests in, making sure they don't have to play the 23 or 24. They immediately want to jump to that 25, of course, saving as much time as possible, because they do have only 5 hours each day. So 3 chesting keys early on is such a big advantage for those teams. So looking good for Perplexed as they're finishing off the last boss. They still have to go back and deal with some trash, because their route was a little bit different compared to the other teams. So the last pull they have to do is that frog pull, but they're definitely looking really good on the timer. They for sure are going to 3 chest this unless they have any major mistakes on this pull here.
Yeah, I mean, doing a 22 in 16 or 17 minutes is definitely very impressive. This is MDI levels of speed, which is, something we would assume these teams would be able to do, because many of them were in the MDI and did do this dungeon last season. So the strategies and routing on this key level are there for them. Of course, this is the great push, not the MDI, so it's going to change very quickly. Going from a 22 to a 25 is a very, very large jump in difficulty. And we'll have to see. I mean, I imagine most of them will go straight into the 25, just because, they already have their routing and strategy planned out for this dungeon. But after the 25, I don't know if you're 3-chesting at 25. You're probably 2-chesting it, if I had to guess. 27 Tyrannical Azure Vault sounds like something that would be relatively difficult to just go into right away. I would imagine we'd see teams probably branch out into the other dungeons before they attempt a 27.
Yeah, and they can use this time. Of course, they have to focus up and focus on the dungeon, but they can for sure use some of the downtimes in between pulls to think about the other dungeons and the affixes that they're in there, because of course they did practice the dungeons on the tournament realm before the weekend, but they didn't know the affixes of the dungeons, and they also didn't know exactly which dungeons are going to be part except the Azure Vault. So they for sure are going to talk about it a little bit as they are in between those Azure Vault runs, and they're going to think about some routing differences depending on the affixes, if there are any. Underrot, for example, has Sanguine. That is also an affix that maybe prevents some pulls. If they wanted to pull a lot of trash onto bosses, they might have to rethink that or change some stuff around a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. So we're seeing our first times come across the board here. Perplexed already finishing theirs. FSY and Mandatory almost finishing their dungeon. The exact same. Actually, no, FSY is trash to do. Never mind. Mandatory getting their 3 chests down as well. FSY Going to backtrack, get the trash at the very start of the dungeon that they skipped earlier on. That'll be the end of the dungeon for them. We're getting our first scores on the board there. Of course, you got to remember, just the level of the dungeon is what's added to your score, and of course, the lowest score at the end of the day gets eliminated. So you want to make sure you're as efficient as possible with your time. But speaking of time efficiency, we've upped the mandatory break timer this time around, right? It was 15 minutes last TGP per day that you had to take a break. We've bumped that up to 20 minutes now, so that's 20 minutes out of your day that you're not going to be running dungeons as well. So we'll have to see and keep track of when the teams opt to take those breaks. Usually, we'll see teams like finish a dungeon off and then take one of their breaks to go over strategies, take a breather, relax a little bit before they go into the next dungeon. We probably won't see that for another hour, if I had to guess, at least, but that's something we'll have to be keeping track of throughout the weekend.
I should jump in to mention, too, that when Xyronic said the mandatory break timer, he didn't mean just the break timer for Team Mandatory. He meant it was a must thing for everyone. Yeah. Just wanted to make sure we had that, clear for everyone. Carry on.
Yeah, it was actually so close. Like, between Perplexed and Mandatory, I think there was a 4 seconds difference. So these early keys, it almost feels like the MDI, right? It's just how clean and how fast they're cleaning these dungeons. They definitely practiced this. This was something we talked about in the first couple of TGPs. Some of these teams did not necessarily practice 3-chesting and 2-chesting keys. They just practiced like super high keys on their tournament realm before the tournament, because of course it's TGP and they want to do high keys. So they only practiced like 30s, 31s, but they did not practice 3-chesting of lower keys, because that is something that is also difficult because you have to change your route. Because you're not going to pull the same way on a 22 as you do on a 28 or a 29. So definitely looks like all of these teams really did practice their 3-chesting routes, their quote-unquote MDI style routes, to make sure they have them done as fast as possible. And it's really cool to see just how close these teams are to one another.
Yeah, 100%. Now, we do need to keep an eye on Greg Push in the bottom left corner there. They're going to be brushing up very close to the 3-chest timer here. If my math is right, it's somewhere around like the 21:20 time that they have to break in order to 3-chest this. So they need to kill this boss and finish off their trash count in about 2.5 minutes. If they aren't able to do that, they're going to be stuck running a 24 as their next key instead of the 25 that we're already seeing teams like Perplexed go up and start to attempt. So they really need to get a move on here on this boss here. Direwolves looks like they're going to be more than okay on time as long as they don't wipe here, and Skyline just now finishing off their boss, getting that 3 chest, put their 22 on the board. They'll be able to move on to a 25 as well.
Yeah, looking very good. Direwolves, depending on how fast they can kill this boss, might even get a new best. They have a minute that they're under right now compared to Perplexed and Mandatory, so we'll see how fast they can kill this. Now, of course, some people have been talking about the Augmentation Evoker. It is, of course, a new spec that did get introduced in the latest patch 2 weeks ago, approximately. And Augmentation Evoker does not really show up on the damage meters that well, but they are doing a lot of damage by buffing the other classes in the group. They're buffing the healer as well and the tank, which is pretty nice. So you do have more survivability plus more damage from everyone involved. So the damage numbers that the mage and the shadow priest are doing, they're not all from their own kind of abilities. It's basically just the evoker giving them more stats and more buffs, and yeah. So you just don't see the damage, but they are definitely very, very useful.
Maybe at some point we can actually bring up a log and show how much, real damage the evoker is doing. Now, of course, it's not going to be high. It's not going to be a higher number than the Fire Mage and Shadow Priest. It's just going to be probably a little lower. But the thing is, the overall damage increase of having the evoker in the group versus pretty much any other random DPS class that you could choose is a higher theoretical overall output, just because of how insane they are with their utility, plus the stacking of damage buffs on your Fire Mage, right? You give them Presence buff, plus the Breath of Eons with Combust, on top of the Power Infusion. It all stacks up to make these mages burst for insane amounts of damage. There are polls where a mage can easily do like 2 million plus DPS burst with all of these buffs. So it's definitely a lot better than the details damage meters would show you.
Yeah, for sure. And now we do see Perplexed, Mandatory, and FSY are in that 25 Astral Vault. Didn't take any breaks whatsoever, just immediately went back in there. We'll see if they can replicate the same or a similar route to what they've done in a 22. If they can do that, then they can for sure 2-chest. 3-chesting, I do think, is going to be a little bit too close, but we'll see what happens, because it does look like they're really fast. Comparing it to the boss split we saw earlier, it was around 4 minutes for all of the teams as they killed Laymore, and now we see most teams are going to be over 5, close to 6 minutes already, so already quite a bit behind, of course. It is a 3 key level difference, which adds a lot of HP to these mobs.
I mean, it's something like 40% health and damage extra, right?
Yeah.
That's a huge jump in difficulty going from a 22 to a 25. I think it's actually a little more than that, if I remember my math properly. So yeah, I mean, it's going to take a lot longer. Like you said, an extra minute on the Laymore split, definitely going to come into play, especially when you factor in these larger trash pulls that they try to pull off. They'll probably have to like consolidate their trash pulls a little bit. Of course, these Crystal Furies, very typical pull that we saw from the MDI here. It's extremely important that they make sure they have their AoE/CC figured out for these piercing shards. If too many of those go off, you could see a tank go down here, especially when we get to the higher key levels. I don't know if this one is going to pose too much of a threat for them. And again, I mean, like you were talking about earlier, the burst damage. This is only a 7 or 8 mob pull, and the Fire Mage, almost bursting for 1 million DPS here. It's a pretty insane comp that people have figured out how to put together.
Yeah, and then of course the survivability coming into play later on the higher key levels is going to be very, very important. Getting all of that versatility, the shields, and the extra armor as well that the Evoker gives to the tanks or anyone else that wants it is really, really nice. We're going to see that later on. But yeah, all of the teams still incredibly fast on that 25 key. It looks like they're just breezing through it. No issues whatsoever. We do see Divine Field on the top left side of Perplexed, just having that slow fall from the mage or the priest. Both of them have the ability, of course, to help out the tank with that skip. And now they're gathering up all of these trash mobs. It definitely looks like they're doing the same pulls, at least so far, from what they've done on a 22. So that is pretty cool to see that they can execute that.
Yeah, no problem at all for Perplexed. Looks like they're just cruising, and this pull is pretty insane, considering they just used their cooldowns on that previous trash pack, so they're not going to be able to burst as high here, but it's all in the tank here, and that bear is very, very sturdy this patch. It's not going to be an issue for them whatsoever. Yeah, everything translating well to this 25 for them. We're starting to see a little bit of what other teams can do as well. Skyline getting onto their Laymore. Looks like the timer's going to be a little bit probably about the same for them as it was for Perplexed here. Mandatory. Let me look at the difference in times on Laymore for them. 1 second difference on the first boss split between Mandatory and Perplexed. FSY, much faster time, but remember, if they're running the same strategy we saw on the 22, they're going to go back and deal with about 12% trash count at the end of the dungeon here, so that's going to make up that 50 seconds or so difference on the first boss split for them. Yeah, I mean, team's holding steady, mainly going for the same strategy. Now, did we see if Greg Push was able to 3-chest their dungeon? They were not. They did not get the 3-chest off. They're in a 24, unfortunately. And that is just a 1-point loss if everyone's able to convert this next dungeon for them on this first dungeon already. Really unfortunate for them.
Yeah, that is going to be a pretty big time loss, unless there is a chance that at some point they can 3-chest, like, possibly the 24, while the other teams cannot 3-chest the 25, and then it would be equal again. But that would be very difficult. Either way, FSY actually having some issues on the top right side of the screen. Skirfta did go down their Guardian Druid, so their Paladin did have to go back, battle rest their tank, while the rest of the team was kiting out this trash. They did a really good job kiting out the trash, which is actually so much easier with the compositions they're running, because there's no melee players, right? So as soon as your tank goes down, all of these ranged players, they can just kite back. We have the Evoker and the Mage with a lot of mobility as well. Shadow Priest, not so much, but they can maybe rescue the Shadow Priest into the back as well in case there's any issues. So yeah, really good comp to recover in case the tank does go down. Because if you do have a bunch of melee players and the tank goes down, they will immediately just turn around and hit the melee players, which can be deadly very quickly compared to those range comps.
Yeah, I mean, good on their feet thinking there from FSY. Like you mentioned, a lot of this trash here, very kiteable. Of course, the triple rage comp helps a lot with that. They do lose a couple minutes, which, in the grand scheme of things isn't that big of a deal, but you have to think to yourself, what are the tiny advantages we can gain this weekend? Because all of these top-end teams are so close together, it is going to come down to, who can play the cleanest the entire weekend between the top-end teams. I mean, I'm not too sure what the cap is going to be this weekend in these dungeons. We'll probably see, what do you think, like 29s? Maybe a 30 in a dungeon if the affixes are favorable. I don't really know. We'll have to see what the dungeons are going to be for the next couple of days. We don't really know those yet. Of course, keeping those secrets, so... I mean, we don't even...
We already know there's an Underrot in the pool, and we know that there's a live key that has already been timed on a 30. So, considering it's Tournament Realm and they have infinite tries, I would say it's possible that we see a 31 in the Underrot at least. I think so, but we'll see. I mean, they also have a limited amount of time, right? That's always something you have to consider. They cannot necessarily, or it's also not maybe very smart to try and waste lots and lots of time on something like a 31 when you can get points somewhere else much easier. So we'll see what they do, but that's something for later, as they're still, of course, on those lower key levels on the first day. But yeah, it's looking really good for all of these teams. Thatcher Guest is now in that Azure Blade area as well on the top right side of the screen, while Perplex is already fighting the boss. But we do know that Perplex... actually, no, Perplex has more trash. Yeah, so Perplex is actually doing a really good job so far. Yeah, I guess because FSY had this the tank death and had to recover there, so they lost quite a lot of time. Should still be good enough for the 2 chests technically, but we'll see how it goes for them.
Right. Well, also, the other thing to mention, little format things. If you've never watched a TGP before, you might be wondering, how exactly does this work? Of course, the name of the game is to push your keys as high as possible. Now, in the tournament realm setting that we have, if you're unable to time a key, you don't deplete your key. You can just run the key at the same level that it was before. So let's say these teams do end up pushing an Underrot up to like a 30 or something, and they deplete their 30, they don't have to go back down to a 29. They can just run the 30 again. So at some point, what we end up usually seeing on the super high keys is teams will front load the difficulty of their dungeon by doing massive pulls right at the start, and if the pull doesn't go right for them, they'll just reset the key, try to get it right so that they can give themselves as much time as possible to complete the key. And that's a strategy that we've seen a lot in our previous TGPs. Not sure if it's going to be the same. I'm not really sure what dungeons that's viable. In Underrot, you can go for pretty massive pulls at the start, so we'll probably see it there. But I'm not too sure how true that's going to be for the rest of the dungeons.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think Neltharis is also one of those dungeons that could technically go really highly, but the problem with Neltharis is the difficulty lies in the boss fights and not necessarily any bigger trash pools, because you just have the chains to deal with those. And reaching the bosses is going to take quite a lot longer than, just the first pull in Underrot. Underrot's boss difficulty is a lot lower than Neltharis boss difficulty, so we'll see if they even attempt to do super high keys in Neltharis, because if you have to use a lot of time to even get to Blacksmith, for example, and then you end up wiping on that boss, then you lose a lot of time. But we'll see what those teams decide to do, as Perplex is now at Grey Wing. Their split still looking very good. 13 minutes into the dungeon, they did finish off Azure Blade. They have a lot of time left. Do you think... I mean, the bosses take a long time, though. It's a 25 Tyrannical. Tailish is going to take a long time. Ambulskull is also going to take a long time. So I guess it's not really 3 chestable, but they're still very fast, though.
3 chest might not be out of the question for Perplexed here, thinking about it. It's a 21-18 that you need to 3 chest this key. That would instantly catapult you up to a 28, which is pretty massive, because I'm not too sure how viable 2-chesting a 27 would be, which is the other option, right? If you 2-chest a 25, you get a 27, and then you'd want to have to 2-chest that to mirror being able to 1-chest a 28. I'm not too sure if that's in the realm of possibility, but if you look at what Perplexed has here, right, they have 2 bosses and 20% trash that they need to get through. If the bosses take 2.5 to 3 minutes each, You give themselves a minute and a half for the last bit of trash that they need, which is probably that frog pull, right? It's definitely in their own possibility. Now the question is, are they going to be able to skip the next intermission here for Talash Graving? They just used their Bloodlust here to try to push as quickly as possible during this main phase here. They got the boss down about 45% in that phase. Can they push this last 30% without the Bloodlust and skip the next intermission? If they don't, that'll be about a 15 or 20 second time loss, which might push them just out of that 3 chest area.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely interesting. If they get 3 chests, that would be a pretty big advantage, in my opinion, for Perplexed. But yeah, it is a 25 Tyrannical, and they don't have Bloodlust anymore for Umbral Skull. So in around 6, they have around 6 minutes left, right? So I do think it's possible, but it's going to be very, very close. Fetch, I guess, on the top right side of the screen is now doing this frog pull before they do Grey Wing. Their timer is also looking good. So we'll see how it turns out for them. And then we see Direwolves. Did they have to reset once, or were they just slow on starting the key? Oh no, they reset their first.
They reset the first one.
The first one. That's why they're later. Yeah. Okay, I see. Yeah.
They reset their very first run like 3 minutes in, right? So that's why they're a little bit behind in terms of timer behind FSY and Perplexed right now. But they are kind of on the same pace as them, right? So we should be able to see them keeping up as long as no further mistakes are made for them. All right, let's keep an eye on Perplexed here. They are on Umbral Skull here, 16 minutes, 20 seconds on the timer here, looking to beat a 21:18 for that 3 chest here. There's no Bloodlust on this boss. And remember, as the key level gets higher, this is a Tyrannical Azure Vault, so it's a relatively difficult key to complete. This is, getting up there in terms of keys that were done last season. Of course, every 25% these crystals are going to come out, and you're going to have to burst them down before those fracture casts get off. They've got a great comp for dealing with them, that passive Ignite spread from the Fire Mage, plus the Shadow Priest able to multi-dot things around as well. Shouldn't be too much of an issue for them. Just fighting against the clock here. Looks like they're making good time on the boss so far.
Yeah, definitely looking really good. I do think, though, if they want to 3 chest, their Evoker has to step up on the damage a little bit, so he's getting out DPS by the tech.
No.
Yeah, we're going to make this joke a lot this week. It's fine.
Don't do it, please.
Alright, so Mandatory on the bottom right side is now dealing with Grey Wing as well. Their boss was on 38%, though. Not sure if they can do the one phase here. Well, one phase, but I'm not sure if they can do this before the next intermission. It is looking really good, though, because the boss is dropping so fast. So it's looking pretty good. Perplexed on the top left, now down to 40%. They have around 3 minutes left. I definitely think this is doable. This is looking very good for Perplexed, in my opinion.
Yeah,
there's
Perplexed.
a lot of walking as well, right? Like, they have to walk to the frogs. It takes some time to gather them all up. So we'll see.
We'll see. I mean, also remember that we have the addition of the augmentation evoker with the Wernstone, so they can do a little bit of interesting, like, snapping technology if we see them pull that out, right? Where your evoker can pull, like, one half of the worms, then use the Wernstone to port up to their team, and the frogs will follow. I'm assuming. We haven't seen that quite yet, but we'll have to see if they're able to pull it off here. I don't think Mandatory... Well, let's see. They have the Bloodlust coming up in a little less than 3 minutes. They've got all of their trash count already. Remember, the timer to beat is 21:18. This boss looks like it's going to take about 3 minutes, so yeah, Mandatory should easily be on the 3 chest timer if they're able to put together the same damage on the boss as Perplexed, so yeah, keeping it close for them.
Yeah, it's looking very good. But I like how close this is for the 3 chest timer, because this is really going to make a difference, right? So whoever manages to 3 chest this is going to get a pretty big advantage. Well, unless you can 2 chest at 27, then it would be an even playing field again. But 2 chesting at 27, in my opinion, that sounds very, very difficult, because I don't think you can do the same pulls on that 27 as they do on this 25. But we'll see about that. Perplexed now on that last pull on the top left side, you can see they have around a minute, a little bit more left. So they are already halfway through in gathering up this trash. They don't have Bloodlust available, but they have all cooldowns. So they technically do have time to possibly finish this off. But it's taking so much time to walk all the way down here and gather up all of these frogs, so we'll see if they can make it.
I think they should very easily be able to make it here. They have, about a minute and a half to deal with this last 20% of trash they need. Everything just now being gathered together as they start to ramp up their DPS. Once everything is in, we'll see the cooldowns get popped here. The combustion is ready, and there you go. Wolf Disco off to the races here. Look at the Fire Mage burst here. No issues whatsoever. This is after being in combat for like 45 seconds, by the way. Still easily bursting up to 500,000 DPS. And yeah, it's going to be no issue for them. This is going to be a 3-chest for Perplexed, and we'll have to keep an eye on our other teams. Can they follow suit? Mandatory? 30% on the boss. Could easily be a 3-chest for them. But let's watch the rest of this pull for Perplexed here, getting their trash count. Is this... Yeah, this should be enough with those frogs at 10% HP. Not going to be an issue for them. Still 50 seconds left on the timer. That's going to be it.
Got it.
3-chested, 25 for Perplexed. Can Mandatory follow suit here? They've got a little over a minute left to do 25% of the boss's HP, but they do have the Bloodlust coming up in 40 seconds. It should also be easy for them. The only thing they have to do is make sure they finish off this final wave of crystals here. Don't want to let any of those fracture casts get off, and it's going to be easy and well done for them. Just have to burn through that last 15%. Should be a 3-chest for them. Looking at the other teams, though, FSY.
Yeah,
they're not
sure
going to be 3-chesting this.
I mean, it is possible because the only thing they have to do is to pull at the start of the dungeon, right? Like, it's not the frog pull. But yeah, it's going to be too close. They have to do 40% on the boss plus this extra trash pull. It's not going to happen for them. I think this one issue that they had earlier where their tank went down, that was all... that was enough of a mistake to lose the 3-chest here. Even though it's only 1 death on the board and they managed to recover the pull, yeah, it's just such a close 3-chest on this 25 that it probably cost them the +3. But we'll see. 30% left. They have around a minute. Yeah, it's just not gonna work. Yeah, unfortunate for FSY.
And meanwhile, we've got the Greg push 2-chesting the 22, so not quite hitting that 3-chest mark. And that does kind of bring up the question, is Ellie Shaman really the way to go? And, we did talk to them before the event began, and they said, well, this is kind of just, what we play. We weren't able to, or we chose not to as well, adapt to, the standard that everyone's kind of jumped to for the last 2 weeks now, last week or so maybe. But, is it going to be enough? And also, it's their first event too. So I'm curious about this. What do you think is more pressure from an event like this, where you have 5 hours to kind of get as much done as possible, or the pressure of MDI, where it's just head to head and it's that one moment? It's kind of that sharper pressure versus that long-term tension. Which do you think is harder to deal with as a high key pusher?
I personally think that MDI is a lot more nerve-wracking than TGP. Just because you're not in direct competition with anyone, like, you're just going to be gaming for 5 hours. Now, of course, you have to play really well for 5 hours, and you are time restricted, and you have to focus for a really long time compared to MDI, where the dungeon or the amount of time you have to focus is going to be lower. But I do think that it's like I would just feel so much pressure to know that there's another team running the same dungeon right now, and they could be like 10 seconds ahead or 20 seconds ahead, and it would just constantly be in my mind, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can see that.
I think they're both extremely stressful in different ways, right? Like Nigura was saying, there's definitely that component in the MDI of you get one run, and if you make any mistakes in that one run, with the level of the competition of the MDI is nowadays against the better teams, that one mistake could just lose you the dungeon. But the thing is, TGP, I mean, the mistakes can add up, but it's definitely a lot more relaxed in terms of like the overall running experience. Now, the fact that you have to do it for essentially 5 hours straight, 3 days in a row, if you want to win the competition, it adds up. It's definitely very, very difficult to keep the level of play high for that long. So they're both stressful, but for different reasons, and difficult for different reasons. So I think it's hard to compare them, really.
It's a marathon versus a sprint at the end of the day.
Sure.
I suppose it is kind of apples to oranges, I guess. But
what do you think about Skyline 3-chest timer here? Top right.
See, minute 20 to get the 3 chest here. The boss at 60%. They have the lust coming up in 30 seconds. So we've seen different uses of lust between the teams. I believe it was Perplex that was saving their second bloodlust to push a tall ash gray wing phase as quickly as possible, whereas both Mandatory and Skyline are opting for the overall 3 lust strat, which you can just barely fit into that 21-minute 3 chest timer. If they have the 2 minutes coming up with the lust here, so the Vamp Embrace, not the Vamp Embrace, sorry, the PI, the Breath, the Combust, if everything comes up at the same time and they stack it with the lust, I think they might just be able to fit everything in here. The question is, when is that PI coming up? It's coming up in about 10 seconds. They've got the lust popped now. That's going to be the last 40 seconds before the 3 chest timer that they'll have to burn off the boss here. If we could get a full screen on Skyline, that'd be great here, so we can get the 3 chest view for them. This boss is dropping very quickly. The Combust will be coming up shortly. The Power Infusion is out here as well. Can they burn this? They've also got to burn the crystals here. Actually, at this point, do you maybe just ignore the crystals and try to full burn the boss to get the 3 chest timer in? I think you have to. 15 seconds left on the timer for them here. It's going to be a race here. I'm not quite sure if the damage is there. We'll see the pop from the breath here in a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
9%, it's dropping so quickly, but
no,
not quite. Unfortunately, they missed it by just a couple of seconds too. That is such a heartbreaker here for Skyline, as they're missing a 3 chest timer by around 3 seconds. Very, very unfortunate. But of course, they can still attempt to 2 chest the 27, which would give them basically the same time commitment as any other team that 3 chested at 25.
Same thing for Direwolves on the bottom left.
Yeah, Direwolf also not looking too good for this 3 chest here. But yeah, it's very... It looked easy when Perplex and Mandatory were 3 chesting these keys. But yeah, it's very close. A very close timer.
Well, Perplex and Mandatory making things look easy. That's maybe not too shocking to anybody, especially with Mandatory performing better this weekend already than we saw in the time trials. We knew that wasn't going to last, right? We knew they'd bring it back up. But speaking of bringing things up, it's time to bring up a caster swap. That's right. Thanks, Nagura and Zyronic. We're going to give you the boot for Dratanos and Tettles to join us here for the next hour or so. How's it going, guys?
Not bad. How's it been, Doa?
Good. We've seen some 3 chests. We've seen a couple sad 2 chests. Haven't seen anyone fall to their death, which is always a plus on Azure Vault,
So let's talk about the metagame a little bit. So a lot of the very beginning of the TGP, especially on day 1, is typically going to be looking at 2 chesting and 3 chesting, like these early dungeons, in order to save time. There is an elimination at the end of day 1, and so there is a decent amount of the TGP that is trying to 2 chest and 3 chest these keys and being efficient with your time at the beginning of day 1, right, Dratnos?
Yeah, I mean, we're already 45 minutes into the day. There are 4 dungeons that are available today. So in theory, across 5 hours, that's 1 hour and 15 minutes per dungeon that you can allocate to each of them if you were doing it evenly. Okay. The problem is, if you spend too much time in any one dungeon, like realistically, if you spend more than that hour and 15 minutes doing one dungeon and trying to push it higher, you're going to earn 1 or 2 more points in that dungeon, but potentially then you're going to be giving up one of those other dungeons at a key level where it's, say, 2 or 3 chestable, and if that happens, you're giving up multiple points over there. So it's actually a big risk to spend much more time than the hour and 15 minutes in any given dungeon on day 1. So I expect after these 28s and 27s, there's going to be a lot of pressure on the teams to head over to a different dungeon, especially when you factor in the fact that there are 20 minutes of mandatory break time that they need to take throughout the day as well, which that means there's actually only an hour and 10 minutes evenly split among each dungeon, if you did each dungeon evenly.
At the same point, too, you have to factor in things such as like tiebreakers for highest key timed, where the 2 chest and 3 chesting of the dungeons realistically stops, because we know. So we didn't see like necessarily practice for these teams, but we did send out like a survey and ask teams what they thought some of the easiest dungeons or highest keys that they could push up were, and Azure Vault was actually a pretty common answer. And so we know that this dungeon can go pretty high, but there certainly starts to become diminishing returns, like you said, once you get to that 28, that 29 level.
Right. I mean, it's definitely something they're going to need to push tomorrow or on Sunday.
Yes.
But if you spend the time doing that today, you're talking about spending 35 minutes to push from like a 29 to a 30 in Azure Vault. You only get 1 key level out of that. in that same amount of time, you could do like 2 underrots, right? You could do an underrot 22 and an underrot 25 and collect so many more points from those other dungeons. So very soon, I think it's possible maybe we'll see teams do one more key in the Azure Vault just because they're familiar with it. They knew it was the dungeon coming in. And so maybe they will spend a little bit more time here than the other dungeons. But there's a big risk of being eliminated if you do that, especially if you're one of the teams on the lower end of the leaderboard. Early on here, we are seeing Perplexed and Mandatory take the early lead with those 3 chests. So those teams, even though Mandatory came in lower seeded than we expected that from them, so far they've been showing up, and so far this has been working out really nicely for them. We'll see if they're able to hold on and actually convert in these other dungeons, though, because it is still early, and there's definitely still a lot of room for the other teams to catch up here. But right now, there's a potential 1-point advantage for Mandatory and Perplexed over Skyline, Direwolves, and FSY because of that 3 chest in the 25.
But notably, there's a 2-point advantage over Greg Push, right? Because Greg Push, instead of 2-chesting their instead of 3-chesting their 22, they 2-chested their 22, which sent them to a 24.
Right. The Greg Push are the team that is already, I mean, they were the lowest seeded team in the group, so naturally that you would expect them to be the one in the most danger of elimination on day 1, and that has worked out so far to be true in the Azure Vaults for them, with the 2 chests of the 22 and then the 2 chests of the 24. They are 2 key levels behind Perplexed and Mandatory and 1 key level behind Skyline, Direwolves, and FSY. They are going to be the team that needs to make sure that they go to all the dungeons and pick up every single point that's available today to try and make it so that a different team gets eliminated instead of them.
I will say, though, that like looking at the dungeons today, Neltharian's Lair and Underrot, on top of the Azure Vault, are I would say on the more lenient end for looking to be able to 2 chest and like 3 chest these level of keys. They have a lot of spare time in them. Vortex Pinnacle, on the other hand, that's a dungeon that can really throw a spanner in the works, where it becomes very challenging to try to 2 chest and 3 chest that dungeon just because of the time. And if you make any mistakes, you end up having to reset that dungeon a lot more aggressively than the other dungeons or like your other counterparts, because resets or like depletes are just as costly in some instances as not 2-chesting it. Obviously, the not 2-chesting or not 3-chesting it is like a pretty big deal because you've committed like a full run to it. But having to reset also ends up costing you, hey, 15 minutes here, 15 minutes there.
Especially because we started the keys off at such a low relative level, right? You know, teams are thinking of being able to do 29s, 30s, 31s. We started the keys today off at 22. Because that level is so much lower than the push, that means that any mistake that's made is going to be so costly because the 5 hours are going to be spread so thin across all that pushing that they need to do today. So this is going to be a real marathon of a day, and even one mistake in one keystone could be all the opportunity that Greg Push needs to make it so that you get kicked instead of them at the end of the day.
It's super interesting because this is like such a dynamic event where day 1 doesn't necessarily look like day 2 and day 3, because day 2 and day 3 we're really going to start seeing like the highest keys in the world get played, right? Like there is a decent chance that we see a world first underrot completed, like a world first 31 or 32 underrot. I think it is reasonable to expect to see that this weekend. At the same point, day 1, we're probably only going to see up to like a 28 or a 29 in a lot of these dungeons, just to make sure that all of the teams are getting times on the board. They're prepping themselves super well for day 2 and day 3, and then efficiency is the big name of the game here. Let's talk about compositions. I don't think that you and I have discussed comps. It's pretty standard from all these teams, where they're running the Bear Druid, Holy Paladin, Augmentation Invoker, Fire Mage, Shadow Priest. Now, Greg Push is, instead of playing a Shadow Priest, they're playing that Elemental Shaman. It's something that we know that they played all through Time Trials, and big fans of the Ellie Shaman. How are you feeling about the comp just as a whole, though, for the other 5 teams?
Yeah, I mean, this comp, Perplexed, their Paladin is dropping solo. Oh, look at that rescue coming out from a Shine, putting that Twin Guardian shield on Zasevi there. Zasevi looks like maybe DC'd, though.
Is he DC'd?
And is actually getting healed by a Shine. Back in there, though, now, maybe. Or it looks like it. Wow, incredible life-saving play out of Perplexed.
I think he's still DC'd. Okay, now he's back. Look, his bar, the Omni CD bar beneath his nameplate was like grayed out, but now he's back. We're good.
All right, yeah, there you go. You can see it. Wow, great heads-up play by Perplexed, mitigating what looked like a DC there, and having the off-healing come in to save their healer while DC'd.
He was getting walloped by the Spiteful Shades.
Yeah, so this composition is what we were expecting to see most teams use in most dungeons this weekend. It's no surprise, right? This has been the comp that ever since the patch has come out has been looking really strong. A lot of it is synergy, and a lot of it is just raw power level. The synergy aspects of it are that the Shadow Priest power infusion lines up really nicely with Fire Mage cooldowns. The Augmentation Evoker lines up really nicely with both the Shadow Priest and the Mage during that power infusion window because of the way that their Breath of Ians does so much of that damage in the same time span of a power infusion. So the DPS are all synergizing that way. The Holy Paladin and the Guardian Druid, there's just a lot of raw power in those classes, as well as FSY are having a death here with no battle res, it looks like. And this is actually going to be a wipe for FSY on Azure Blade. So things actually getting a little bit dangerous, a little bit of blood in the water by the dungeon here. They're going to have to actually hearth out, it looks like. No, wait, no, they're teleporting in. Okay, they're going to keep this going. So this is actually very high danger now for FSY.
Time it, right?
They need to still time it, yeah. They still can. But it's going to be close.
So, two chesting is pretty much universally off the table here. Timing the key, I still think, is like pretty reliable. So in like previous seasons in this dungeon, if you got off of Laymore, especially on Tyran around the 8.5 minute mark, you were kind of chilling. FSY getting off Laymore at 5 minutes and 30 seconds, like they are way above pace, and the fact that they're about to get Azure Blade pulled at around this 12-minute mark and re-pull the boss, they're fine to time the key. Now, there is a question as to, and like in the if you look at the bottom right, Skyline, is Skyline going to two-chest this 27? Are they going to two-chest the 27, and are they going to be able to realize those points by going to and doing the 29? I think that the 29 might not be the most time-efficient thing today, but at least they are... that could be a big deal for FSY later on in the weekend. I don't think it's going to be like a super pivotal moment for this, like for today, but it could become an issue later.
Yeah, it's something that they'll have to watch out for over the rest of the weekend, and it's an interesting dynamic in TGP as well. Is that two chesting gives you those potential extra points only when you actually do the key that you two chested into, right? So. If you just leave it on a 27-2 chest, that's not inherently worth much more than a 27-1 chest, right? Not unless we start getting into tiebreaker territory.
Well, I mean, also not unless somebody goes and times the 29.
Right, it's once you time the 29 that you actually realize those bonus points, which I suspect is something that we won't see happening today. Now, Incorporeal is an affix as well that's active right now. You can see up in the top left. One of the strengths of this comp is you actually have quite a few different good ways to deal with Incorporeal, and one of them is actually really nice for tyrannical bosses, which is the Shadow Priest using Dominate Mind on one of them. When you Dominate Mind and Incorporeal, you actually get a damage reduction on the boss, right? The boss will end up dealing 10% reduced damage off after two of those casts go off from the friendly Incorporeal, which is really nice on some of these tyrannical bosses here, so...
I will say it actually does require a level of coordination that more often than not, the Shadow Priest will be like, okay, so first Incorporeal, that's mine. I'm Dominate Minding that. If it's ever one mob, I'm always going to Dominate Mind it. I'm always going to MC it. If there's a second one, then you're going to need to be communicating what the second CC is. Typically, I think with this composition, it's going to be Turn Evil or Polymorph more often than not. Ooh, dude, bottom left hand corner of the screen, Direwolf's actually wiping in their 27, and they're doing something... looks like similar to FSY, where they're going to just play on, even with a bunch of these deaths.
Yeah, the 27 key level, like you said, there is maybe 5-6 minutes of flexibility that are built into this key level. So it's possible to recover this, but it puts them in an awkward position now of one more wipe, and they're potentially depleting this keystone. 10 minutes into the dungeon, they're deciding to keep it going, but it is danger for both FSY and Direwolves right now, as Hollow actually going to go down as well. Not going to release, so just going to be aiming to take a res. And actually, you can see Jack here is casting Town Portal. Nope, they're going to keep it going. Okay. Chompy now casting Town Portal. They've got to make a decision soon here, and it looks like they are going to go with the Town Portal instead.
I think I agree with this play. I think it makes sense for them to just zone out and run it back.
So another...
I think 27 is 2-chestable is the thing, right?
Yeah, so if you hearth out and you come back and you 2-chest it, you are actually saving time relative to completing it and 1-chesting the dungeon.
Yeah.
So the problem is if you hearth out and then you make a mistake again, you've lost so much time.
That is a lot of time
in that process. So it is a high-risk, high-reward play.
Did you see they lost 5 minutes at the very beginning of the day because they put the wrong affixes on the key?
Yeah, that's a uniquely Tournament Realm problem, is putting the wrong affixes on your keystone, so oopsie.
As the executive producer of the TGP, I have a question for you. Why did you turn our chat into trade chat where they're just spamming Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade, the Windseeker?
That's it's good. It's an iconic item. The thing is, whenever you have channel point redeems, you don't have a good one for a while. Whenever you put one in, everybody has a backlog built up, right? And so they got to spend it. So I respect it. It's good spam.
I can think of other system messages in WoW that might be slightly more irritating. Like,
yeah, but see, we have the Nazura one, but it costs like 400 times as many channel points as the Thunder Fury. So only true high rollers are saving up their channel points for that.
Can somebody redeem the Nazura? I want to see if somebody can redeem it. Very important.
Wait for it.
Well, we're on like a minute delay or something, so I think we're going to be waiting a little while.
Wait a long time for it.
We'll check back. We'll check back later.
We'll check back in. Yeah.
All right. So in TGP news, Perplex in the top left-hand corner of the screen, having another deathless run in Azure Vault. I mean, they're looking super good here. They seem like they're off pace to be able to 3-chest this, but I think 2-chesting is still on the table. Yeah, they're missing count and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. I mean, I agree. I think the 2-chest though absolutely is.
I think the 2-chest is still on the table.
Which
here. I wonder
2-chesting a plus 28 is pretty impressive here out of Perplexed. This dungeon does have a reasonably generous timer. Its timer actually got increased in the middle of season 1 from 34 to 35 and a half minutes, which was definitely nice that season, especially we were a little bit less powerful, I think, on average that season. So coming back this time around, it does seem like it's working out pretty nicely, and it's going to be one of those keys that will be one of our higher level keys this weekend, I suspect. That and Underrot probably.
Pretty much all of the difficulty in this dungeon is also so front-loaded in a lot of instances. So, like, the first couple of pulls of this key are pretty execution-heavy. You need to make sure that you're getting interrupts on the Crystal Furies. You need to make sure that you're continuing the CC chains on the Lashers. And it also works really strongly in favor of, like, how teams operate inside of the TGP for like how they're going to be doing this dungeon, where okay, we're going to slam attempts, and then the moment that we get this Crystal Fury pull dealt with easily, then we're going to bounce out of here and we're going to go ahead and time the rest of the key, because the rest of the key, if you're able to do the hard parts, which are always obviously super front loaded, the rest of the dungeon is significantly easier.
It is a tyrannical dungeon, though, which does mean that you do have those tyrannical Azure Blades, the tyrannical Umbral Skull kind of waiting for you at the end of the dungeon. Especially as we get to very high key levels. That's going to be an interesting thing to look at, but I agree with you, especially in the 28-29 level. You know, look at FSY here. They're trying to set up on this spot here to avoid these frogs jumping. Looks like they've been able to bring their priest up there, and now their priest has landed the grip on the mage as well. And with those players up on that little book, those frogs aren't going to be able to jump to them. Which means that they can just do their full damage much more safely.
So I'm going to write that down if they ever bring back this dungeon as like any other content. Yeah,
there's a good chance we're going to see this dungeon later in the expansion, right? Like it's a Dragonflight dungeon.
I think that's reasonable.
There's season 3, season 4, season 5, season 6. Some number of those seasons will probably happen. All of them could feature Azure Vault. I hope they do. This is one of my favorite dungeons of Dragonflight. So definitely some good tech to note down.
You know something funny with this? So with the comp that teams are playing right now, this comp is actually super gross for Umbral Skull in particular. Umbral Skull was like a huge pain point for a lot of teams whenever you were doing this dungeon on live. But so Shadow Priest, up until like a really high key level, was able to solo the shards whenever they came out. Now, with Augmentation Evoker and honestly just Fire Mage passive Ignite Cleave off of the boss, that's more than enough damage to where the Shadow Priest is going to be, again, pretty much soloing the detonating crystals, allowing the other DPS to kind of just hit the boss perma.
Yeah, Fire Mage has changed a little bit from last season. Now it is the Ignite spreading part of the damage has gone down, and the AoE from casting Flame Strike has gone from non-existent to being the primary way by which they'll do AoE. So you actually saw Wolf Disco there. He was flame striking 2 that were stacked up on top of each other, and the rest of the group was taking care of the ones that were spread out, and Swag, multi-dotting, and then having the Psychic Link damage, helping to take those ones out.
There's also a lot of other things, such as Beacon from the Beyond. Beacon is probably ran by your tank and maybe also your healer in these compositions as well. And so, like, the tank and the healer can alternate who's jamming their Beacon into the hardened crystal also. And just kind of instantly delete that.
Yeah, you can see Divine here even charging over to make sure that his cleave is landing on those. Wolf Disco again, flame striking into... to the 2 crystals under the boss, so getting 3 good targets on that flame strike.
We don't have count. They're actually doing the route that they did during MDI, where they backpull the frogs.
Yeah, so after this boss, they will be able to port to the start of the dungeon, and then port to the 3rd boss room, and then they'll be able to go, or to the 2nd boss room, and they'll be able to go and grab all the frogs that they want. They have until 28 minutes and some amount of seconds. 28 minutes and 24 seconds is when the 2 chest timer expires here for Perplexed.
Oh, they're fine.
So they have a little bit more than 4 minutes to get their trash count. I think they're chilling. Yeah, I think this is going to be good. Mandatory, down in the bottom right, are in a little bit of a sketchier spot. They've only just started the boss here, and they're at about the same timer as Perplexed, so it's going to be a lot closer for them.
So boss is 3:30, we know. Just looking at where Perplexed ended up killing that boss. Mandatory do have their lust here in a couple seconds, so I think that about the 3-minute projection, the 3-minute 30-second projection is pretty fair. If they don't have any deaths, they should also be able to 2-chest the 28, which I don't expect them to go in time the 30 today. Maybe they do that as like last key of the day kind of thing, if they really are looking around and they see that they can spend their time there. I expect after the 28 2-chest is dealt with by both Perplexed and Mandatory, they're going to bounce out of this Azure Vault though, right? I think that seems the most likely.
Yeah, I suspect that's... I don't think you can spend that much more time in Azure Vault here. If you stay in this dungeon, you're just asking for trouble because you're leaving 3 other dungeons for so little time at the end of the day. You're putting yourself where one mistake when you go to those dungeons might mean that you're eliminated at the end of the day because there's just so many free points to pick up from those first few key levels.
Okay, and Perplexed have their final pull grouped up with all of these frogs and breakers.
Ursul's Vortex, very big against these. Look at those frogs.
Upheaval
trying
too.
to jump out. Yeah, upheaval stuns. Another nice part about that Augmentation Evoker is just those free upheaval knockups. Divine also landed an incapacitating roar there. We have Blinding Light as well. That looks like maybe a blast
Tail
wave
swipe.
even coming in. Tail Swipe. A lot of different stuff there. There's now an Incorporeal that's been mind controlled. This group actually has so many good ways to talent ways to stop those Incorporeal. We have Shackle, we have Dominate Mind, we have Sleepwalk from the Evoker. There's Hibernate available if they want it. There's Polymorph available if they need it, which they probably will never use. They'll probably have their Priest and Evoker really focused on doing those.
I have a question. Why is Divine Kultiran?
Kultiran? That's a good question. I mean, so the Kultiran racial, it's pretty nice. I don't think they need the Haymaker. But the passive is pretty good.
Yeah, so it's 1% versatility, so it's like 0.5% DR, 1% damage. I'm surprised that he is Kultiran though, because whenever you look across the board, typically from Guardian Druids, like Skylark you see right here, I think more often than not they're going to be playing Nelf. Yeah.
Okay, so Mandatory have all of their count. They just need to finish this boss in the next 2 minutes. I think they are good on this as well. So I think we're going to see the 2 chests coming in for both Mandatory and Perplexed, setting them up to potentially do a 30 Azure Vault at some point this weekend. The question is just whether there's time to do that today. That is the scary part.
I'm feeling either Underrot or Nelth Slayer next. What do you think?
I would head to Underrot as well. I think that's where I'd want to go. Although it is, we have some affixes there. There's a Sanguine in that dungeon, right? So maybe that's something to be a little bit more do after your break and make sure that you've thought through.
Okay, so in addition to that, we've upped the break time from past TGPs to this one, right? So previously it used to only have to be 15 minutes of cumulative break. Now it has to be 20 minutes of cumulative break. Maybe now would be a decent time for both Perplexed and Mandatory to take some of their break and kind of, route out their dungeon. Actually, Perplexed, their green marker already moving into that Nelth Slayer, though. So I think that makes sense. Like, the Nelth Slayer is a dungeon that you can easily 2-chest and 3-chest it. You can 3-chest on 22 pretty easily. You can get that dungeon up to probably a 28 or a 29 fairly fast.
Yeah, definitely something where, as the kind of leaders here, Perplexed can put a lot of pressure on the rest of the group by heading over and just slamming some good 3 and 2 chests into these other dungeons nice and early, especially with that strong Azure Vault that they still have 2 potential points to come back and pick up in a plus 30. That is going to be pretty scary. FSY only going to be able to 1-chest this 27 off of that wipe earlier as well, so they're going to be 2 points behind Perplexed and Mandatory effectively after this.
In addition to that, like the dungeon scaling, so Blizzard changed dungeon scaling coming into this expansion, and so once you start to get north of like 25, dungeon scaling really starts to kick in super hard, and so you're going to see the dungeons slow down a lot. So that 30 Azure Vault, that actually might start causing problems for teams. Okay, so now we have a divergence, and on the bottom half of your screen, you see both Mandatory and Perplexed in 2 separate keys. Mandatory immediately going to that Underrot that you and I were talking about, whereas Perplexed have taken their talents to the Neltharian's lair. Raging, Afflicted Nelth Slayer, and Sanguine Volcanic Underrot.
Yeah, I like these choices from both teams. I think it makes a lot of sense to get out of Azure Vault and get some points on the board in these other dungeons. 3-chesting is going to be the goal here. Underrot is a key that we think of as having a pretty generous timer generally, so
yes.
The 3-chest there it would be very bad for Mandatory if they weren't able to convert on that. I think that's probably the easiest 22 to 3-chest that we have on the board here. Whereas Perplexed and Nelthslayer, I think, also are going to be needing to, like, they're not going to be happy if they don't collect the 3-chest here either.
Is the 4-chest on the table?
If only that were possible, yeah, that would be a nice rule to add to TGP, the mythical 4-chest. Interestingly, the Neltharian's Lair is the only fortified key that we have so far this weekend. The other 3 that are in the pool today are all tyrannical, so that's going to be pretty nice for speed of these lower keys, as those boss fights often end up being what takes the longest, and I think that cutting out some time from that should really save Perplex some time in this dungeon. Gonna be scary once we get to higher key levels, though.
I think that Nelth Slayer. Okay, so Nelth Slayer is actually a dungeon that the level actually changes dramatically as to what is possible relative to Fortified or Tyrannical. Whenever Nelth Slayer in particular is on Tyrannical, I would say the average key goes down probably like 2 levels. Maybe it's only 1 level, but it really does feel like it is a much more arduous task to be able to time that key at a high level. Whenever it's on Tyrannical versus Fortified here, so I'm interested in seeing like how high this key can go on this weekend. Like we saw teams last week on live be able to time up to a 29 in Nelths. So I don't think a 30 is off the table for the TGP caliber teams.
Yeah, it's interesting as well. I'm just looking at the comp here, and we haven't had an Afflicted week yet on live with 10.1.5, right? But this comp actually lines up really nicely against that. You have an off dispel on every single person that's not your healer in this group, right? Every single person in this group can dispel an Afflicted if you want, which is crazy. So they actually have so much power against that, and you want to be talenting those dispels anyways because you want the poison dispels for the 3rd boss too. So this lines up so nicely against this affix, and it should make it really easy for them as long as they notice it. That's always the hard part about Afflicted. You can see a Shine there turning around, making sure that he does land that dispel on the Afflicted, and it's another nice part about the Augmentation Evoker, right, is you just have another person that can really be looking for those sorts of things and just letting your mage and your priest focus on doing damage. Sleepwalk getting cast by Mandatory here by Maystein. Not a incorporeal dungeon, but still talenting the Sleepwalk and using it as an interrupt against one of these mobs. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to keep RX alive there. That's going to be their battle res used. Won't have one for a while here, so going to be a little bit sketchy for them for a while.
Ooh, FSY going to Vortex Pinnacle. Ooh, I'm really surprised to see the VP show up. This is definitely one of the hardest dungeons this season. I think that pretty much all players agree that this is one of the tightest timers and one of the dungeons that punishes you the most. With it also being a tyrannical, this is something that has like a pretty high cap on it. At the same point, you have to go to all 4 dungeons that have been displayed today just to avoid being eliminated. So it doesn't necessarily matter that FSY has gone to Vortex Pinnacle if they feel super confident in their ability to be able to play it. So in addition to that, just looking around at what the other teams are doing, Perplex had a really good Rock-Mora split. So whenever you think about like what a good Rock-Mora split looks like for Fortified, we're normally thinking somewhere in around the 5-minute to 6-minute range, somewhere like 5:30 probably. Is like a pretty fast Fortified Rock-Mora split, but that's if you're utilizing the full timer. Whereas Perplex, they're trying to 3-chest this. So near 3 minutes, they are really cooking right now.
Yeah, they're looking at a very probable 3-chest as long as they can keep this going. You can just see with the size of the pulls as well. There's no way they're going to be able to get all of those massive pulls done once the key level gets much higher. Even this pull, they've already started slowing down as well. Once we enter this part of the dungeon, there's a lot of lethality here. Even on this 22 key level, if you've got like 3 pelters in a pull, people are just going to get randomly murdered. So they've got to start slowing down as they enter this area. They're going to kill off this geode as quickly as possible, and then they'll be able to focus on the pelters in this pull. And let's see if they decide to add the boss to this early. Looks like probably not, because a Shine has gone and cast that breath on this pack. So looks like they're just going to focus on the trash rather than the boss.
I have a question. Do you think that teams are going to start skipping this triple pelter pull? Like, there's actually a decent... So there's not a ton of routes for you that you can do in Neltharian's Lair, but like that triple pelter or that double pelter pull with the breaker, particularly on Fortify, once you start to get to high levels, I could see teams like altering their route to start skipping that pack.
Yeah, it's definitely something that is pretty scary, and there are other options for how you can pull this dungeon. Definitely going to be interesting to see it, especially as the other teams, whichever dungeon you go to first is probably the dungeon that you're more confident in your routing in. And then you can look at what the other teams have done in the other dungeons when you end up taking your break. Mandatory have actually had a death here on their priest, which is very bad news because they don't have a battle res. They already have used that. So they're going to have to actually deal with the remaining half of Kragmaw with just 4 players. Which makes it a lot harder to stomp on all these ticks. They're now going to start to have these ticks spawning as well. Is the 3-chest in danger for Mandatory?
That's a good question. So what's the 3-chest timer? 21 minutes in this key? Or is it 18?
It's 18.
18? Yeah. Oh, man. I think we're still on the table for 3-chesting this dungeon. Oh, gosh. It sucks because zoning out of the key 7 minutes, like into the dungeon, is 7 minutes that you've lost. But at the same point, not 3-chesting it is also basically, it can equate to 1 additional like full run that is going to be lost with this RX death here just on the boss. I do still think that the 3-chest is on the table though, just with how fast the back end of this dungeon is.
Yeah, I think it is still feasible as well for them, but it's going to be close. They'll have to make sure that they make no further mistakes from this point because they have 10 minutes left to get this timer. Even on a 22 keystone level, these bosses are going to take some time on Tyrannical. Luckily, they've done most of the trash, though, so I think they can still probably 3-chest this with maybe a minute to spare if they are clean from here. But again, they can't afford any more stuff going wrong.
Perplex in the top right are looking really clean in their Neltharian's Lair. They're able to get Ularog down at 8 minutes and 58 seconds. Again, so like whenever you're looking at live key equivalents for this dungeon, you're sitting there and you're saying, oh, a good Ularog time is like 14:30, 15 minutes maybe. And the fact that they're able to get this thing killed off in 9 minutes is insane. Like there wasn't even an opportunity for a second lust. I think that Nelth's Lair is actually going to be really interesting with the lust timing. Our team's going to opt for like a 4 lust strategy. once like the weekend progresses, or are they going to be going for like the 3 good lusts? And that's also something that you kind of have to factor in, is like, where are we going to be lusting this dungeon?
Yeah, that's the thing as well. Like the lust timing changes as we move from the 3 chest to the 1 chest to the 2 chest. All of those things, you have a different logic. The 18-minute timer of the 3 chest in Underrot, it's actually fairly flexible on your lust, right? You either way are going to get 2 lusts into that dungeon, and you actually have 8 minutes of flexibility on pressing them to still get both of them, right? So you have a lot of options there. Once you start moving to like a 24-minute 2 chest timer, then you actually are a lot less flexible on your lust, because you can get 3 blood lusts, but only if you press them pretty quick relative to each other, right? So that sort of math is an interesting one to think about. And in Underrot as well, you have different parts that you want lust for. Like, you usually want lust for Kragmaw. That's usually the boss where lust is going to save you the most time. So sometimes you'll actually see teams pulling forwards for a while, waiting for their lust to recover before doing a U-turn and heading back to Kragmaw.
FSY looking good in their Vortex Pinnacle, though. It's a dungeon that, like, I think it could be like a really challenging dungeon to perform and execute super well across this weekend, because I don't think a lot of people or a lot of teams have a ton of practice just generally inside of Vortex Pinnacle. And dude, wait, FSY is taking this mid-bridge pack into the Dragon. Now, it is a 22 Tyrannical, but that pull, I thought that they were just going to skip the Dragon. So there is a route where you play pretty much every other trash pack and you skip this Dragon. They're taking the trash pull into this, which is very dangerous. There's that Gust Soldier where if it gets that dot off on anybody, that can become problematic whenever it's comboed with this Drake dot. On top of that, if you have any of the Wild Vortex casts go off, particularly that Cyclone like on your healer, that can also cause an almost instant wipe. But FSY, they're doing a good job. They're making sure that I think they're going for the 3 chest in the 22. I think that's what 100%. Their play is.
That is absolutely what they're going for there. And you actually get a nice benefit of that healing well working to your advantage. As long as that dragon is alive, it's going to have that healing well on the ground that you can use to help heal the other mechanics as well from the other mobs. Let's see how they want to handle these assassins and this next dragon. Oh, they've unfortunately had an accidental pull of some of those other assassins, but they're going to grab and now start running over to the side here. And look where most of the group is going. So this is a neat little trick you can do in your Vortex Pinnacles. Yeah. If you stand somewhere where you can't jump because there's stuff above your head, there's actually not enough space for the assassins to stand on you. So they'll teleport to where you are, but then they'll bump their heads against that ceiling and get briefly concussed and be unable to actually do their damage to you, which is really, really, really potent.
I don't know if you saw this, but top right-hand corner of the screen, Perplexed are going for the no Scorpion strat.
So this is really cool. It's a similar thing to what we saw in Knock It Hold, right, or Knock It Offensive, where you will pull these Scorpions and then pull the boss, and then you'll meld off or invis off the Scorpions. And the way that this boss works, so again, this is top right now. When you pull Dark Rule, if those Scorpions aren't in combat with you, they will aggro you, right? They will aggro your whole group. But if they're already in combat, then they won't do anything when you pull the boss. So just one person can be in combat with them, and then meld or invis, and after you've pulled the boss, and you can just drop them and leave them and ignore them, which is really nice because those mobs do not mess around.
The downside of doing it like this is, first off, space. Space can definitely become an issue, especially as the fight goes longer. The boss becomes like increasingly more difficult just with like you have to make sure you drop your crystal shards in a super good spot. You have to be super clean with where you're getting the puddle. Like, you see how Divine has like moved the boss up in front to where he's going to get that puddle in just like a better spot. This is the part where it starts to become really, really difficult for Perplexed. I wonder if they're going to be changing their strategy as they go into higher keys, because like a lot of teams on live, they'll play like one Scorpion and then, like you said, invis it off, but that's not going to be a deal for Perplexed. They know that those pulls are way too slow to be looking to deal with, especially on a 22, and they're able to get that Nelth Slayer finished off in 14 minutes. What?
Wow, 14, 13, an easy 3 chest for Perplexed. They'll probably come back and do that same dungeon on plus 25 now, if I had to guess. Meanwhile, Mandatory are about to end their Underrot, even with a player dead for most of Kragmaw. This is also going to be an easy 3-chest for them as they work their way through the end of Unbound Abomination. We also have Direwolves up in the top right. They're still in Azure Vault, and they are hoping to 2-chest this 27, and you know what? They're going to be able to. So they're going to be able to actually keep within only a keystone level of Perplexed and Mandatory. The challenge for them is that they've lost a bit of time just in terms of like real time due to resetting the dungeon twice now compared to other teams not doing dungeon resets. So that is going to be a very real cost for them that they'll need to overcome, even though they've actually had a successful 2-chest now on this 27.
Mandatory being able to 3-chest the Underrot, by the way, after the deaths on Kragmaw, that's actually a big deal.
Ooh, look at that rescue. Maystein taking RX away there. The nice part about being rescued as well is it doesn't actually interrupt your cast either. So if you're playing a Shadow Priest, it can be really nice to just get rescued and keep on doing your rotation, not have to stop casting those Mind Flays, those Mind Blasts, and get some very big damage as a result while still being moved around the map. So look to see that happening a lot. Very often the rescue target is going to be the Shadow Priest in this comp because of that lack of mobility on that spec.
Yeah, there's a contract between the Evoker and the Shadow Priest. The Shadow Priest says, "I will do damage," and the Evoker says, "Yeah, that's fine. I'll rescue you whenever you need to stand there and dot." There's like a couple of instances. I think like the first pull of Nell Slayer and like the first pull of Voldemon are the ones that come to mind almost immediately, where the Shadow Priest wants to plant and just cast Vamp Touch on a bunch of mobs because Shadow Crash isn't going to dot everything, and so they're going to employ the Evoker to rescue them and kind of make sure they keep up with the pack.
Perplexed up in the top right, setting up a massive pull here. All of the trash in this first area on this 25 fortified. This pull is definitely doable. Look at that healing Divine is doing as well. Not even needing any external healing on that bear, surviving this pull. Incredible power coming out from Perplexed, and their healer has actually already gone down and started the RP on Rockmora as well. So really nice first pull there. They're going to be able to pull Rockmora at about this 130 mark. So is 3-chesting the 25 even on the table here for Perplexed? Do you think that's possible?
So what is the 3-chest timer? They finished the 22 in 14 minutes. 3-chest timer is what, 19 something? It's on 33. I think it's like 19 something. So I think it's probably doable. I think that you can, if they have the exact same run as they had in the 22, I think that the 25 is 3-chestable.
Yeah, I think it's definitely it's on the possible. Table. It's going to be very. It's not going to be anywhere close to as wide of a margin as they were able to get in that 22. But it would be really big if they would be able to make that happen, especially after doing it in the Azure Vault as well. That's just so many points that they're going to be putting on the board so quickly here. This first boss, though, one of the nastier ones, even on Fortified.
Ooh,
a little bit easier than it was at the start of the season, but still pretty scary. Got to make sure that you keep those skitters under control.
Skyline was a bit slow, kind of similar to Direwolves coming out of the Azure Vaults, especially at the very end of the AV. Those teams not able to 3-chest like various points and having to reset a couple of times. But now Skyline looking to go to that Vortex Pinnacle. Where's the Greg push? What happened to them? Are they still in Azure Vault?
We'll have to check in, see how that's going for them. I like the Vortex Pinnacle out of Skyline.
Just to update you on that, Tettles, they do still apparently appear to be in Azure Vault right now. They 2-chested a 24, and I would imagine they're trying to finish the 26 now.
Have they not? So. They haven't 2-chested the 26 though? Oh.
Well, it's not done yet,
according
right?
to our data. Not yet.
They're still in there. So
that's tough. I think that
need more Gregs.
They got to get out of there soon. I think if they can get out of there within the next 10 minutes, they're fine. I think once they start to, if they end up spending like 30 more minutes in there, I'm really starting to worry about their like likelihood of getting eliminated today.
FSY nearly finished here with this Vortex Pinnacle. A beautiful Ursul's Vortex into Typhoon to just mass grip effectively all of those little stars as they're now going to start on this last boss. 18 minutes is the timer for the 3-chest in Vortex Pinnacle. FSY needs to get Assad killed in the next 3 minutes to secure that 3 chest, I like their chances here at this Keystone level.
Yeah, at this Keystone level, it's definitely possible. It's one of those things that once you start to get to higher levels on this boss pretty quickly becomes like a 4 to 4.5 minute encounter. I don't know. Like 3 minutes on this boss, maybe like 3:15 on a 22 is definitely doable though. It's something that I think is going to be quite close. But with Lust, they're able to get this boss like burned rather fast. The boss is already 50% HP, so I might have spoke a bit too soon. Maybe they're able to kill this off a bit faster with the new composition.
Yeah, they are doing some big damn here. They had their Lust rolling though. Here comes another Combustion as well. Look at that mage damage here. That they're 250k here, really just carrying that Evoker through this dungeon.
250k, a minute 19 into the fight, by the way.
Yeah, it's incredible damage on display here.
So, I think this comp is actually going to have a pretty difficult time on this boss as it starts to go higher, right?
Well, so is your fear that the Fire Mage is going to have trouble switching damage onto those Novas?
I think that the Fire Mage is going to have an issue of having consistent damage for each Nova, and the Shadow Priest and the Fire Mage both having enough consistent damage swapping onto each Nova. I
think it's fine. I think it's better than, say, the Brackenhide Totems, because those Novas last for longer. They don't have like a definite kill time that you need for them. And so usually your Fire Mage, like most of the time they're going to have a Sun King's Blessing available to enter a short combustion on most of them. If they're needed, and a lot of the other ones as well. That's where you can fill with Beacon to the Beyond from your tank or healer. So I think this boss is actually better for Fire Mage than it would look, as FSY are going to put the exclamation point on their run here, like a 2-minute kill time on Assad, securing the 3 chest in Vortex Pinnacle. Not an easy dungeon to 3 chest.
To me, it seems like if they don't have like an SKB proc, or like the Shadow Priest isn't like fully prepared for, it's just like at some point you're going to have like light damage for some of those stars.
Ooh.
And now
Perplexed here, they've Mind Soothed this the double Pelter pull, but they've actually failed to skip past it. You could see they walked past and then they accidentally ended up pulling it. So now they're going to have to slow down and deal with these Pelters. This might impact their ability to 3-chest this dungeon on the 25 key level.
So they have an easy route adaptation, though. They pull that double Pelter breaker pull that's inside of the boss room, and so instead it's not as efficient, right? Like this is really inefficient compared to what they were doing in the 22, where they were able to just like play it with other trash. But there is an easy like replacement pull that they can do instead. So I think that they might still be okay, but again, we're a bit concerned with their ability to be able to 3-chest it, but we do think it's on the table for them.
Still seems to be. That's right. You know what else is on the table? A swap of our casters. That's right.
Okay.
Dradnos and Tuttles, take a break. Welcome, Nagura and Makes.
That was a smooth segue, Noah. I appreciate it.
Probably the smoothest anyone has ever heard in esports, I gotta say.
Excellent.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Smoother than the slime of the Underrot itself.
That sounds like you're speaking out of personal experience here. I'm not sure I can relate to that.
You know what's weird with that dungeon, actually, is that I played that dungeon probably the most back, when it was new, during the season where, you remember, like, the obelisks or whatever, and you, like, kind of phased out into the sort of the void realm and all that? I keep feeling like when I'm going through the dungeon, I'm like, okay, where's the obelisks? Like, I'm still, like, thinking about that route. But that doesn't,
the Awakens,
that's not the thing
anymore.
Right? That's
that
right.
Was the affix.
Awakened, that's what it was called. Yeah, that's right.
I remember this dungeon because I farmed it a lot.
For what?
Well, you want the weapon on Demon Hunter, and I was a Demon Hunter back then, and now I'm unfortunately back on that Havoc DH trying to get it. But our teams are trying to get it. It's going very bad. Don't ask. There's a reason why they're not here, Nagura. Must you hurt me?
I'll let you sort it out.
Appreciate it, Dua. Well, I mean, Boomkin is also not here, okay?
That is true.
You can suffer with me.
That is true. But I can switch to Guardian, and what are you going to do?
I'm going to cry. That's obviously... No, actually, I'm going to be just like Tokaros, and I'm going to play Havoc Demon Hunter regardless, despite it not being shown in the Great Push.
Love it. Yeah, stick to your class. Anyway, the teams did not stick to their classes as they're all playing the meta comp right now.
Yeah,
and it's working out really great for them.
I actually was taking some notes while I was on break. I collected chat's feedback because I think we're nearing the halftime mark. I want to be appreciative and interactive with our chat because I love them very much despite them misbehaving sometimes. And I did note down some of the questions. If you were so inclined to answer them, Nagura, I think that would be very good. So the first question is, what is this? Like, what are we doing here?
Well, this is the Great Push. And these teams are trying to do the highest keys possible. They're pushing them up. And whichever team does the highest keys wins, basically.
Okay, so 6 teams. They're fighting it out. And we're actually going to eliminate one of the teams each day. So one goes home today, one goes home tomorrow. And then the top 2 go to the finals. There's 3 weeks of groups and 1 final weekend coming up later this month. Or actually next month, because the month is nearly over. And the next question I noted down is 40k DPS Lizard. Why are they bringing this?
Yeah, so actually they're forced to bring this spec because it's a new one. So internally they just said you have to play it. So it's like a rule. It's no. I'm obviously kidding. It is. And they're playing it because it's very good. It is a new spec that was introduced in the latest patch, and it is basically like a support DPS. So they are contributing a lot of damage. It just doesn't show up on the details or the damage meter. So they're basically buffing all of the other people in the group, giving them a lot of main stats and versatility and various other buffs. And that's why the other damage dealers are doing more damage because the Augmentation Evoker is in a group. So it doesn't look like the Augmentation is doing a lot, but they're actually doing a lot of damage by buffing the others.
Yeah,
similar to PI from Shadow Priest, right?
Yeah, that's actually a good comparison. People were asking for a Bard class for a very long time. Now it's finally here. They're like, what is this lizard doing? So yeah, it's actually buffing you. The reason why the Fire Mages, the Shadow Priests, and even that Ally Shaman are doing as much DPS as they are is because that Augmentation Evoker is supporting them. Nearly 70%, I think, is the rough hallmark of what the Augmentation Evoker is doing, is basically being shown on the other DPS's bars.
Yep. Also gives you a lot of survivability on top of that, which is also incredibly useful for these high keys.
Yeah, you love being tanky. I mean, there's so much that can kill you. Very, very helpful. Now, I do have one more question for you. And that is, what is Jorvald doing here? Why are we doing... Somebody actually DM'd me asking about this. We're very confused about this, apparently.
I guess it seemed a little bit more confusing because at the start everyone was running Ashervald. So it's like, are they only doing that? Yeah, so the way the group stage works is that Blizzard decided to add one Season 1 dungeon to each weekend's dungeon pool, just to change up the dungeons a little bit that we're going to be seeing every weekend, right? So you don't have to watch the same dungeons over and over and over every weekend. They decided to spice it up a little bit and add one single Season 1 dungeon into each group's dungeon pool. They know beforehand which one it is, because of course having a Season 1 dungeon in the pool is a little bit weird, so teams were notified about that, and the dungeon was announced. So for Group A, Ashervald was announced approximately a week ago, and the teams did all practice that dungeon specifically. They didn't know which other dungeons are going to be in the pool. I mean, they of course knew it's going to be Season 2 dungeons, but they didn't know which ones. That's why everyone walked into Ashervald first, because that was the only dungeon they knew for a fact is going to be in the pool, and that's why they all went there first.
Well, thank you so much, Nagura. I appreciate it. I hope we got all of chat's questions cleared. If I see one more person asking about that lizard DPS, I'm going to lose it. But other than that, I think we're ready to focus back on what's going on. And Skyline is actually joining Fat Shark Yes in that Vortex Pinnacle.
Yeah, they have been doing some similar pools. I mean, Vortex Pinnacle is a pretty, I would say, linear dungeon. There's some things you can do differently, but you almost have to kill every single trash mob that exists in this dungeon, except you can skip one Drake, and you can skip half of like the stars in one of the star pools, and that's about it. Everything else you do have to play, but you can combine some pools, even though it is very difficult to combine because they're pretty far apart. But you can do some control mind shenanigans with the Shadow Priest, and then walk all the way up to the next trash bag and play together, which is something we've seen both of these teams do. And Skyline definitely looking really good on their 3 chest timer as well. Only the last boss left, and they can definitely do that within a time.
Yeah, they have like a little bit over 3 minutes to get that done, and Assad, even though it is tyrannical, we're only on that 22, so I don't think it should give them too many problems. On the other side, we are seeing more and more teams going through that. Neltharian's Lair on the left side of the screen, currently Perplexed up top, and Direwolves at the bottom, pretty much neck and neck, but on different key levels here. We have Perplexed already on that 25, where Direwolves are trying to go, and of course, all of today is very much about getting those 3 chests, because it saves you time in the end. You don't want to do an extra plus 27 when you could have already done a 28, and teams do need to push up their own keys. They can't just decide, oh, we're going to do the 29 now. They actually have to push up their own key.
Yeah, one interesting thing about Perplexed here in the top left side is that they actually have all of the trash already. Now, I'm not sure if it was Perplexed that accidentally pulled a pack that they wanted to skip, or if it was Direwolves. I'm not sure if you remember. It doesn't matter. Either way, yeah, so one of the teams pulled a pack that they were intending to skip with Mind Soothe, and then they ended up playing it. If it was Perplexed, then it would make sense to have... Yeah, because they have 100% trash now, which, I mean, it's not doable. Like, that could be technically their intention, because you can skip the Scorpion packs at the very end the same way as you skipped the last 2 mini bosses in No Code Offensive by Shadow Melting off the aggro. So somebody pulls the trash, then somebody pulls the boss, and then the person that pulled the trash is Shadow Melting to drop the aggro. But if you don't pull either of the packs, you have very limited space in this room. So we'll see how Perplexed plays this. And it does look like they're not playing the Scorpion packs at all. So we'll see.
Yeah, we can see them kind of sneak behind those Scorpion up there. And our goal is going to go in combat here. Saw, I think, the vanish from the mage to actually make it happen here on Dr. Wolf Disco, who is currently off the side of the team and now back with them as they are fighting with the boss. Timer is looking good. I would say 25 plus 3 would catapult them up to a 28. So let's see if they can actually do it within the time. It is going to be 19 minutes 48 that they need to beat, so pretty much on the spot, 3 minutes. And I think that's very possible. 72% to go in our goal, and they are smashing it.
And definitely looking very good. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about for them is that limited space they have with that double Scorpion pack skip. Now, Dreadnoughts did just tell me that it was Perplexed that pulled this one trash pack on accident and ended up playing it. So it is possible that this is not their intended route. Like, it's possible that they want to play one of the packs here at the end, which would make sense maybe on a higher key level, considering that on a higher key level this boss takes quite a while, and then having very limited space can be dangerous. But technically speaking, you also want to move this boss as little as possible, because every time this boss moves, he does do damage to your group, and every time the ad moves, it does damage to your group, plus the magma that constantly flows out. This boss just generally does a lot of damage on high key levels. Even though it's not tyrannical, it still can be very, very deadly on high keys. So a little bit riskier if you play with limited space.
We are seeing them do something that I think not many players are extremely familiar with yet. The spikes that go up, if you actually pulled our goal very close to him when he does the magma wave, you can stand on the other side, similar to Kajin and Halls of Infusion, and you can still get some attacks through those spikes while still being protected, which is going to give you a little bit more DPS and make that fight go over faster. We're going to see them do it again here. They're all stacking up behind that crystal wall, but they can still attack the boss quite through it. That's super, super neat for all of your melees. And you're also, like you're saying, minimizing that movement.
Yeah, I just said Divine Field tank half of the magma wave.
He's a bear.
He's a guard. He's a bear, yeah. He's like, what is some fire gonna do to my fur, right?
Yeah.
Guardians.
Don't tell the bears in the forest about that, but they're actually fire immune. At least here in WoW they are. You see Fat Shark, yes, moving in that spot now that Perplexed have finished at +3. They're back in that vortex. And I was talking to this team quite a lot as they're kind of a first-time team in the TGP or generally WoW esports and Dungeon Race. And they only have one player in their team that actually has a lot of like very high key push experience. And two of their players, I'm not going to say who, but two of their players didn't do a key higher than a +20 in previous seasons. So that just goes to show that many people could have the potential to actually participate in these really high key dungeon tournaments.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Mandatory in the top right, actually just barely missing the 3 chest here on a 25 underrot. The 3 chest timer is 18 minutes, and they just now spawned those last 2 visages. So that means they're approximately 20 seconds over here. So not too bad, but this means that it is technically possible to 3 chest this, right? They're 25 seconds over the 3 chest timer here. And I'm not sure if another team could maybe optimize something to get those 20 seconds faster, maybe 3 chests this. This is interesting to note for the other teams for sure, if they see just how close that was for them.
I think Underrot together with Neltharis, which is of course not in the 4 dungeons for today, is going to be one of the dungeons that goes really high. Like we were asking teams, what keys do you think are going to be the highest that we'll see this weekend, and some teams were even staying as high as a 32 in dungeons like that. So I think the Underrot is one where we can see these +3 up until the very high keys, like at 25 or maybe even at 26, I think.
Yeah, I mean, at 25, they had 0 deaths. Like, I'm not sure if I didn't watch their whole Underrot run, so I'm not sure if there's something that went wrong that didn't necessarily result in a death, but still cost them some time. But if they played well and they didn't make any major mistakes, then I'm a little bit worried about Underrot timer, honestly, because looking at not being able to 3 chest at 25, while the Asher Vault seemed a lot easier on that side, because multiple teams managed to 3 chest those. Either way, though, Direwolves now on that 25 Nell Flare as well on the bottom left corner. Of course, doing the first trash pull all in one go, even though it is 45 plus raging. No problem for them. And now they're on to Rockmora. Rockmora shouldn't necessarily be a big problem for them. It is 45, it's only at 25, so they should be okay. But sometimes these skitters can be problematic depending on what comp you're running. Fire Mage and Shadow Priest should be okay dealing with most of them, depending on their cooldown windows, though.
Hey, can we shout out to Greg Push for just a second? Still battling it out in Azure Vaults with that Elemental Shaman. The only team brave enough to not bring a Shadow Priest today.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you really have to show the people that the meta does not define you, you define the meta, and Tokaros really living up to that saying and running that Elo Shaman here. I saw a couple of questions about team comps in general. Of course, this is a tournament where players need to kind of play what is best, and there is always going to be a combination that is best for certain dungeons. Although I do think we might see some variation later down the line. I heard someone on this desk say that we might even see an Unholy DK, and ever since you said that, Nagura, I can't stop thinking about it. So now you really make me want that.
I was asking.
No. I'm pretty sure you said makes for sure there is going to be an Unholy DK, and I said, what?
Yeah. So I was just considering Unholy DK because we all know how much single target damage they can do, especially with all of these buffs that they're getting from the Shadow Priest with the PI and the Augmentation Evoker. So I was thinking if there's a dungeon where single target damage is incredibly important, for example, something like a Neltharis where the trash is being killed by the chains rather than your damage. So the AoE damage in that dungeon is not that important. You'd rather just have more single target, right? Especially if it's tyrannical. So I'm thinking maybe Unholy would be a possibility, but I do think they'd rather play the Demo Warlock over the Unholy DK if they want more single target, but we'll see.
I'm pretty sure you said for sure we're going to see that unholy DK. I'll be waiting for it. That's okay, Nagura. You don't have to admit that to the chat. Yeah,
the grip is actually really nice for the chains, right? Because if you have one mob that is like lacking awe to the side or something and is not in chain range yet, you can grip in that mob and then make sure you clear everything with the chains. Because the chains can actually cost you a lot of time in Eltharis. If you use the chains too early, and you kill, let's say you kill 20 mobs, but 2 mobs are left over, then those 2 mobs are almost going to take the same time to kill as the 22 mobs would have taken you to kill, right? So missing any mob at all with those chains, and you cannot move them into the next boss or something, that's going to be a big time loss. So grip would be really nice there.
Yeah, it absolutely would. We'll see it later down the line if there ever comes an Eltharis our way. But mandatory, back in that Unrot, just finishing up the Elder Lexa, and now they're going to move on over to the next area as Skyline. I'm just looking. They're playing the Assassins, but I don't see the Rangers actually sneaking under one of these stairs here. Seems like they're just naturaling them.
Yeah, I don't think it's a 25 tyrannical, so I think they should be okay, even if they get double jumped. If it's not in super quick succession, they should be okay. So they just don't seem to care. They just heal me.
I mean, there's a Holy Paladin. He needs to do something, right? I would think that if your strat kind of relies on hiding from these assassins, you can just do it because it's not that much of an additional walk. But yeah, maybe they just don't care.
I think entangling might be a little bit annoying if you like stack up all on one spot. Because if you move away from the entangling, you might have an assassin jump on you in that moment, and then it AoEs like everyone around you. But they have a lot of tools to just not having to move at all, right? You have priests can get out of it without moving, then you have freedom as well from paladins, so technically they could just stand still and not move anyway. So we'll see if they do it on hierarchies.
Yeah, we will see. Direwolves sneaking through the Peltar area down here. You do not want to play with these mobs. They're mean and they hurt. I'm going to use a lot of Mind Soothes to actually get through here as the team is sneaking towards Ularok, is I think how you pronounce that name, the Crack Shaper. Gotta get through some crystals first, but it is a fortified key, so not that scary, those tyrannical bosses. Rather, the mobs that hurt in the Peltars are going to be the ones that you need to look out for.
Yep, Peltars definitely... Ooh, there we go. We do see a death on that Shadow Priest for Direwolves. They are immediately using that Battle Rest to get him back up. But now they have Battle Rests for quite a while, so they have to be a bit careful here. Now, of course, they also have Raging in Nelflare. So that can be pretty dangerous on some of these mob pools because it is fortified. So if you have these shapers that are raging, you can still interrupt them normally, but you cannot use something like Incap Roar or DB anymore, Dragon's Breath from the Fire Mage. So therefore, you also have double Soothe, I guess. You have the Guardian Druid with the Soothe, and you have the Evoker with the AoE Soothe. So if you time it correctly, you should be able to still get those diseases out. But it can definitely be a dangerous combo with that fortified Raging. Now, FSY in the top left corner, they are on the last boss here in their 25 Vortex Pinnacle. And they're not quite managing the 3 chests, but they're looking very, very good on their 2 chest timer.
Yeah, would have liked that 3 chest, and it seems to be a trend that the Fat Shark Yes team is continuing, where they kind of miss out on the 3 chests, and I just hope that later down the line it doesn't hurt them too bad and they can just get one more 2 chests in where other teams can only get 1 chest, but I don't think it's going to work out that way. However, like you're saying, that 2 chest is still going to be well within their parameters. Spoke to that team. They were really scared of this dungeon in particular. Of course, they didn't know that it was going to be coming, but I was just asking, what would be kind of a dungeon that you really don't like? And the reply was Uldaman Sanguine and Vortex Pinnacle Tyrannical. Those are the 2 dungeons they were really afraid of, and unfortunately, that's what they got on day 1, but I'm sure they can breeze through it.
Well, at least we don't have a Uldaman with Sanguine, right? So
Yeah.
It's only the Underout with Sanguine.
It could still come in the next days, but we'll see.
That'd be mean.
We
2
don't know
Sanguine
that
keys
yet.
in one weekend? Oof. That'd be very
Yeah.
mean.
It would be mean, but sometimes we are mean. You know, I've been trying to promote a key where we just give them a tyrannical and fortified dungeon just for the memes, but maybe we'll keep that for the finals.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. If they remove the other affixes, it might actually be easier for them.
I don't think we should remove. No, we just give them more, but mandatory on that 27 Kragmaw. This boss actually can hurt quite a lot. It is tyrannical, so we're gonna see what they're doing here. Of course, Maystein on that augmentation evoker is going to be helping the team. You explained it earlier on. Is going to get a lot of extra buffs of damage, but also survivability coming out of that augmentation evoker, helping the Holy Pally if they need help. I'm not that sure. They're very strong, but look at that. Tantrum coming in.
Yeah, Underout is one of those keys where there's just not like that much incoming damage if you handle the dungeon well. There technically can be a lot of group damage, but if everything is disrupted, if you just deal with all of the maggot frontals, if you deal with the blood swarmers, interrupt all of the laser casts, and so on, then there's very little damage going out onto the key. And I think some of the healers might actually go pretty heavily, like offensively, with their builds and their trinkets, just because this dungeon generally really does not require that much healing. But it's something we should actually talk to the healers about to see if they actually do change their builds depending on how much healing a certain dungeon requires. But yeah, Manager looking really good on the timer on the 27 Underout. Dire Wolves on the top right are now done with Olarock on their 25 Nelf, and they are now moving on. I think Nelflare is definitely a key they can 3-chest on a 25, so timer also looking really good for them. If they don't make any more mistakes, they should be okay. While Perplexed, though, they've already have the 28. They already 3-chested theirs, and they're now on Rockmora. Now, 28 is a little bit of a different story, so that one can be super dangerous. We'll see if Perplexed even does this cleanly, but I do think you can 2-chest this. I think Nelflare timer is actually very, very, like, I don't want to say free, but if you play really well, then a timer should not necessarily be an issue. So I do think if Perplex does do some bigger pulls here, I think they can 2-chest this.
Okay, just as a little bit of stat background, because I love giving these facts in, the highest Neltharion Slayer that we had this entire season is a 29. So if they 2-chest this and they end up with a 30, they're already in like world record area, which would be cool after like 3 hours of broadcast or 2 hours of broadcast.
Yeah, and I think I've seen, like on live servers, I've seen a really high Nelflare 2-chested, if I remember correctly. I'm not sure if it was like a 27 or a 26, but either way, I was very impressed by the 2-chest when I saw it. So I was thinking, oh yeah, I guess as long as you don't die in this dungeon, you can 2-chest.
I think
it's
I'm
very
always
hard
so
to not
scared.
die.
Yeah, just the pelters, they get me.
Yeah.
They just
And the
mentally
bosses.
drain me because I'm so scared. But of course, the boss is also quite a different level of beasts as it was back then. Are gonna see them try and get through Rockmora, which is the first one here in the top left-hand corner. And then I'm curious what their plan is going to be from there. Of course, we're gonna track your boss splits to see how they're doing in comparison to other teams. But Direwolves are closely approaching Naraxas as well on the left or right-hand side of Perplex, just a few levels under them, trying to chase up. And I'm just looking over to the leaderboard to see how we're doing. And yeah, currently Perplexed is in the lead still. And at the very bottom, unfortunately, the Greg Push, who I think are phasing to a new dungeon right now after they finished off that 26 Jour Vault.
It's been a few minutes since that's happened, so I would imagine they're taking their 20-minute break right now and gathering strength for what will no doubt be the comeback of the century.
See, I love that. I just
see.
say the Greg Push and Doa comes in. He's a huge
There you
fan of
go.
this team.
They may need to construct additional Gregs, but for now, They're still in it. They finished a 26 2-star. They're a bit behind, but we'll see where they end up next. But yeah, I think we're gonna wait another 15 or so. It's a 20-minute break for every team today, so we'll see where they end up. Or actually, no, we can see. Nope, they're still there in Valdrakken right now. Yeah.
Yeah, they can split their breaks if they want to, if I remember correctly, so they don't have to take all of them at once. But
I think so.
Perplexed finishing off Rockmora here in that 28 with 4 minutes and 56 on the timer, which to me seems quite fast.
Yeah, the boss only took them 3 minutes and 6 seconds, I saw on the combat timer there, which in my opinion is incredibly fast for a 28. It is, of course, fortified, but still, like, on these high key levels, the bosses have so much HP, so the fact that they managed to kill it in 3 minutes is actually incredibly fast. And then the trash took 2 minutes approximately, right? So 2 minutes for 30% trash and 3 minutes for a 28 key level boss. So Perplex definitely doing really, really well as long as they survive these pelters. Nice vortex coming in by Divine Field there, making sure the pelter does not jump away or gets pulled back in when he does jump away. So they
Just
get
look
all of
at
that
the
bleed
health
from the
force.
range. Yeah.
Every time one of
Melting.
those jagged discs comes in, it's like instantly 20% of their HP is gone, and you can see their healer just pumping really hard to bring them back up really quickly, make sure that not several of them are attacking at the same time and there are any overlaps that would knock somebody down. So good way of handling all of that as they are moving further through the dungeon, some of them dying off. Ooh, that was close. Back around there. They had one more to deal with. But yeah, first pull is finished. They changed it into the next one. There's some breakers in here, but that shouldn't give them too many problems, I think.
It's a lot of breakers though, like, especially when the avalanches are not lined up and you see just like avalanche, 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 and you're just constantly moving, and at some point you might be moving into someone else's avalanche, and it can be dangerous. But Perplex, of course, doing a really good job dodging all of that. It could be a one-shot even, the avalanche on a 28 fortified on somebody. I think it's physical damage, so if you're a cloth person, then that might actually kill you. Did Wolf Disco just proc Cauterize? Yeah. I think Wolf Disco might have gotten hit by an avalanche or by a pelter combo there.
See, I was going to say you need happy little feet to dodge all of those avalanches, but apparently you just need hot little feet to make sure you get through them.
He saw that there's multiple avalanches coming up, so he thought, I'm going to get hit by the first one to get the movement speed by the Cauterize so I can dodge the other ones, right?
Ah,
I mean, that was just a really smart play.
I mean, what are you doing with Cauterize if you're not proccing it, honestly?
Exactly, yeah.
Gotta show it off. All right, we are looking once more across the board. The Direwolves are back on the right-hand side with our goal, and this time around, they are playing the Scorpions here on the front, allowing them to have a little bit more room. It was Perplexed that skipped them earlier. I think there was another team that skipped them, but Wolves are in there. They say they need that room. Why not? We can skip other stuff to reach the 100%, which they are going to have after this pull.
Yep, and their 3 chest timer is looking fine. It is a 45-25 boss. They do have Bloodlust available as well, so they should be okay on the timer here for their 3 chests to get the 28, which is definitely something that they want to get because they did not have that 3 chests in the Asher Vault earlier. So they have some catching up to do on their side. Perplexed now, pulling more pelters. This is one of the scariest pulls here in the whole dungeon in this Ularok area because you have so many shapers plus pelters, and it can just be so dangerous when you get nuked down by multiple of these discs. And then, of course, there's also a lot of tank damage going on. You can see Divine Field actually dropping pretty low from that dot from the Hulk. You can see he's still dropping. That dot still ticking on Divine Field.
Yeah,
as
that's
they now just move
lot.
up that breaker. Yeah, it does a lot of damage.
Avalanche, you need to dodge them. Good thinking from Ashine to go away from his mates and not to dodge into those other avalanches here. And they just continue chain pulling here. Nobody gets out of combat. If you need mana, that's your problem. I'm just going to continue this one. And doing a really, really good job. Very impressed with their 28 so far.
Yeah, actually really, really clean by Perplex. 28 Nelf, definitely not an easy task even for these teams, it just can be very nasty combos coming in, especially with the raging combinations I said earlier. And then you have the Afflicted too. Afflicted is actually one of the most annoying affixes, especially on Araxas in Nelflare. Because on Araxas you have to dispel, or you want to dispel the players, because everyone gets a poison debuff, right? But if you have Afflicted, you also need to dispel those. So you quickly run out of dispels, and it can be pretty dangerous. So, of course, these teams are really coordinated, and they'll figure it out. But that is definitely something that can cause some problems.
You know, I was going to say something edgy, but Chet's being cranky all day, so I'm not going to say that's a healer problem. But yeah, mandatory. 27 just missed out on their 3 chest timer, but looking really good on the 2 chests, trying to get to that 29 as they are dealing with the Unbound Abomination.
Yep, that last boss, of course, some people... Oh, they actually do have a death there on their Shadow Priest, as they are using a Battle Rest to get them back up. This boss can be a little bit problematic. Sometimes the spores just appear out of nowhere. If the breath is baited towards the wall, then they can snap onto a player and just instantly explode, which might or might not have happened here to the Shadow Priest. They do all run dwarfs on mandatory side, or most of them are running dwarfs, so they can get rid of that magic debuff. If it would ever stack too high, they of course also have Master Spell in case it does become a problem. So they have lots and lots of tools to handle that boss on that plus 27 Tyrannical. And the timer is looking, of course, very good for 2 chests. They are not going to have any issues with that whatsoever. And yeah, we'll see if any other team can 3 chest at 25, because mandatory was so close to that one.
Yeah, me too. I'm just looking at that 27 still. They seem to be better off now that that one death of RX has happened. They're back with coordination and control. And I'm really curious about this team in particular, to be honest, because mandatory coming into this event, we said it at the top of the show, was one of the absolute favorites. This is the team that previously played under Monka, and then before that they were called with a little bit of a different team variation, I think Dusk Gargoyle Stream back in Shadowlands. So long time competitors, very high end. They got 2nd place in the MDI. They came in fairly low on the Proving Grounds, the time trials. And I was so confused about that. I reached out and I was like, what's going on? Are you guys kind of just like YOLOing it so you get like a lower placement or something like that? Like, I don't know. I thought maybe there was a tech to this, right? But what I got back was actually quite worrying. They said, no, we actually tried as hard as we can get. We're just not really feeling up to our abilities right now, and hopefully we can turn it around. So really, they must be feeling the pressure this weekend.
Yeah, but I mean, they are looking very good today. I mean, they are basically, they are the 2nd seed, but they have the same score as Perplex, right? They're just on the 2nd seed because a little bit of a time difference, the 2nd tiebreaker that is coming in if you have the same key levels and the same score. So they're, in my opinion, the 2nd best team, or maybe even the 1st team today. So they're doing really well, which is good to see that they have recovered from this time trial problem that they had. I did want to quickly shout out Fetchark Yes, though, on the bottom right side of the screen, because they just did the pool that we talked about earlier, where you said you can go into this corner under the stairs, and like if something is over your character's head, then the assassins don't actually do any damage when they jump on you. And that is what Fetchark Yes did. They did a really big pool where they pulled 4 assassins with the squalls, and I think there's another 2 assassins there. So 6 assassins in total they pulled together, and they actually bloodlusted that pool. That is very interesting because they were already they were 10 minutes and 30 seconds into the dungeon, which means that they're not going to get an extra lust if they lust there. They just decided to lust that trash pool, even though it is a tyrannical. So very interesting to see that kind of strategy from FSY.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that to see how they are dealing with their lust timings throughout the dungeon, how other teams are approaching Vortex Pinnacle thus far. There's only 2 teams that have run it at all, and everybody else is still doing some other dungeons. You can see it in the bottom left. That green dot is showing you where teams are, and that also means we're now seeing the Greg push once again, trying to get that score up. Don't be confused about every other team already being on the 50-something. Greg Push only did one dungeon yet, and they are going to get points equal to the key that they're doing. So as soon as they do that 22, they're going to shoot up to 48 points if my math is mathing. So they'll be much closer then.
Yeah, for sure. I did just look at Perplex on the top left side as they're doing Ularok, and it's so funny to see when Ularok goes down and does like the shuffle game, the mini game. Everyone's just standing still and like looking, which is so funny because these TGP teams, they're pulling like 50 mobs and just running around doing everything, and then Ularok goes down and everyone's just sitting there looking looking at the shuffle game as if they're like distracted by a bird or something. Very interesting. They did find the correct one though.
They did. Excellent. They need to. That would be very bad and some time loss to do the wrong one. But we're seeing Greg Push also approaching that boss here in the bottom right. Fetchark, yes, running it back in that Vortex Pinnacle. They're trying to get this one as high as they can. I think that is their target dungeon for today. But as time is running closer, teams need to think about their overall time management today. We just saw a timer coming in a few minutes ago saying that there's like 3 more hours left. And that means we are approaching that halftime mark, where ideally you have 2 dungeons to a level where you're happy with them for today. And some teams I think are there. Speaking of like Perplexed and Mandatory, I think some other teams definitely need to put a little bit more time in.
Yeah, unfortunately Swag did go down on Perplexed side on that 28 fortified Nell Flare in the top left side. They did use a battle rest, but I do think all of the cooldowns have been popped by Swag before he died. So this is actually going to cost him a little bit of time here. As long as they can still execute this, they are fine though. But yeah, this is not one of the most dangerous pulls, as long as they have enough interrupts for these grubs that are walking around to make sure none of these lurkers spawn. And then, of course, you do need to make sure that whenever the lurkers are jumping away and doing their frontal breath, that one is getting interrupted as well. And they are doing a good job with that. So even though Swag did go down and, of course, lost a lot of damage on the Shadow Priest, they did manage to execute it still. And I think their 2-chest timer is still looking good as well if they can execute the rest of the bosses here. Because the Raxas and the last boss, Dargul, are actually very, very dangerous. Again, it is 45, but it's at 28. So lots of incoming damage on those 2 fights. Plus Afflicted, meaning you have less dispels for the actual group, which can be dangerous too.
Yeah, absolutely. This key is brutal. Like I said before, we are approaching that world record area very soon here on Perplexed with that Notharian's Lair. And other teams are trying to get up there as well. Fetchark, yes, in their 27. I'm just checking over the stats to see what the highest one was thus far. It was a 28. So as soon as they finish up this one, they're also going to be on that world record level, trying to get up there and get faster keys than have ever been done on live, which I think makes this event as great as it is. And I'm very excited that we're getting this level as early as it is. Skyline saying they're now wanting to push up that Underrot as well. We can see them approach the area before Kragmaw right now in the bottom left.
Yeah, Skyline doing that at 22 Underrot. On 22 non-fortified, you can do insane pulls in this Kragmaw area. They're barely 5 minutes into the dungeon and are basically already pulling Kragmaw, so insane speed by Skyline. As Perplexed is now on Naraxus, and I looked at the health bars on some of these AoEs that are coming in, and it's pretty crazy how much damage is incoming on those players. You can see Wolf Disco is baiting some of these puddles here in the back, and I think it's a shine on the Augmentation Evoker baiting the other puddle. But yeah, Giga going down for Fetchark, yes. Do use a battle rest to get their Shadow. It's always the Shadow Priests that are dying, right? Like I'm looking around, and every time someone is dead, it's the Shadow Priest.
Okay.
It's because they don't have a cheat death. Yeah, like the Evoker's a cheat death, the Mage is a cheat death. Poor Shadow Priests. They should get a cheat death at this point. I mean, might as well.
I mean, definitely one of the classes that is at disadvantages here. That's why we're only seeing them in 5 of the 6 teams. You know? No, Shadowverse, they're a cloth class. They don't have that cheat death. They can't just yeet out. They need that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, at this point, just go all in at this point. All right, so the Greg push is now also in Naraxis on the bottom right side of your screen. They are looking at the timer. All right, so obviously the Greg push is 6 key levels lower than Perplexed, but looking at the timer, yeah, they're 6 minutes ahead. You can see the difference in HP so clearly whenever we go to those higher key levels, because they did increase the scaling in Dragonflight. So now the difference between a 28 and a 29 is much higher than much higher, but it's higher than what it used to be in Shadowlands. So once we see those 28, 29s, if you compare the boss splits, which we're gonna of course let you know, then you can see just how big the difference is in the extra damage they have to do. It is pretty crazy to see. It
absolutely is, and sometimes even a couple of seconds can make so much of a difference later down the line. I'm very curious how far the highest 2 chests is going to be with teams moving on. We see Perplexed, they're moving towards a Dark Rule. They have the 100%, right? It's so trying to see. Maybe I should put my glasses on. 1 death on the timer, looking quite good. A couple of minutes still to go. We're going to see them do the same thing that we saw before. I think after they did it accidentally, they're now opting to just not pull the Scorpions.
Yeah, interesting. So in the last time, I guess when they accidentally pulled the trash pack, maybe they just went over percentage then. And this maybe was their plan initially. But either way, we see Wolf Disco now do the skip. So Wolf Disco is going into middle, going to cast a Frostbolt to pull the trash. Casting Invisibility. There we go. Perfectly executed by Perplex. And now this boss can be pretty dangerous. As I talked about earlier, it does so much damage to the group. And it can also be a little bit tricky with the ads. Now what they're doing here, this is actually a very interesting strategy. So instead of spawning the first golem into the crystal spike, he's actually spawning it away from it. So it takes a few steps before it goes in. And the reason why he's doing that, this is only on the very first ad. The reason why he's doing it is because of the timer of the crystal spikes. If you instantly stun the first ad, then the second spike only spawns after the fixate already goes out from the ad. Which means that people have to move away from the ad to not get one-shot by the fixate, and then a crystal spike does not spawn underneath the ad. So therefore, on the very, very first ad, you don't necessarily want to spawn the ad in the crystal, but rather a little bit away from it to make sure you can spawn the second crystal underneath. But on any subsequent ad, on the second, third, fourth ad, and so on, you definitely want to spawn it into the crystal because the timer works out for that one.
Yeah, thank you so much for that explanation. That was really nice, and I'm just staring at Perplex, seeing how they do. To the left side of them, there are scary Scorpions, and they cannot dodge very far, so they need to utilize every inch that they have here in this Neltharan's lair. 28 fortified. It is fortified, so on Tyrannical, I think we'd be painting a different picture here. But you can see that stun came out onto the ad right away. Second spike is going up, and they're doing their very best to defeat it in that one as they are going under the 50% and Dark World dropping lower and lower.
Yeah, they're doing such a good job. You can see how much damage they're taking. So even though they do have all of these defenses up, even Divine Field taking a lot of damage from this boss, because a lot of the abilities from this boss are actually magic damage, which can be pretty dangerous for the tank. You can see Divine Field is juggling Barkskin with Rage of the Sleeper, making sure he does have that magic damage reduction up as well. And now they are hiding from the Magma Wave. This time Divine Field is not tanking the Magma Wave anymore on that 28, making sure he is not taking any extra damage because there's just so much other damage going on. And they will be getting one more ad. Yeah, they're gonna have to deal with one more ad, I believe. Looking at the 2 chest timer, it's still looking very, very good. So they definitely do get the 2 chests if nothing goes wrong anymore here. And we'll see if they focus this ad. Yeah, so they're definitely switching to this ad here. Now there's some
I think you have to.
yeah, it's just safer. There's one thing that could still wipe them, and sometimes this boss on the later Magma Waves, you will only spawn 2 crystal spikes instead of 3. and they already have 2. So if the third crystal spike does not spawn, the magma wave will just kill them.
Crystal spike.
But there we go.
It
We
is.
got it.
Negro was
no wipe.
unable to cast your curse stem, and you're seeing it live on broadcast. One more time, the magma wave is gonna come out here. Divinefield joining his team behind the spikes as the percentage drops to 1 and done. They have a 28 plus 2 in NL. That is massive.
That's pretty crazy. I'm not sure if anyone else can replicate that.
I guess we'll have to find out. It's time for another caster swap. Wow. Caster swap. It's Dradnos and Zyronic coming in. Thank you, Nagura and Makes. And yeah, we'll see. I mean, Dradnos, Zyronic. It's about... We're getting close to halfway through the day now. And I do want to point out that the Greg push has 3-chested their 22 Neltharian's Lair, so they're back in it, but we'll see what happens. Do you think any other teams are up to the challenge of a 2-star 28? Plus 2 28?
In Neltharian's Lair?
Yeah.
I think it's actually very important for Mandatory that they're able to do that. Yeah. It's going to be really hard, though. I mean, that dungeon is nasty. It's incredibly impressive that Perplexed were able to do that. I think that every other team, though, I mean, they're all going to be looking to be able to do that as well, right? Anybody that fails to do that is losing points. Now, you don't necessarily have to beat Perplexed this weekend, but you do have to come in second, so it's
true.
Very, very, very dangerous group. There are so many strong teams in this particular group, and I'm sure that they will all be aiming for that benchmark. And I think if there's any teams that weren't planning on 2-chesting the 28, there's a very good chance that they will use some of their break time today to look at it again and actually try and make that happen, right? Because you just don't want to be falling behind and losing those points.
Well, you know, the main prize obviously is getting to the finals, getting top 2, right? But it's not like there's nothing to play for this weekend. There is a pretty hefty jump in prize money for winning versus getting second, so if Mandatory is trying to go for that top spot, I would say that it's almost a necessity for them to get that 28-2 chest to keep themselves on pace with Perplexed. And we've already seen that they've struggled a little bit in the Underrot, and we haven't seen any other team go there yet, so we don't know if it's going to be like a trend for everyone, but unable to get the 3 chest on the 25 in that dungeon, which goes to show you that some of these keys, even though they might be, you know, the more popular ones to run on live on lower keys, because of their lower timer, they might actually be harder to get the 3 chests in. So we'll have to see how Perplexed and Mandatory do when they end up swapping over to the other dungeon that they haven't run yet.
Yeah, Underrot's an interesting one, because you kind of just do the, you know, really giga-fast strategies already on live, right? You can't go that much bigger in a TGP setting than you already can do on the live servers, so... interesting, you know, ceiling that is a bit lower there, perhaps. Although I wouldn't be surprised if some teams are able to put up the 3 chests and the 25 in there. I think that's still on the table. We'll have to see though when some other teams get there. Skyliner.
This is only day 1 too. Keep that in mind. That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean,
have.
They have to get those done though today. Like you can't leave the Underrot for tomorrow because there's just so many points in that dungeon and. The Greg Push are the team that's in the most danger of being eliminated at the end of today, but if you're one of the other teams and you just don't go to the Underrot and the Greg Push does, all of a sudden they're going to have more points than you, so there's a lot of pressure to actually pick up at least all of the 3 chests today, and most of the 2 chests as well.
Also, looks like while we were getting our swaps together there, FSY was unable to get the 2 chest in their 27 Vortex Pinnacle, only able to 1 chest that, and it actually really wasn't close. They were like 2 minutes off of the 2 chest timer, so that could end up being a very difficult dungeon to push up just because of how much time you have to spend in there to get it to the higher key levels. I mean, again, it's one of those lower timer dungeons, right, where not necessarily the difficulty of the mobs is what's going to be holding you back, even though it's, you know, a difficult tyrannical dungeon, but just how much time you have to actually complete the key. That 30-minute timer is going to be rough on the higher key levels.
Yeah, there's not very many opportunities to do some big pulls to save time as well in Vortex Pinnacle, so I think that absolutely, you know, at this point, Vortex Pinnacle is them exchanging 30 minutes for 1 key level if they were to go back there. I think that is going to be less efficient than any of the other dungeons. So I would be very surprised to see FSY in Vortex Pinnacle again today. I think they're going to save that for Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah. Well, okay, so we're seeing some of our newer offerings from the teams, what dungeons they're heading off to. FSY done with VP, heading over to Underrot. We see them with the green dot on our leaderboard here. Mandatory going to Vortex Pinnacle for their first 22 here. Already on to the final boss here. Should be able to get the 3 chest relatively easily. Perplexed also in the Vortex Pinnacle. So, kind of seeing what teams are heading towards. That does, I mean, all of the teams are still going to have one last dungeon to run, and, you know, like we were talking about at the swap here, we're about halfway through the day, so at some point here, they're going to have to start, you know, going for those higher key levels as long as they don't make any major mistakes. Greg Push, you know, Doa was talking about it. They got the 3 chests on that 22 Nell Slayer, but they were struggling a lot in the Azure Vault earlier on today, not able to get any 3 chests, not really able to push up their key as much. They have a lot of work left to do if they're going to be able to make it through today.
Yeah, Greg Push they need their runs to be clean from here, and realistically, they probably are going to be looking for a mistake to happen from one of the other teams. But right now, they are definitely still in range to capitalize on a mistake from another team, right? They are not actually all that far behind. They're currently at 48 points, and the team that they are behind is at 52. But they have there's a lot of 3 chests and 2 chests on the board that will give them multiple hits of 2 and 3 points, right? And so that means they're probably only, you know, a good consistent day for them and 1 or 2 bricked runs from another team away from staying in this tournament. It is definitely dangerous, though.
Yeah, they're not out of it just yet. There's plenty of time.
They are definitely under the gun right now, hoping they absolutely need this 25 Nell Slayer to work out well for them. If they were able to secure a 3 chest in here as well, that would be huge, although I don't think that's likely. I think that this is probably a 2 chest that they're going to achieve in this Neltharian's Lair.
Also, we have a little bit of a differing strategy between the other 5 teams as well. Mandatory, Perplex, and Fat Shark, yes, all went for 3 runs in their first 2 dungeons, you know, depending on the dungeons they went to, whereas both Skyline and Dire Wolves, after getting their second run done in their second dungeon, they just went for a 3rd dungeon. Skyline just now 3-chesting their 22 Underrot. Dire Wolves going for their first run in this Vortex Pinnacle, spreading it out a little bit, making sure they're getting those baseline runs in each dungeon, and then I assume what they'll end up doing is they'll use their break timer to kind of figure out if there's anything they need to do in those other dungeons. Like, for instance, for Dire Wolves, they 3-chested their 25 Nelt Slayer. Their next up is going to be a 28 Nelt Slayer. Maybe they feel like they need to look at their routing a little bit in there to make sure that they can 2-chest that key, potentially, you know, go and look at what Perplex did in their run and see if they can replicate some stuff there.
Yeah, that's especially important to set up a team for trying to win the whole thing. When we look at today, the difference between 2-chesting and 1-chesting the 28 Nelt Slayer probably doesn't matter today. That matters for tomorrow and for Sunday when you're actually going to be able to come back in and either do the 29 or the 30. But as of today, like, you're probably going to leave that on the 20 to the 28 either way, right? And head to a different dungeon. So it is a question kind of long-term versus a short-term focus. Teams like the Greg Push are just trying to stay alive through the end of the day, right? Make it to tomorrow. But all of these other teams are really looking not just to do that, but also really trying to make sure that they end in the top 2 at the end of the weekend. And that, in a group of this difficulty, it's going to be incredibly, incredibly unforgiving if they make any mistakes pushing up these keys.
And, you know, you got to feel for Dire Wolves specifically because they started off their day rough, right? Remember, they were the one team that actually ended up having to reset their very first dungeon of the day like 3 or 4 minutes in because they didn't want to accidentally not 3-chest their Azure Vault. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if even something like that happening right at the start, you know, might
I like this from Dire Wolves.
Bring down the morale. Okay, that's interesting. So they have the mindset just to get past, but they're going to pull it up too. I wonder if there's anything that you could have done with the Wernstone here to make this go a little bit more smoothly. Because now they have to wait for this to run up, don't they?
Yeah, it still would have to wait. Although, yeah, maybe you could get it to snap if you got enough range on them. So yeah, maybe there's some tech there. This is nice though because they aren't going to like randomly charge people on the way up because they don't have line to anybody. And now they eventually come all the way up. There's actually a polymorph that's landed on the Temple Adept over there, and they're making sure to not accidentally break that poly. Those adepts are really annoying because they do those greater heals. So it's a pretty important use there. You could actually see DB and Fear both coming out to stop that cast. The other adept is now broken out of that polymorph and is casting a greater heal in the back line. That cast is actually going to go off as well, it looks like. Not great, but it looks like they're okay. It looks like it landed on a mob that actually died. So it died before the cast finished, which is very good. For Direwolves, that's not going to cost them much at all. And they've actually done a pretty good job here of speeding up this pull. 18 minutes is the 3-chest timer that they're looking to beat here, so it is going to be tight for Direwolves.
Yeah, they've got to go quickly here. There's almost no time in this dungeon. 30 minutes total, like you said, 18 minutes for the 3-chest. You do not have a lot of extra time here to have any mistakes go wrong. Now, one thing I did notice is they weren't mind controlling with the Temple Adepts there to try to remove those extra greater heal casts. That's something that we typically see a lot of teams do. They did dominate minded on the way up, but they didn't end up doing it a second time to keep aggro on it and make sure like it wasn't healing. That one greater heal could cost them a few seconds, which does add up here. Even dealing with these Skyfall stars is not something that I would think would be the fastest strat that you can do, but maybe it's just the best that they've got coming into this key with very little practice.
I do like pulling one or two of the stragglers that you've kept alive and CC'd into the stars. I think that's good tech. So I like seeing that out of them. They're now going to move on to this final pull of the dungeon. This is a very scary pull on Fortified. On 22 Tyrannical, it's not too bad. You can see those stomps are only taking off like 30% of the group's health rather than 90% like they do on higher Fortified keys. But they are still going to commit the Lust, it looks like, here. So this is a big commitment. It means they're not going to have it for boss. They probably need 2.5 minutes for the last boss. So we're hoping to see the last boss getting pulled here for the Wolves. Not much later than 15:30. If it's pulled much later than 15:30, I'm deeply worried about the 3-chest potential here. Looks like they're going to have that time, though. They kick the rally, avoid that extra health going on the mobs, and they're making their way to the end here.
And they do have pretty much every cooldown in the book ready to go here whenever they pull the boss here. That
it looks like the Lust was actually
kindling.
It was a fake Lust as well. It was a Mage Lust. It was probably a Breath of Ian's Lust. Okay. Yeah, our detector. There are a lot of ways that this comp makes some free bloodlust that our detector catches as lust, but they do still have their actual group lust. So I was mistaken on that. So they are definitely going to be fine here with more than 3 minutes. Yeah, this boss is going to get melted on the 22 key level.
But look at the difference in timer between Direwolves and Perplexed here. Both of them in that 22 Vortex Pinnacle here. Look at the Alteris kill time between the teams. 11:12 for Direwolves, 9:36 for Perplexed. Perplexed is crushing this dungeon right now, going so much faster, really not trying to take it easy and go pack by pack. Look, they're doing exactly what you said you'd like to see teams do. Pull a couple extra stragglers into these Skyfall stars, make it a little bit more efficient here. And they've probably been doing stuff like this the entire dungeon, which would add up to that massive advantage that Perplex is gaining on the timer in this dungeon. Now, if this were a little bit more difficult, perhaps at 23, this would be awful for Direwolves, because they probably wouldn't have the time to 3-chest this key. But because we're starting on the 22, they should barely just be able to eke it out. And Perplex is really only going to gain, the minute or two faster of overall time that they are in the dungeon here over Direwolves.
Yeah, those little minutes do add up, but they are a lot less important than the 2 and 3 chest breakpoints, which effectively save you, 30 minutes later down the line in a 15-hour weekend. Especially the fact that we've started the keys off at this 22 level. Every single unit of time is so important to make sure that you actually have a little bit of time to do attempts on the very highest level of keys, because the process of building up these keys is going to be such a high proportion of those 15 hours that the teams get this weekend.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, the cool thing about this competition is, as the teams are like swapping between the dungeons at the start of this first day of the weekend, it's kind of hard to draw a real comparison of where the teams are, because you can have the perfect start to the weekend where you get all your 3 chests and you get all your 2 chests, but then when you get to the more difficult portion of the competition where you're pushing the hierarchies, your first couple of attempts can just go poorly. And one of the teams that maybe didn't get their 3 chests or 2 chests done perfectly well at the start, they do get to the hierarchies at the same time as you, and they pull it off on their first attempt, and they're able to pull ahead because of it. I like the fact that we have all sorts of different facets of the key level system here. And it kind of goes to show, it's not all just about the highest keys. Of course, that is the end game, but I like the fact that this, the +3, +2 part is part of the competition as well. And of course, did have that 3 chest coming in from Direwolves. Perplex going to be following suit here very, very shortly.
Yeah, Perplexed are pulling the boss a bit more than a minute ahead of the timer that we were seeing there from the Direwolves. So they are definitely very quick in this 22, but it is not going to matter for that 3 chest breakpoints, as both teams are going to be able to achieve that. Meanwhile, Mandatory up in the top right are also working on Vortex Pinnacle. This is a massive pull that they've got underway here, but they are using that spot where the assassins can't actually do their jump on people. You can see over on the left-hand side of the Mandatory perspective, they had players hanging out under that little pillar where the assassins just aren't able to actually land their attack once they teleport on you, and that's let Mandatory pull a bunch of those mobs all at the same time. They are actually on, I don't think 3 chest pace is realistic at the 25, but maybe it is here for them. 9 minutes as they make their way towards Alteris. It's going to be close.
I think if they're able to kill Alteris at around the 11-minute mark, we could potentially see a 3 chest of the 25 here. Again, it's an 18-minute timer that they'd have to go for to 3 chest, which is going to be very, very difficult to pull off. We'll have to see there. I mean, this boss does go down pretty quickly if you make sure you're perfect with your movement. You know, your Evoker can do a lot of really cool things with rescue tech to make sure that your uptime as a ranged DPS caster is pretty high. Of course, mages can just blink through it whenever they want to. They don't have to worry about that, so it's really just making sure your Shadow Priest has full uptime. We'll have to see, though. But again, like around that 11-minute mark is when I want to see this boss go down to have a potential chance at a 3 chest for them.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a little bit... I think this is going to be a 12-minute Alteris from Mandatory. I mean, it is a 25 tyrannical boss now. This thing is going to take a little bit, especially... I mean, they are going to get their Lust available midway through this fight, but if they send this Lust, it is the last Lust before their 2 chest, or before their 3 chest is gone, right? Like, they will not get another Lust before the 3 chest timer has expired, so if they send it here, they won't have it for Assad. And I think the 2 chest is probably what they're playing for at this point.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
All right, Perplexed putting up a 22 3 chest. There it goes. That's going to put them back into official first place. They've now done every dungeon except for the Underrot. I expect they'll probably stay in Vortex Pinnacle, though. Most teams have done the 25 after the 22 in each dungeon rather than go somewhere else, so I suspect that's what we'll see out of them. Maybe they'll go to the Underrot, though, and just pick up their final dungeon. At some point, they have 30 Nelslayer and 30 Azure Vault available as well. So, depending on how quick they are today, they might even have time for some of those dungeons today, which would be crazy. There's their leaderboard in the bottom left.
No mistakes whatsoever from Perplex so far. And, you know, from what we can see, no mistakes from Mandatory either. We're assuming that Underrot 25 is probably too short of a timer to 3 chest. Although we won't really know for sure until we see Perplex get in there and show us what they've got cooked up for that dungeon. But yeah, like you mentioned, I agree. I mean, if they stay on this pace, we could definitely see some 30s attempted today, potentially timed today, which is a pretty scary thought considering we're only on day 1 of the competition and there's still plenty of time left where they'll be able to push these keys to an even higher mark. I mean, day 1 is definitely the most, crazy time commitment day to put things in, because you have to push up 4 keys. Yes, we're going to get a new key tomorrow, but then once you push that key up, run it 3 times to get to the 28, 29, 30 level, at that point, you just have all hard keys left to do, right? All at that 30 mark. So, yeah, I mean, we could see some really, really high keys pushed this week if the teams keep this pace of play up.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see if anything changes about how they're playing and, if this composition, we expect it'll still be the play in those very highest key levels, but I wonder if there is any tech once we get to like the 30, the 31 level to just make these, especially because these are 3 of the 4 dungeons we have today are tyrannical dungeons, so a lot of these are going to be all about just living these boss fights at those very high key levels, and that is not always an easy thing to do. Sometimes you got to really think outside the box and use some creative abilities and files and talents and stuff to be able to survive those bosses.
I was thinking of making a petrification flask joke, but it just wouldn't really fit.
There's one where you take less damage above 50% health and more damage below 50% health that I think is a consideration for some bosses, some dungeon bosses that are you're just trying to avoid getting one shot from 100 to 0. We'll see, though. We'll see if any cool stuff like that gets deployed here. Tyrannical high keys this season are really all about just surviving, right? Like making sure you actually can live the bosses, because especially with this comp, you just have so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, I even remember back in BFA, people were using, specifically at Clothies, were using armor potions just to live through mechanics on higher keys. Things like the stomps in the last boss of Motherlode. But I'm showing my age here, so let's focus on the keys we have at hand. Yeah, there's a lot of defensive stuff going on in these keys. Like, I imagine once we, probably not on these lower key levels, but once we get into like, you know, the higher levels, the 28s, the 29s, the 30s, I would not be surprised if the Mage and the Shadow Priest specifically were wearing things like the Choker plus Spore Cloak combo just to stay alive in the keys, because, you know, you start to get one-shot on those key levels. Those cheat deaths and extra damage reductions help a ton.
Yeah, the embellishment situation is definitely an interesting one. You're talking about the Choker shielding, which is very rarely seen on the live servers, but that's the jewel crafting necklace that lets you give yourself a shield for each of your gems, but then the gems like power off until that shield gets eaten through, right? So you lose the stats for a bit. Very powerful though, and it is nice because unlike the Spore Cloak, it works against an 100-0 one-shot because you can press it before the damage. Whereas Spore Cloak doesn't actually save you from an 100-0 one-shot or from a 40-0 one-shot. It only saves you from something that's going to take you to like 20 and then to 0 within a couple of milliseconds, which is another type of damage profile that does happen in these keys. And the Spore Cloak is nice because you don't have to press it. It just auto-procs. Oh, Skylark for mandatory is going to just die on pull here. That is one of the dangers of the start of a pull. If you're a bear and you're going in without defensives, without Iron Furs rolling, you can just be eliminated before you have the opportunity to press anything. So that's what happened there for Skylark. Sometimes you got to commit a lot of defensives, or say the sack from your paladin just on pull.
Looks like somehow they're gonna make this pull work still, even though he lost his defensives. He's still able to tank the rest of this pull. And I was kind of surveying the field here, looking at our other teams. Did they go for a double pull here to try to get the 3 chest timer in? Is that what happened here? It looked like there was some demonic stuff going on up there.
Yeah, they were going wild here. The 3 chest is definitely still what they're going for. And I actually love that decision, even though I think it was almost impossible to 3 chest from there. You're definitely going to 2 chest, right? Even if you like full white, you can recover and still 2 chest. So you may as well make the play for the 3 chest, because worst case, you don't 3 chest, you weren't going to 3 chest anyways, right? If you didn't go for it. So it's really good kind of meta decision making about when to go for an aggressive strat based on what the timer is looking like. That sort of thing really can win you tournaments like this. A lot of this tournament is about that kind of bigger picture thinking.
Yeah, I mean, they're going for it, but of course not nearly enough time. And like we were talking about earlier, they committed that lust earlier on 5 minutes ago, so they weren't going to have it for this boss anyways. It's going to be a 2 chest for mandatory, unfortunately, but that's the best we've seen from any other teams so far. So again, we don't know if the 3 chest is particularly possible. If there is a team that is going to be able to pull it off, they're going to be in our bottom right-hand corner here. But it looks like the timer for them is almost exactly on par with where mandatory was. They're going to be killing off this first boss at about the exact same time as mandatory. So we'll have to see. Do they have any tech in between the first and second boss that lets them get through that section of the dungeon a little bit quicker?
Yeah, it's I suspect there's a way. The question is just how much these teams have prepped that, right? Because you know, it is just a different skill that isn't really tested all that much on live, right? Is like 3 chesting the 22. That's something that basically never comes up when you're pushing live keys. It comes up once per season at most, basically, and then you're above that key level. TGP tests a slightly different skill set than the live keys because you don't have that element of like repeatedly doing the 27s and the 28s and stuff to refarm your keys, but you do have this element of the start of the day doing the 22s and the 25s, which I think it's really cool to see the teams making those adaptations as the key level is changing.
Yeah, and normally, like I was talking about earlier, we would see teams typically try to take a break to try to go ahead and swap up their strategies, but we haven't really seen any of that from Mandatory or Perplexed yet, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think they've taken any of their break timers yet, so at some point they're going to have to take those 20-minute Mandatory break timers during the day. But I imagine, I would assume that we probably wouldn't see that until they've done all of their, more homework-esque keys, right? Probably go back to the drawing board whenever they've got everything up to that 27, 28 mark done.
Yeah, I think that's definitely like, I mean, you have only 5 hours today, so especially when 20 minutes of that is breaks, unless you're perplexed or on a perplexed pace, it's going to be hard to have time to do a bunch of the high keys, but I think it's possible. It's possible if everything goes well from here that teams will be getting to those in the final hours. Also remember that the way that our day works is you only have 5 hours, but any key that you start by the end of the day, you can finish, right? So there is some incentive to try and start like a plus 30 right at the end of the day to maximize the value from that overtime.
Yeah,
all right.
100%. Oh, we have a good idea of how long
Look
it's
at
taking
this.
these teams to complete their dungeons based off of like boss sections. You can see Mandatory did in that 22 have a little bit of an overall faster pace, but you know, that meant that
Still
mistake,
not
that wipe
able
is
to
going to cost them
convert.
a little bit.
Yeah, still not able to convert on the 3 chests of the 25, but you can see as compared to Skyline, they're going to be faster on the 25 as well, right? They're going to end up being faster than that 2058 set by Skyline, but they already had the fastest 22, so it's unlikely that Perplexed or Dire Wolves are going to be all that likely to get the 3 chests here. Although look at Perplexed splits. Hang on. Their Grand Vizier split that they're on right now was a 551. That's actually at the same pace as Mandatories there, so I guess this is probably a 2 chest that Perplexed are going to end up getting here as well, but they're also going for it. They are pulling really big right now, trying to still make that 3 chest possible. If they can have a clean end of dungeon, maybe it's still possible for them as well. Mandatory end up being 1 minute and 55 seconds behind the 3 chest here. I suspect Perplexed aren't going to be able to make up that much time.
No, I don't think so. I don't even think that death that they had on the double trash pull was anywhere near that. It might have been like maybe 45 seconds maximum, but probably nowhere actually even near that in real time gameplay. I think 2 chests is all you're aiming for here, and of course, you can save a few minutes by going a little bit faster, but I don't think they're ever going to go for the 3 chest here. So
I wonder if the 27 can be 2-chested. FSY, we're less than 2 minutes away from it. Maybe that's where the optimization in Vortex Pinnacle is possible. We will check back in if and when the other teams actually start doing that dungeon at that key level. We're going to take a look, though, at we've got Greg Push entering their Nelslayer 27 in the bottom left. So this is a big opportunity for them to put some points on the board. If they can get this done and get out of there, that'll be good. FSY, meanwhile, having a death and using their only battle res of the first part of the dungeon in their Underrot 25. This is the dungeon where we're not sure if a 3 chest is even possible at the 25 key level because the timer is just so short.
Yeah, it's the same situation as Vortex Pinnacle, right? It's an 18-minute 3 chest potential, and I think in order to come anywhere near that, you'd really have to just blast the dungeon. We're talking chain pulling everywhere, minimal sanguine healing, which is definitely very difficult in these trash packs with how much casting there is going on. I mean, if you look at the healing meter for them right now, sanguine, topping the meters on the healing done for them. I don't know if sanguine's streaming for them, but I'd like to get a VOD if we can for them. I mean, it's definitely very difficult to play this dungeon to perfection with the affixes that we have set up, so a 3 chest at a 25 from any team would be extremely impressive.
Yeah, that would be insane if they were able to make it happen. I don't think it's necessary to survive the day or anything, but it would really put the other teams on notice, right? It'd be a very scary thing to see show up on the leaderboard if you weren't able to do it yourself. All right, so Dire Wolves up in the top left, also working on their 25 Vortex Pinnacle. I think the 2 chest is actually pretty flexible. Like, I think that even though they're a minute behind the split of Perplexed and Mandatory on Grand Vizier, I think the 2 chest is definitely still going to be very feasible for them in this dungeon as long as they can keep that 0 deaths up, which is good news.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you're just going fast just to give yourself that extra wiggle room just in case a mistake happens for the 2 chest timer, right? Like, if you think about it, Mandatory's 2 chest timer, they still had 4 minutes left to 2 chest it, right? So, and that was with a mistake, right? So the fact that Dire Wolves is a minute slower doesn't really pose too much of a problem here for them as long as they're clean. If there are any extra mistakes, any random deaths anywhere, we could see them brush up against that 2 chest timer, potentially 1 chest this, and that'd be, terrible for them. But as long as they're clean, they should be okay. This Alteris timer is getting pretty slow for them. I remember Mandatory's Alteris kill on the 25 was like an 11-12. So 2.5 minutes slower.
It's fine.
It's looking rough.
Yeah, I mean, the
should be fine.
The 2 chest is a 24 minutes, so there's actually 6 minutes between the 2 and the 3 chest timer in this dungeon, which I think they're going to be okay. Again, you can see in the bottom left what those splits ended up being from Mandatory and Skyline, so they're on actually even a little bit slower than the Skyline pace here, but they're still well within range, right? You can see Skyline finished with 3 minutes to spare on that 2 chest timer. Mm-hmm. Direwolves are probably going to finish with 2 minutes to spare on the 2 chest timer, which is fine. That time loss is a little bit worrying for their ability to potentially time this key at a higher level, but it doesn't matter yet. And if they're able to actually still be clean at the higher key level, that probably will be what's important anyways at that level.
Yeah, I think the important thing to look at is going to be, is the 27 too chestable? We've already covered that a couple times, and I think we'll find out in a little bit here if Mandatory are going to go for that. I don't think we've seen what they've chosen to do as their next key just yet after 2 chesting that 25. They could also potentially be taking a break right now as well. But we'll have to see what they end up doing when we have them back on screen in a second here. But for the time being, we do need to keep an eye on Perplexed here, who are still making good time here. I mean, still, I think the 2 chest is out of the question. The 3 chest, is out of the question for them at this point.
Yes, yeah, I think that's probably accurate here as well. Meanwhile, in the bottom left, we have the Greg push working on Rockmora. They do have 1 death on the board, but it didn't cost them their battle res, so everything's still looking solid here as they are blasting away, elemental blasting away there with their Ellie Shaman. Slight difference in the comp. This boss actually works out nicely for the Ellie Shaman as well, though. Got some pretty good defensive tools available to live through each of those damage events. The Shadow Priest often is one of the scaredest classes in the game against the Shatters there as that key level gets higher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Shaman in general got some pretty nice buffs this patch to their overall defensive toolkit. They no longer lose their HP when they onk, which is kind of nice.
Yeah.
So they are passively a relatively tanky class. The problem for them becomes when they get targeted by, whenever they get chain targeted by multiple abilities, they don't really have too much to live through that, which can be dangerous in Nullslayer. Too many of those stone bolts go on you, too many pelts go on you, could very easily go down. Now, Holy Paladin is pretty ridiculous right now and can probably heal through most of that, but definitely something to look out for them when they get into those higher key levels.
Yeah, the pelters are physical damage at least, right? So the mail armor that your shaman's wearing is going to mean they're a little bit less liable to get murdered than a priest or something, but definitely still a dangerous spot, especially if any of the stone bolts start getting thrown at you as well from the casters if you don't have any extra interrupts. So it is, it's not like as insanely tanky as, say, the augmentation evokers are with their multiple obsidian scales and renewing blaze and all that they've got going on for them. The black attunement as well. All right, well we've
checking in with FSY in the bottom right here. I'd love to see the splits for the Underrot 25 we saw earlier. I don't know if we've only seen the one Underrot 25, right? If I remember. No, we've seen 2. We saw Skylines as well. Skyline was actually really close to a 3 chest. They were only a minute off of the 3 chest timer. And I don't know if their splits handy. I'd love to see what they were, but FSY looks like they're making pretty good pace here. Do you have to deal with Spore Caller Zancha here? And let's see, they have a little bit extra trash to do. Let's see, how is FSY doing here? It was a little over 10 minutes for the second boss for Skyline. Looks like FSY is kind of in the same area as them, so...
Yeah, hang on, let's do some math here.
Pretty close.
327 plus 636 plus 323. I think that ends up being about 1330. Yeah, 1330-ish for Skyline after Zancha. So FSY... I mean, it's a 25 Tyrannical. Zancha's at 75% here. I think they're going to end up being actually even a little bit slower than Skyline were coming out of this boss here. So that's I think that the 3 chests for them is probably also going to be a little bit hard. Even though there's very little trash for them to do, there's still 2 pretty much full Tyrannical bosses. to deal with, and they only have like 4 minutes to do that right before their 3 chest expires. So I think that this is also going to be a 2 chest like it was for Skyline. So the question is going to be when Perplexed gets here, if they're going to be able to convert and somehow speed this one up. You can see there are 2 deaths for FSY. Maybe a flawless run can 3 chest the 25, but it does seem very, very hard.
I think it really all has to come together for a 3 chest with the 25. You have to have flawless 0 deaths. You have to have extremely minimal sanguine healing, which is, very difficult, like we already talked about in this dungeon. Lots of casters, lots of casts going off. So you have to be perfect with your displacements to make sure things aren't bathing in sanguine for too long. Yeah, it would have to be a pretty much perfect run of that dungeon in order to get the 3 chest off. Doesn't look like FSY is going to be able to pull it off here, as, like you said, they're already past that 13:30 mark, which is where Skyline was when they were a minute off of their timer. So it's not going to be happening for them. We'll see a 2 chest, I'm sure, from them as long as they keep it clean. Perplexed, just now hitting the 3 chest timer in their 25
50% on
Vortex.
Assad, 0 deaths. I'm ready to call it. I'm ready to make a projection here. This is mathematically impossible. There's no way to 3 chest a 25 tyrannical Vortex Pinnacle. It cannot be done. If this run from Perplexed isn't going to be enough, and they're going to be full 50% of a boss away, it's not possible. There's no way. Cannot be done.
Yeah, I agree, Dratnos. I agree with you.
It was close, though. It was very close here, and they're still going to have the fastest time here as long as they end up converting on this Assad. Direwolves up in the top left, also going to be securing the 2 chest here. Their run is substantially slower than Perplexed, but it doesn't matter because they're still in that same 2 chest band. So they're only going to lose the 2 minutes against Perplexed here. In a 15-hour competition, those little minutes do matter, but 2 minutes is not. The tournament is unlikely to come down to 2 minutes, especially. Perplexed is pretty likely to end up taking first out of this group as well. So there's still room for somebody else to take second if that were to happen. And so you're racing against one of the other 4 teams potentially if Perplexed are able to keep up the pressure. The thing is, Perplexed have looked so strong so far today, but it's been in those low keys. Like you said, a lot is going to change once we get to those plus 30s, and maybe there will be some vulnerability shown by Perplexed there. We'll see.
Or by any team, right? The competition's completely up in the air at that point because we don't really know, how prepared they are for the super high keys. I mean, there are going to be some keys that we're going to see this weekend that haven't even been attempted on Live Realms yet. So it's hard to say. Now, of course, the characters are probably significantly more geared on our tournament realm than they are on Live. Of course, they have access to all of the best gear. They can craft whatever they want as well. So they're essentially going to be full best. Of course, with the caveat on the tournament realm that you don't have any tertiaries available to you. But, everyone is dealing with that. So that's it's kind of nice to have all of your maximum gear level available to you so you can push the highest keys possible. It's also what helps them do so much damage, even though they've got those augmentation evokers in the group that aren't really, contributing too much on the damage meters.
Yeah, I think if these teams...
You had to do it. You had to do it, didn't you? We made it, almost 3 hours into the broadcast?
Well,
you had to do it.
I'm revisiting that 25 almost 3 chest, and if they actually had a third DPS player in the group, maybe it would be possible to actually 3 chest that dungeon. So something that another team might consider at some point is swapping out that evoker for somebody doing a little bit more damage.
That's a reasonable take. Yeah.
Oh, Greg Push in a little bit of danger here as they're finishing off that geode. Looks like it's going to be okay. Are they going into boss? No, they're not going into boss. All right, that would be pretty scary on this 27 key level with those pelters. And I like this. They've actually sheeped a pelter off to the side there. That's going to dramatically reduce their incoming damage here, and maybe they'll deal with it during an intermission on the boss, or maybe they'll take it with the boss pull. I'm not sure. Either way, I love the idea out of Greg Push here.
Yeah, just a very smart, safe play, making sure they'll get the key timed, which is important for them to get their score up, which, being as behind as they are right now, they need every point they can get. So it's good to see them playing it safe, making sure they're going to get this key timed. Looking across the board here, FSY doing their best to get that 3 chest, but it's just not possible for them with the slight mistakes made in this run. Sanguine healing just being a little bit too high for them. I mean, it might just be completely out of the realm of possibility. This key timer
I think it's doable.
So,
I think Perplexed are going to go for it. I think the 3 chests of the 25 is very tight, but I think it's possible.
I mean, I agree.
it seems like it is very, very hard. But I mean, it was close here, especially in a Sanguine dungeon. There's so much potential time available from just doing like perfect Sanguine, right?
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be like literally 0 Sanguine healing. I mean, you would have to play perfectly. Now, I'm not saying it's not possible, but I think the chances of that happening are very, very small.
Yeah, I think it's for Perplex is maybe 20% chance that they can 3-chest it. That's my official odds of that happening.
20%? Okay.
Yeah. That's my number.
Well, those are pretty good odds. I'd take those odds.
All right, we've got Mandatory up in the top left, working on their 27 Vortex Pinnacle, looking for the 2-chest in this dungeon, and I think they're on pace to find it as well. 24 minutes is the timer to beat for that. They've just used a little bit over half of that, but they're actually going to be killing Alteras here at a very nice, 14-minute-ish range, leaving them 10 minutes for the end of the dungeon. I think that should be enough time.
Plenty of time.
I like the chances here.
Well, let's see. If the boss dies, 24 minutes for the 2-chest timer. I think if it's perfect, they should be able to 2-chest this, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, FSY wasn't too far off, right? I believe they were only 2 minutes off of their 2-chest here. Yeah, they were 25:58. And I imagine if we brought up the splits that it would be
can we see Vortex Pinnacle splits
close?
again, perhaps? That's and we can run some quick caster math and do an investigation here of the feasibility of this particular 2-chest endeavor that Mandatory might be on here, because it's not likely to matter too much for today, but it'll matter a lot for tomorrow, whether you can start at that 29 or 28 in Vortex Pinnacle. There those timers are in the bottom left. So we're looking at that 27 from FSY. 722 plus 818 is 1540.
Yeah, they're a minute and a half faster. They're definitely on pace to 2-chest this.
Now, and Mandatory need to make up 1 minute and 58 seconds relative to FSY's total time. So they're going to they've already made up most of that time. They just need to be 30 seconds faster on the end of dungeon split than FSY were. I think that's well within the realm of possibility here.
Yeah. So they needed to make up, like we talked about, they need to make up about 2 minutes of time. And if they've made up a minute 20 here, they're exactly on pace for what they need. This
is going to be so tight up in the top left. They're not going to... Oh, no! Skylark! Okay, it's still doable. The res comes out, 4 mobs here. They're being kited around a little bit, but we have Invis, Fade, Landslide being deployed here to help keep these mobs and get the threat back. It was early enough in the pull as well that a couple of thrashes have resolved most of the threat problems here, and Skylark is able to grab the mobs again, but this is going to be a worrying thing. This is the second time this has happened here. Skylark definitely potentially needs to commit a little bit more just for the very first few auto attacks of each pull.
Could that have potentially been the first curse of the weekend, talking about how they're exactly on pace and then the tank instantly dies? Is that our fault?
Well, they're still... I mean, the pace is still possible is the thing. Like, yeah, they probably lost 10, 15 seconds to that, but I think if they're perfect from here, it's still doable. It's going to be very close. Again, 24 minutes is that 2-chest timer that Mandatory are angling to beat here. We will have to see if that is possible.
I think we could call that a curse, though. I'd be willing to qualify that. I think that's in the wheelhouse, but we'll have time to reflect on it, because I think it's time to make a bit of a caster swap. That's right. I think Nagura and Makes are coming back, and you two are taking a break. So, welcome back, and goodbye.
Thank you. Enjoy your break.
Right, fine. I guess I'm going to
No more curses for a little while anyway, theoretically.
Nagura trying to wait it out, just not say anything, but yeah.
I was waiting for it to be 10 p.m. exactly.
All right.
Maybe my PC clock is off. I don't know.
I thought I was the German, we were there. Okay? Being pedantic, but all right.
Wow.
Okay.
Right, well, I did want to take a quick look at Skyline on the top right, just because they are pulling a bunch of trash onto Cragmaw, and it is Sanguine. So they have to be a little bit careful with some of these mobs. Ooh, there we go. Nice Typhoon coming in by their Guardian Druid, making sure that Maggot does not die underneath the boss. There's still one skeleton alive they have to be careful about. but the boss conveniently is charging away. So good job, Kragmaw, making sure he does not get healed. As he did not get the memo that it is sanguine and he needs to stay in it.
Yeah, we're just going to remove them, Agura. Stop talking about them. Skyline, however, still in that Kragmaw fight, up on the top right in the 27 Tyrannical. We're not quite in the highest highs of the Underrods just yet with that 27, as the highest one is a plus 30, but we are going to get there. I'm quite confident we're going to see whether or not this is yet another 2 chest for the team. Do you think it could even be a 3 chest?
I don't think so, no. I think the bosses just take too long. Like,
Kragmaw
is a boss that takes forever. Kragmaw takes for a really long time. Also, the last boss takes a really long time, unfortunately. So, 2 chests, definitely possible. 3 chests is going to be over. They are holding on to their bloodlust, though. But yeah, Mandatory, of course, is on that 2 chest pace. Unfortunately, they did have that death on Skylarked, which definitely cost them a little bit of time. Because we know how close it is. We looked at those splits, and it is incredibly close to get that 2 chest in this 27 Vortex Pinnacle. So that 5 seconds death penalty that they got from Skylark, plus the damage that they lost from, having to kite and having to use the sea, might cost them a little bit. Crim's actually completely, very interesting, on that Fire Mage, using all of that utility, making sure they, deal with all of the mechanics. Yeah, and survive. So good to see a mage using utility. It doesn't happen that often.
That's true. They're known for not doing that a whole lot. But Kragmaw is going to fall, and so will Rockmora. Fat Shark, yes, clawing their way through that Neltharion Slayer finally. And as we are approaching the later hours of the day, we are going to see teams make it a priority that they have a run in every dungeon and get those easy 3 chests, 2 chests, just the easy points you want to pick up. Because if any of these teams doesn't do 1 dungeon, then they're for sure the team that is going to be eliminated. So really, they need to look at the time. They need to make sure that they have enough time to actually get those dungeons done.
Yeah, for sure. You do not want to be eliminated. And not only that, of course, it also, as you said, matters for tomorrow, making sure that you get those points. And you also want to think about the dungeon that you start before the timer ends. Usually teams try to pick a long dungeon because, of course, there's a difference between an Underrot being a 30-minute timer and some of the longer dungeons that they have available to them. So you do want to make sure that you pick a long... I guess we don't really have any really long dungeons for those first 4 that were announced today. So maybe it doesn't really matter that much. But there are some longer ones like Brackenhide, for example, or Uldaman, technically, if they were added tomorrow. But yeah, Mandatory on the top left. They're now on the last boss, and they do have... they're looking good on the timer, but it's going to be really close, just because this boss takes forever. Because you have to make sure you kill those sparks off, because they do so much AoE damage, especially in a Tyrannical. So it actually looks like they're just cleaving the ads because they know how close their timer is. They're not full out focusing them. So that is actually very risky by Mandatory, because there's going to be more group damage. But if they have defensives available, they can definitely afford to just cleave it down, because they do have a lot of spread damage with that Shadow Priest and with the Fire Mage. So it is a good strategy, but it can definitely be dangerous if they do it for every ad.
Yeah, the timer that they're trying to beat here is at 24 minutes. That is going to be the +2 timer that we are looking to beat. You can see that boss is dropping so slowly, like you said, because there's a lot that you're losing out on. For example, right now, they're losing uptime on that Holy Paladin, on that Bear Druid. It's not going to be massive, as those are the healer and tanks, but it does add a little bit where they're not able to do damage. And of course, the sparks are also going to drain some of that away, as you said. But I think they can make that timer. It's like 2.5 more minutes. Boss is close to 50-ish. I'm kind of confident, okay? We'll see it play out. Bottom right, Greg Puch is in their first 27 of the day, and I'm really glad they're going into those hierarchies now. That Azure Vault looked a little bit janky from them, I think, but now they're on track to maybe win back some of the points, as they are currently the team that is the lowest in the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, Skyline on the top right having some issues with the Spore Color Sancha there as they were pulling 2 of the Defilers plus the Guardians on top of this boss. Their Shadow Priest did go down, had to commit a battle rest, and then their Evoker followed as well. So now they are out of battle rests. The good thing is the trash is dead, so they only have the boss left to deal with at the moment. But they lost some of the cheat deaths available to them as well. So definitely have to be worried for the rest of this dungeon here if they still want to make the 2-chest timer in this 27 Tyrannical Underrot. But yeah, mandatory 42% now. They do have time left, but it's definitely getting closer. They have Bloodlust though. They just popped Bloodlust, making sure they're lining it up with all of their CDs. PI from the Shadow Priest coming out as well, and the Combust. Sometimes what you see on this boss is that the teams will desync their offensive cooldowns to make sure that they have enough damage for the sparks. But if you want to maximize boss damage, you do not want to desync them. You want to line up all of the CDs, and that's exactly what Mandatory is doing here. 25% left on the boss. I think they can do it, but it's definitely all of their cooldowns are running out now. So we'll see how they deal with the rest of these sparks.
Yeah, and they do still have to DPS down this Nova. It is thankfully dropping quickly. We are in that last minute that they have to get the +2 on the board. 45 seconds to go and 15% boss HP. The grounding is going to come in once more, and they need to get out of that melee range here. Of course, Fire Mage and Shadow Priest can still go on, same as the Evoker. One more time, they need to get through it. 30 seconds to go. It is going to come down right to the second, I think.
Yeah, they're going to ignore the spark that is spawning. Thankfully, the safe zone also spawned really close to the boss, so they managed to DPS the boss a little bit. 1 more %. There we go. We got the +2 by Mandatory. That was incredibly well played, and that is actually going to matter for them tomorrow quite a lot. So that is really cool to see that Mandatory managed to +2 that one. Perplexed now, of course, also in there, 27 on the bottom right side of the screen. And looking at their timers, let's see, their split is 7:05 for the first boss. Let's see where Mandatory was at. 6:44, yeah. So, yeah, Mandatory just playing a really good Vortex Pinnacle. Like, Mandatory really showing up in this dungeon.
Yeah, it's so good to see. I was so worried about them going into this tournament being 12th in the overall dungeon time trials, but they come to play this weekend, and it is looking strong. We don't call this group of death for nothing. Many teams in here that are looking threatening, and I'm not sure who's going to be on top at the end of D3. But yeah, those are our boss timers bottom left that are now leaving. Direwolves, however, looking on good pace for that 22 Underrot.
Yeah, Direwolves on the bottom left, they're about to get to the last boss here, to Unbound Abomination. They definitely are going to 3-chest this. Yeah, they have enough time for sure. Are they missing trash? No. Looks like Chumpy just... I wonder why they're doing that. Interesting. So the way this works at the very end of Underrot here, if you aggro any of the horrors and then you jump down, then like, obviously the horrors can't move. They're just there. Therefore, they're not going to step down, or they're not going to do anything to you. So you can just attack them and then jump down if you want to. You can even do this if you want to skip the very last horror that is in front of the last boss's like kind of wall. You can skip that one too. All you have to do is kill the 2 corruptors to open the wall, and the horror that is standing there, you can ignore it and just jump down technically. But it looks like they attacked it on purpose, and I wonder why. Maybe to get some procs, some multi-dots. Not sure. Very interesting.
Yeah, normally I would say maybe some resources to actually go in, but for these classes, maybe not as needed. We'll see. Maybe it was just added for fun. Direwolves are a team that likes to meme, so I wouldn't exclude that possibility entirely, and that they just go like, boop, yeah, we did that for fun, because they know nothing can come from it. But yeah, they are on the Unbound Abomination and on very good pace in that 22. Of course, they are looking for that 3-chest to get the key up as high as possible in as little as time as necessary. Right above them are Skyline. He passed tier +3 timer, but like you said, it was definitely a little bit too rough on the 27. +2 could still be possible, though, maybe.
Yeah, I definitely think +2 they can do. They do not... Actually, they do have Bloodlust in a little bit. Yeah, so technically they can do it. They don't have any battle rests left. It's going to come up in 10 seconds. Usually the last boss is not going to be too difficult. The only time people die is if you bait the breath into the wall and you get those spores to snap on you and like instantly kill you. That's the only thing that can really be a problem here. So all they have to do is pump the single target damage, which their composition can definitely do. We do have, as I said, Bloodlust in 50 seconds. So they're going to be lining up those cooldowns, the second set of cooldowns. Right now they're popping their PI and their Combust and Breath of Eons from the Augmentation Evoker. And then when the second set of cooldowns comes up, they can use Bloodlust with it. And that should be enough to get the 2-chest timer for sure. So Skyline definitely looking really good.
Yeah, that's really, really good management from them as well on that Bloodlust timer. We love to see that. Bottom right, Perplexed had a little oopsie there, if I saw that correctly. I just saw the Battle Rest come out. I'm not sure who it hit. They accepted instantly. But they are dealing with the Skyfall stars right now. We'll be moving on in just a couple of seconds. Doing a lot of damage in that 27 here.
It actually looks like they dealt with this, because we looked at the splits earlier, right? Because this 27 Vortex Pinnacle is very difficult to 2-chest. We saw Mandatory do it earlier. And Perplex had a worse split on the first boss. But on the second boss, it actually looked like they did it really quickly. They do have a decent amount of time left. So we'll see if they can actually do it. They still have 2 trash packs they have to kill, plus the stars that are in front of the last boss. So still a lot to go from Perplex. And the last boss, as we know, takes a really long time. But they have Bloodlust coming up in 5 minutes. And I think that the 2-chest timer is 24, right? So they definitely will get that Bloodlust for the last boss as well.
I absolutely agree, but there is something that is taking my attention, and that is the Greg push in the bottom left. They're getting very close to the timer on their Gruul there. I think they can absolutely do it, but it is at 27, and earlier today, we did see Perplex 2-chest at 28, and those are worlds between these two runs. Just looking at them right now, it is going to come down quite closely for this team.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, Perplex losing Divine Field and Sasavi going down on this pull on the bottom right corner as they pull 2 trash packs together, and they're just having some issues here. They do have 1 more Battle Rest, but all of the damage dealers are dying because the trash is standing in that lightning field. So a full wipe for Perplex, that means their 2-chest timer is gone. They can still time the key. That is very important for them. If they would lose the whole key here and have to go again, that'd be horrible. They'd much rather +1 this because they already committed 19 minutes to this dungeon, so they definitely still want to finish this. But yeah, this is the +2, 100% gone for Perplexed, which would mean that Mandatory is technically in the lead now because they have all of the same keys basically done, except Perplexed not getting the 2 chests here.
I think Mandatory still needs to do the Neltharian's Lair, if I'm not mistaken, but yeah, on the other keys, they're looking pretty neck and neck, and that definitely is a point in case for Mandatory, which unfortunately is going to go against Perplex. Quite surprised that at this time, this is the first time we're actually seeing something go as horribly wrong so late down in a key. You know, when it's like the early pulls, you kind of play with, ooh, look at Greg push, logging it in at the very last minute, but you usually see a couple of restarts at the beginning of the keys because you're like, okay, we'll make the first pull kind of challenging because we can just restart it a lot. But then later down the line, you don't see as many kind of wipes or deaths because they try to play them a little bit safer so they don't lose time as much. So definitely interesting to see that come out here. I
think what probably happened is because they chained the pools. So these 2 packs here are actually very, very dangerous. You have 3 of these, I forgot their names, but they cast the AoE slam. It's like an AoE physical damage slam that does a lot of damage. And if you have multiple of them casting slams back to back, it can be very, very deadly. So, and you also have the adepts that constantly cast heals and smite that have to be interrupted, plus the rallying cry that has to be interrupted too. So I think what happened was that Perplex maybe knew how close they are to the 2 chests.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they knew how close they are to the 2 chests, so they chained the pool, which is really risky, but they were thinking, you know what, let's just try it, because if we can do it, we can 2 chests, and if we wipe, we can still do the key in time. So it was probably just like a risky move that did not work out for them. But yeah, they can still time it, so it's not too much time lost for them overall, except of course not getting the 29 to do tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's very valid if that is what happened. Look how beautiful they're dealing with the stars after that first set of stars, giving quite a lot of issues this time around. Good management on the CC bracket coming out of Perplexed. Like you said, that 2 chest is not going to be available anymore. That timer is just too tight for them to hit it, with Assad taking a very, very long time, but they're looking quite good on the general overall dungeon timer. 2 battleresses still available. They are going to get Bloodlust in a little under 1 minute, so they're going to be able to use that as well as we are in a Tyrannical 27.
Yeah, look how much damage the group is taking here. Even with all of this survivability available with this composition, still struggling a little bit there at the start, because I assume they were also mainly focusing the boss, because they had PI plus Combust rolling, plus the Breath of Aeons from a Shine there and the Augmentation Evoker. So they were just focusing the boss mainly. Oh, a Shine actually going down to that Lightning Bolt. Oh my god, huge amount of incoming damage there. Not having the scales available. The charge just came up now, and he's using it as soon as it comes up here for the Skyfall Nova. But yeah, not having that defensive available, that's damage reduction. Another one on a Shine, but he still has the Obsidian scales up, so this time he does not go down. But yeah, no cheat death either for a Shine. So if he gets a lot more of these lightning bolts, it can actually be a little bit dangerous for him. They do have one more Battle Rush available, though, in case that does happen.
Oh, Nagura, don't say that. I always get so nervous. But yeah, this boss is taking quite a long time, and you can see the damage outtake. A Shine suffering from that, like you said, but hopefully we will be fine. Just now, one more time, the unstable grounding. They'll have to do with this a little bit more often, as we are seeing on the right side. All of those team cards tell me that most of the teams are taking the second part of their mandatory breaks right now, which is good, because that means you will have it done after that and can just slam keys until the end of the day.
Yeah, and I think taking a break to discuss things in between is also, which we know they're gonna do, right? Like, I would hope that they would get up out of their chairs and like stretch their legs a little bit and walk around, get some water or whatever. But I know that they're just gonna talk about strategies and open MDT during the break.
Yeah,
because they're gamers and they want to win. So that's probably what's gonna happen for all of these teams. Quote unquote break.
Because I talk to the teams a lot and like ask them how they're doing and like how their prep is looking, especially the new teams. I try to get an info, and I always tell them, like, if you do your break, actually use it. Like, get up, move, maybe take a little bit of fresh air, and then if you need to talk strats, like get a wireless headset or like call in from your phone or something. But like, get that physical movement. It's so important. But yeah, we are seeing Perplexed dealing quite well with Assad there in that top left corner. And if you're looking at the leaderboard right underneath that, Shark, yes, and Direwolves, actually the first 2 teams to have completed all 4 dungeons. Of course, you'll try to get them higher and higher, but right now they're leading in points because of that.
Yeah, of course, the score a little bit, let's say, misleading, because of course mandatory like Skyla and Greg Push not having finished all of those dungeons. That means that as soon as they do finish those dungeons, their points are going to shoot up and get those 22 points immediately from that initial key. But looking at the 3 chest and the 2 chest timers is what you want to look at if you want to know who is going to be ahead tomorrow, especially, and for the 3rd day as well. So 3 chesting and 2 chesting these early keys is just incredibly important. So we do see the difference between Patchark Yes and Mandatory, for example, right? You see Mandatory in that Vortex Pinnacle getting the 27-2 chest, while Patchark Yes only has the 1 chest, and Perplex is about to finish their BP 27 as well, also only getting their 1 chest. So Mandatory a little bit of an advantage in that BP.
You would deny the Fat Shark Yes, like, first place based on logic. Hashtag keep it sharky. They are leading right now.
Hashtag blood in the water.
Exactly. But Perplexed getting Assad finally down. Last percent is going to come in. Who cares about that Nova? They do have the 27 done. Next up is going to be a 28 for them, or they're probably going to go into that Underrot.
You know what? If because Fatrick, yes, does have like their mage player, Krona. He makes Moonkin, right? So if Krona ever plays Moonkin in any of these keys, which I don't think will happen, but if he does,
He tried.
I will be
He
a
tried.
full-out Fatrick yes fan, okay?
Okay, we'll try to get that on the record. But yeah, they said that Krona tried to like convince them that it's really good.
Did he?
It may just
Like,
better.
I swear.
It's good. I mean, it was really good. It's definitely one
I
of the
do
better
think it is
classes.
good.
But just yeah.
Like, I think it's good, but the problem is that Guardian Druid is so good. So,
Yeah.
and you don't want to play two druids, right? I mean, that's like,
Where are
you
the
miss out on
prot
that
warriors?
intellect. And, yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it's possible. Technically speaking, we could see a Moonkin if they ever want to play a prod warrior. Like if they want to play prod warrior somewhere, then maybe you see a Moonkin. Just
I like how
saying.
you say that because normally I'm responsible for like the hardcore copium of classes we're definitely not gonna see. I'm
Moonkin's
glad you're
not
taking
bad.
up that part.
It's good. Okay,
Don't make
I
me bring
swear.
up enhancement shamans. Like you're tempting me. You're tempting me. Don't make me do it. I haven't talked about it for months. I thought I was over it.
Please still invite me to LFG groups, even though you don't see any Moonkins.
You know, I actually
Please.
saw something in chat earlier today where somebody was like, "Where are the Retribution Paladins?" And another person replied like, "We're in queue waiting to be invited." Bless their hearts. But yeah, I mean that's the name of the game. Some classes are just going to be a little bit better at stuff, and people will always invite the best in case for their keys.
Maybe all of the elemental shamans are getting invited now because of the Greg push showing up with the elemental here in in the great push.
I
Thank you for
think
your
that
service, the
should
Greg
be
push.
that way. Yeah. All of the yellow shamans, you now own the Greg Push 1 copy pasta. Get on that right away.
All right, so we now see Perplex also entered the Underrot on the top right side of your screen. Skyline is now in that Nelth lair. So these are the last dungeons they still have to post times on. And we do, let's say we do hope that they're going to 3-chest these because we've seen most of the teams 3-chest the 22 Nelth lair and the 22 Underrot. So if nothing goes wrong for either of those teams, we should see that. And then they can immediately go into that 25 to get those extra 3 points after getting the 22. So that will be looking very good for both Skyline and Perplex. And yeah, I do want to quickly talk about Skyline. I mean, they are 5th on the leaderboard right now, but I think they are actually looking pretty good. Now, there's some 3 chests they missed, and some 2 chests they missed as well. But so are other teams, right? We did see Perplex miss the 2 chests in 27 MP and Fatrick as well. So I do think that Skyline is still very much a good competition for these other teams. And I think getting top 2, right? Like it's going to be so difficult. Now, the Greg push, unfortunately, lagging a little bit behind. Not having those 2 dungeons posted at all yet and missing some of the 3 and 2 chests earlier as well. But for the rest of the other 5 teams, I think they're definitely very close to each other.
Yeah, I mean, we don't call it the grip of death for nothing.
Yeah.
I was really scared because I saw the dot of mandatory in that 27 still, and I was like, are they doing the 29? Are we going to get a 29 on day 1 of the Great Push? But I think they're still finishing up their break and probably going to face into that Nel's lair later on once they come back. Yeah, we just saw the dot disappear. Sad.
Yeah, and production just said as well that all of the teams are either in their break or have finished their break except Perplexed and Direwolves. So both Perplexed and Direwolves still have a 10-minute break they have to take before the timer ends. So that means that the other teams that already took their breaks are already back, like Skyline, for example, they can just play until the end. So yeah, Direwolves and Perplexed still have to take their break. Which it's interesting that they didn't take it before they started the last key. But that's interesting to me, at least. Because they could have taken the break before they start the last dungeon and like talked about the route a little bit or what their plan is for it. But I guess they're so sure about what they're going to do that they don't need to take that break just yet.
Yeah, or maybe they they just want to get to a certain threshold. I think for Fat Shark, yes, it was like getting 4 keys on the board, and then we take a break to see how we approach it further. We'll see what they do once they come back from their final breaks, as teams are now phasing back in. And yeah, you can see the Nils Lair is going to be popular for Mandatory and Skyline, whereas Direwolves and Perplexed are going to stay in the Underrot, and then the Greg Push still has VP and Underrot to do, which is going to be their biggest challenge to actually get those keys timed and pushed within the given amount of time. But Nagura, I think our chat is getting a little bit cranky because apparently the European login servers are down right now. So can you just quickly call John Blizzard? Because I think you can do that, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
can you cast by yourself for like a minute? Just give me a moment.
Yeah, I'll get that. Don't worry, chat. We have you covered. Of course, as casters, it is always in our power to do anything, just like balancing the classes. We'll also call John Blizzard for you, and we'll get that sorted. No problem.
All right, I'm back already. Mr. Blizzard said he's going to bring up the servers in just a moment. So just hold on and watch TGP in the meantime. And look at those teams retesting those keys, and make sure that you take notes and do the exact same strategy when you do your LFG runs, okay? Make sure you post a route after, before you start the key, and make sure that you say, I've seen this in TGP, so we can do this as well, and replicate those routes. You can do it. I believe in you.
I mean, I always do that, right? I log into my weekly +20s and I go like, have you seen the TGP route? If we're not doing exactly that, I'm going to be grumpy. No, of course not. But there is some cool tech that you can definitely take away. Like the way they deal with the frogs in the Azure Vault, I think is really cool, with like evading them on top of the pillars, or even that assassin tech in the Vortex. There's always new stuff to be learned from these teams.
Yeah, that assassin tech, I actually think that's going to be something that people are going to do a lot on live keys, because it saves you quite a lot of time if you can pull multiple assassins together like that. So I do think that's definitely something we're going to see replicated a lot in live keys. And Skyline now close to Naraxus. We've seen some big pulls coming out of those 22 keys. Perplexed as well in the top right corner, pulling all of this Kragmaw. I mean, they're 6 minutes 30 into the dungeon, and they're almost done with Kragmaw already. I mean, that's just absolutely crazy. That reminds me of BFA MDI, where we saw like the unholy DKs, and they pulled the whole room on top of Kragmaw and the faster might stacks, and they just nuked the boss and all of the trash together. I'd like to see a pull like that. Come on, where's the unholy DK?
Yeah, I've been saying, Nagura, I'm glad I could convert you to the good side. I think Crit Cake, who's a very popular face of the warrior community, is also in chat, was saying like, where are the melees? I think it is time we get some representation out here. Thank you so much.
That's actually the only good thing about the meta being this way, in my opinion, is the fact that it's actually ranged. Because we've had melee metas almost every season, right? If I remember correctly. I mean, of course, we always had like Fire Mage, and like Destro Warlock was good.
Yeah,
but usually it was like two melee and one range, right? I feel like that was
sounds
most
like
of the
something a
comps.
Boomkin would say.
No. It was like 2 melee, 1 range most of the time.
I hear some range bias sneaking through here, I think. I just have to call that out.
I think so, too. There was something about hunters eventually, and
True, we did have triple hunter comps, but that was MDI.
2 out of the 3
count.
of those are ranged, though.
I don't know about that. I don't know. I am getting word that it's not only EU, but also US. And while we're at it, we should also ask about class buffs for all of the classes. So, Nagura, you have something to do for after your cast, I think.
Yeah, I will ask them to buff, because you said all of the classes, right? So I'm going to ask them to buff Fire Mage, Shadow Priest, Augmentation Evoker, Holy Paladin Guide, and Druid first. And then we talk about the rest afterwards.
Evil Boomkins.
Also heard Moonkin is incredibly good in PvP, so maybe they should buff those as well.
You're just trying to make a lot of enemies today, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't have enough. I need more.
Fair. That's fair. Mandatory starting their Nels Lair here on the bottom left in net 22, and Direwolves right above them are probably going to lose out on that 3 chest timer in the 25, which is going to be unfortunate, but the 2 chests looking really good.
Yeah, Direwolf definitely doing a good job. Of course, Unbound Abomination works a little bit differently. I've actually got asked this question quite a lot by people on like how this boss works, because they're doing damage to the boss and the HP doesn't go down. So it's like, what is happening? But yeah, the way this boss works is that every time you do damage to the boss, instead of losing HP, he does gain energy. Or this rage bar that you can see at the bottom, this red bar. And once it's full, he spawns 2 of these visages that will remove, 2 of them will remove 33.33% HP of the boss. So once you fill the bar for a 3rd time, the visages that spawn will end up killing the boss. So every single point of damage you do to the boss actually matters. Every single damage point you do to the spores does not matter. Some people think you have to kill these spores and it somehow is helping out, but it does not. So these spores,
but hear me
do
out.
nothing. Okay.
Once you kill them, they do a patch on the floor and it looks kind of pretty. Huh?
That's a pretty good point. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to just keep starfalling.
Yeah.
You've convinced me.
No, the thing is, you don't want them to get too close because they like clutter up space. So you try to kill them where the others were killed, but usually you don't need to switch or like AoE. They're just gonna die in the cleave. That'll be enough.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
They do look pretty, kind of. I mean, if like spider webs are your aesthetic, go off, I guess. Boss is dead. We do have that 2 chest on the 25 in there for the direwolves. And the bottom right, Skyline are looking on pace for the 3 chest and the 22 Nels layer.
Yep, and we do see the 102 points, which is going to be looking very good for direwolves. And now we see a lot of teams are back from their break. So we see some of them going to those dungeons mandatory in that 22 Now Flare, of course, still. Skyline is on the last boss. So yeah, their time are looking super good for the 3 chests. Like, they're definitely fine. Boss is on 21%. They easily got this 3 chests. Perplexed, also looking very, very, very strong for their 3 chests as well. They do only have those 2 corruptors left. Actually, it looks like they're missing a horror. So they are pulling those 2 corruptors into another horror to get that extra trash. That's interesting. I wonder what they skipped. Huh, interesting. So usually in Andorot, at least on live servers, everyone plays the same route. Like, there's basically no deviation from that route at all. The only time you have to kill another horror there at the end is if you skip the ticks at the very start. But it would be weird that they did that because it's a tyrannical 22, so I'm sure they can pull them. So very interesting. They are pulling this other horror here as well.
I'm like the way they moved, it looked like they might have missed on a pat that they were wanting to pull. So maybe the pat that is up there after Crackmaw, that like on the left hand side when you go down to Spurcaller, sometimes teams do it, and maybe they forgot to add that in because the way they moved, it definitely looked like, oh, now we have enough. Wait, we don't. And then they added that second horror after that first one that was already added. So definitely a little bit of a thinking moment there for Perplex, but I don't think that is going to harm their timer. They're still very, very good on time.
Yeah,
now,
for sure.
check this out, actually. Dire Wolves manages to jump on top of the standings for the moment, at least, and that's exciting to me because this was a team, and I think we talked about a little bit earlier, too, in the broadcast, but it's a team that looked like they were so close to being, like, a top competitor in MDI in Season 1, and they're really up against it this weekend, going up against Perplex and Mandatory already in this group. You need to be top 2 to advance. But just for a moment, maybe giving the fans some hope.
Yeah, I mean, Direwolves
definitely
looking pretty strong. I mean, the thing with Direwolves though, like, because they're the second seed of this group, right? And they did struggle a little bit here and there. Like at the very, very start of today, they did have to reset the 22 Asher Vault.
Yeah, that could happen to anybody.
It only cost them 3 minutes though, like 3 or 4 minutes. So it wasn't like
that's
the biggest
not
deal.
a lot.
I
think
that
3 minutes are within our tolerance parameters, and the Wolves are very known from the MDI as well. Of course, this time playing with one new person as their DK and melee main is not with them, 40 being replaced by Equi on the mage, but looking really good. And I think Tels was saying earlier that he thinks they're actually an absolutely favored team just because of the classes that are strong and what these players individually are maining. So it's kind of playing in their hand a little bit what the meta is right now.
They're certainly not a team to take lightly.
I do quickly want to take a look at Skyline, sorry, at the bottom left, because this is, somebody asked me on Twitter if they actually do pull everything at the very start of Nelflare, because apparently we haven't really seen it on camera, but there it is, Skyline pulling everything at the start of Nelflare. This is a pull that is very dangerous, mainly for the tank, really, because you have these Nashers from the water. You can see there's one of them still alive. You have these 2 Lurkers, you have the Hulk, and there's just so much tank damage going on. But with the Guardian Druid, having Incarn and having all the defensives available, plus they're also popping Bloodlust here, they do manage to execute it. But yeah, 45 plus Raging makes this pull very, very difficult on hierarchies. And there it is, them executing it. 30% trash within 1 pull at the start of this key. Just very, very well done. You have to coordinate the Lurkers. In my opinion, they are one of the most dangerous things for anyone that isn't a tank, because they will teleport to a random person's location, a random ranged location, and then afterwards they will start casting like a frontal breath, and it has to be disrupted or dodged, otherwise you get a dot that takes for an insane amount of damage. And the other problem is, after that they reset aggro, so if the Lurkers jump really far away while the tank is tanking like 30 mobs, the Nashers and the Hulk and whatever with a frontal, then these Lashers, they might be melee attacking the range players. So you have to make sure that you kite the Lurkers through the tank to make sure that the tank can pick those Lurkers up again so you don't die to those melee attacks, which of course is not a problem for Skyline.
Of course not. They're so well executed in everything they do. They're definitely also one of like the hidden, not so hidden favorites, right? They played in the TGP before in a previous season. They came top 4. You're definitely here to fight. And I'm very, very curious to see how far they can get. Of course, the day is getting closer and closer to an end. So really, the teams that we need to worry about are the teams at the lower end of the leaderboard. And right now, the one team that worries me the most is the Greg Push, who are in that vortex right now, trying to get that key done on 22. And really, ideally, they would get a +3 here to make up some of the time that they've lost along the way.
Yeah, +3 is I think it's definitely still doable for them. But it could be a bit close if they don't do any bigger pulls here. But it does look like they're moving on. Yeah, it looks like they are. The problem, okay, one of the big problems here for VP, for the Greg Push, is they don't have control mind. Now, some of these pulls, the way you do them when you play Shadow Priest, is you will control the Adept or also something like a Vortex at the start of the dungeon. So you control, because they're casters, and they're very hard to drag. So with a priest, you can mind control them, and then you move them up the stairs into the next pack, and then you release them there. And also there's other packs where you have 2 adepts, and then you mind control 1 to make sure that you only deal with the other one. And then once one of the adepts is dead, you release the other one that you mind controlled. But now that they don't have a Shadow Priest, it's everything is a little bit more difficult for them, because they have to deal with these packs differently. You saw the way they did it now is that they focused down the adept, the caster, and then they moved up the stairs. But that is of course a bigger time loss than just controlling it and moving it up and then just doing it all at once.
It definitely is, and bigger time losses are not really something this team can afford right now. Unfortunately, I do respect them for the Ellie pick, as Tokaros takes a lot of damage here, but it is going to cost them, I think, eventually. Pumping, though, looking at the DPS meter, I know it has been falsifying some data for us in the past days, but still looking pretty good on the Shaman. Petrok, yes, on their way from Rockmora towards the Olarock area, and Skyline looking to do the same right above him. 25-25 on both teams. And if we're looking at that boss split, Petrok, yes, actually quite a bit faster than Skyline.
Yeah, Petrok is actually doing a really good job with this 25 Nelf. Mandatory in the top right corner, they are in the 22 Nelf layer. And oh my god, look at their timer. They're 12 minutes in, and they're already done with the dungeon, basically. You just have the last boss left, plus the Scorpion Breaker pack they're pulling together here. And they have Bloodlust available as well for the last boss. So incredible timer by Mandatory. They did some crazy pulls to 3 minutes Rockmora? Killing all of the trash plus Rockmora in 3 minutes? Yeah, pretty insane But yeah, it doesn't necessarily matter because as long as you 3 chests, it doesn't matter as much if you do it 2 minutes quicker or 1 minute or whatever, because that doesn't save too much in the greater scheme of things. Either way, Patrick, yes, now doing another big pull, just keeping on chaining on the bottom left side. The Guardian Druid doing a lot of work. Look at the damage as well as the healing.
Look at this. They're going really, really big here, and they need to really watch their feet. Scrafta pulling everything towards that wall there, dealing damage to the drums first, making sure they're out of control, and now the drummer isn't a problem anymore, but the avalanches and the pelters in this pack are going to deal quite a lot of damage, and the team is spreading out to make sure they can dodge all of that. You can see the ranges on the left-hand side staying far away from each other, making sure that is not going to be a problem. Giga moving in a little bit more. Shadow Priest mobility, there it is again.
And then they don't even have a cheat death either, right? Maybe that's why he's playing Dwarf. Because as a Dwarf, you can use the Racial and it's 10% physical damage reduction, right? So you can stand in an avalanche and take a little bit less damage. Or it could be because of Narax's dots. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, I think maybe the latter, but maybe also the former. We'll see. As they are moving closer, going to skip the 2 packs that we just saw them move through there for a couple of seconds, and then they're going to go big here again, following their tank. Top right side, mandatory finish there, 22 nils Lair in the 3 chest area with a very good time. You can see how fast your boss splits were. That is intense.
Yeah, that is actually incredible. That was so quick by mandatory. Now, of course, they do have to... Well, have to, but they also want to 3 chests at 25. So we'll see how that works out for them. Skyline on the top left side also trying to 3 chest their 25 Nel Flare on their side. They are looking really good so far. 406 Rockmora split is very good, so definitely on pace to do so. While the Greg push on the top right, they're trying to 3 chest this 22. And I think they can do it. The bosses are 47%, but they are out of CDs at the moment. And they're, I mean, they can, yeah, it's going to be a bit close. 42%, it is tyrannical. Ooh, I believe in them.
I want to believe in them, but also this boss takes a lot of time. We'll see it happen as it happens. Death on Skyline side, they're on the left-hand side. Augmentation, Evoker going down. And the slappy hands, it seemed, they do have a weird interaction where if you move as they spawn, sometimes they clap you right away. So if you ever had that happen and you wondered what it was, that's it. Any Havoc players can probably relate, as they're just swooshing around at any given time and are much more susceptible to suffer from that.
We see a Cauterize being procced by the Greg push here on their mage as we failed to jump on one of the boss abilities there, and the root actually going off, but it doesn't matter because we do have a cheat death. But unfortunately, they lost their 3 chest timer, so unfortunate for Greg push as their Holy Paladin also goes down. Doesn't really matter as the boss is about to die and they can finish it off. But yeah, did not quite get that 3 chest.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. Would have been really, really nice, but I'm not sure. Like, the team that they're looking to maybe beat, just looking at the overall leaderboard, is probably Fat Shark, yes, and they've been looking extremely strong throughout this entire day. I just think the Greg push might have been in the very unfortunate position of having all of these teams in their group, and they're all like really, really tough and very good teams that they're meeting with here.
Yeah, it is very, very difficult to compete against these other 5 teams. They're just, some of them are just veterans in both the MDI and TGP. And then, of course, Patrick Guest being such a prominent guild, being so good at the game, known to be good at the game, and then also having some of the high key pushers in the group as well. So, very tall task, unfortunately, for the Greg push. But look at Mandatory flexing all of their tabards there. Look at that. On the bottom left side.
Beautiful.
Very
all
pretty.
All the banners. You know, you can get banners too if you do your keys when we have time trials. Not for this one, but probably for the next event again.
Yeah, don't miss out on those banners, so you can flex them whenever you do Rockmora in your LFG group. Just put them down, just like Mandatory did, and that means you can...
It asserts dominance. That's what it does.
It asserts dominance, and it gives everyone a little bit more damage. You know, mentally. Not actually, but mentally.
Yeah. Glad that we thought the same thing there. Direwolves dodging out of that wave here, but overall, team's looking goody good. Fetcher Gas on their way to get another Nailed Slayer in on the left-hand side. Skyline doing the same thing, neck and neck still. And Mandatory just starting their 25. So 3 teams in Neltharion Slayer for now.
Yeah, and then we do have Perplexed and Direwolves. Actually, Direwolves is back, but Perplexed, I think, is still on break. So once Perplexed is back, all of the teams are done with their breaks. Oh no, Perplexed is back too, yeah. So everyone is now back. No one has to take any more breaks. So from here on out, we're going to see the teams full out, play these dungeons, not go AFK in any shape or form. So we'll see how they're doing. As Direwolves is on the bottom right side of your screen, doing the 27 Underrod. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. I think the 27, we've seen 2 chested, but not 3 chested, right?
Is this thing on?
Correctly.
I believe so.
Hello.
Hello,
hey.
Tettles.
Okay.
Oh, hi, Tettles. Welcome
Nagura,
back.
you were talking about...
Did you talk to John Blizzard? Servers are down, apparently.
I
Yeah, what's the
heard,
report,
yeah.
Tettles?
I've been working on them. I put my hard hat on while I was on break. I know Nagura said no more breaks, but I had to take a break to cast the TGP, so I can't fix the servers. But I think Nagura's going on a break, so maybe she can take up the helm and take up the mantle for what I was doing.
Yeah. I
You
will
can
write
pass
some
her
letters.
the reflective vest and hard hat. Yeah.
No. I don't need you to write letters. I need you to get in there with your hammer and hammer the servers until they start working.
All right, I'm getting my hammer.
Okay, perfect.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Nagura, for your service.
There you go.
But yeah. Hells, you've been watching. How are you feeling about these teams? It's a very close group, no?
So I feel like... So whenever we look at the scoreboard, Perplex is on top of the scoreboard, but I feel like Mandatory is in a slightly better position just as a whole moving forward into days 2 and day 3. I think that the Greg push is, I don't want to say mathematically eliminated, but for all intents and purposes pretty much knocked out with... I feel like just the time efficiency on day 1 was a little bit lower than some of the other teams. This was the lowest seeded team coming into the Great Push. They were the 18th seed, so I think it was it was likely to be expected. But I thought that they played quite well, all things considered.
Absolutely. I think it's always cool when we have teams that say, "Oh, I'd much rather play the class that I've been always playing." I think it's always cool to see that representation. I'm sure all of the Ellie Shamans were really happy to see them here. And even without playing like the most ideal comp, I think they did a really good job. Those were some really high keys.
Yeah, I mean, the Nelth Slayer is... Nelth Slayer 27 is actually not like an easy key. I know some of these other teams make it look easy, but realistically, the highest Nelth Slayer we've seen timed on live was a 29. So... I think it's difficult to put in perspective for players sometimes, but we are going to see basically all of these keys. We're going to see the highest version of them in the world timed this weekend. Like that is something that if you were watching the TGP for highest level of content, we have restricted these teams to 15 hours, and you were going to see the highest keys in the world timed in those 15 hours.
Absolutely. I am so curious on how it's going to look tomorrow because they're all so close. Like normally by this time we kind of have an idea how the next day is going to look. Of course, sometimes teams come to day 2 and they like change gears and push like really hard and do like really fast keys. But normally by day 1 we kind of have an idea of how the placement is going to be. I think for this one, I don't know. It could be anybody's game.
So it feels like there are 3 levels of teams right now. There's Perplexed and Mandatory, which I feel like are kind of running away with things right now for day 1. And then there's Direwolves, Skyline, and FSY, which all seem like they... I think any of them could be eliminated on day 2, but at the same point, if either of them have like an impressively good day 2 and day 3, they could also become top 2 on the weekend. And then there's the Greg Push, which I think is going to be the team that's like eliminated today. How does Direwolves, Skyline, and FSY push themselves and elevate their game to where they're able to overtake what Mandatory and Perplex are doing? Is it just going to be like those highest level of keys? Because like day 1 is just an efficiency check, where like day 2 and day 3 are like a lot of the, are you able to time this on a 31 kind of thing? Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely is. Like, that's where you kind of break records and try to live keys, because we'll get into lethal areas, I'm pretty sure. So I'm very curious.
Is Skyline going to be able to 3-chest this 25? That's actually a really important question here. So looking at the timer they have here, what is it, like 1945, I believe, is the 3-chest on this?
It's 1948. I asked Dratnos yesterday because I don't trust my math, and I had it wrong, but he corrected me. So if this is incorrect, blame Dratnos.
They did a really risky pull here with the double breakers, the Trapper, and that Dominator together. We've seen a lot of teams be skipping that Dominator pull because it's not super efficient, but the way Skyline is doing this pull is pretty efficient. Now, I'm really worried about their ability to be able to 3-chest this, though, because whenever we saw Perplex to Mandatory in Nelf Slayer, whenever we saw Perplex earlier, they were able to 3-chest the 25.
Yeah, we are seeing it in the bottom left. Those are the boss split timers, if you're wondering what this graphic is. And it is going to be very, very hard. It is a 25. I think maybe they already lost a little bit too much time on that very first split. We saw other teams do it in like 3 minutes 5, 3 minutes 30. And them having 30 seconds more on that very first boss split is already a lot.
I mean, even if you look in the top right-hand corner of your screen, we can see it compared to a different 25. FSY and Skyline virtually pulling Dark Rule at the exact same time, except FSY is a minute faster. They're already a minute faster. And I think that Fat Trick, yes, is going to be able to 3-chest this Nelf Slayer because of it, where Skyline, like you were saying, I think they were a bit slow just like on the first boss. That cost them a little bit of time, and how is that going to propel them moving forward? They lost a little bit of time here, a little bit of time there.
Oh, no.
And this is a situation that's going to be tough for them.
But they still needs percentage.
Oh, they don't have count. That's... Okay, that's really bad. They also don't have Lust where Skyline does. Skyline... Okay, so we're looking at 1948 for Skyline killing Dark Rule. It's possible, but I'm not convinced that it's going to happen.
Well, the thing is, they still need another mob, so they need to kind of chain that in there, or do it after the boss, which is going to take much longer. So I think maybe the boss is possible within that 3-chest bracket, but not the boss and the extra trash, is what I'm thinking.
I think that FSY has to kill the Trapper? Because they played the Breakers already. And so I think they have
no idea where they lost that count.
They lost a full mob. Maybe it was one of if I had to guess, and this has never happened to me, but I'm just speculating here. There is a Shaper that's in the cave that's near Ularog that sometimes people grab for count, and sometimes you forget it. Dude, but anyways, so Fat Trick is going to have to figure out their count. Skyline is actually killing this boss in time. We were haters. We doubted them. Look
at them. That Bloodlust really came in, and they were really good with their management, had all of their offensives ready, and RJ going down. They risked it, the biscuit at the last second, but +3.
Wow.
It is done easy for Skyline. But
I thought the curse was happening at the end there.
Okay, that's good. Okay, let's pull up FSY. This is actually really important for them. So they have a minute.
I think they can do this.
They have
10 seconds. 15. A minute and 10 seconds. Yeah.
So they have to kill the Trapper. That's 5 count. That guy's 5 count.
Where's that Trapper?
He's next to the Scorpion.
Get it now. Get it now.
Oh, our count was lying to us.
Wow.
Oh.
That's that.
Oh, okay.
Well, there you go.
I'd rather have this than the other way around. I'm glad both teams got the 3-chest.
So we got faked out somehow. I don't know how that happened. But I'm down.
So I think
production trolling.
The observers are the ones that have this, right? Maybe if they weren't in range or didn't track somehow, that the group was in fight with them. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Direwolves, 27. Approaching Spore Caller. Looking okay on the 2-chest, I'd say. Gonna see Perplexed finish up their 25 Krakma and then move towards that direction as well. Bottom left, you see the leaderboard.
Looking at bottom right too, Mandatory's kind of cruising with their Ularog Crag Shaper split. 937 is about a minute faster than both what we saw from FSY and Skyline in the 25. So Mandatory.
They had a crazy fast run before that as well.
Yeah, they're really cooking this key.
They had, I think, 3 minutes 3 on their 22 on Rockmora. So now 30 seconds slower. I think it's really good. Faster than FSY, like you said. And I mean, you've been looking real good throughout today as well. Just in general terms of time and the VP as well.
FSY pulling a trash pull so large that it's making our observers FPS lag. I didn't know that was possible.
You know, sometimes you have to do limit testing, right?
Well, have you, like, okay, this first pull always makes my computer lag too, so I definitely can relate to that. It's a sick pull.
They didn't grab everything in one go, though, which is something we saw from other teams. So they're splitting this one here, doing a second pull, and then going down to Rockmora.
I would be down for them to take these drudges into the boss. So if you jump down at a very
that's what they're doing.
Yeah, you have to jump down at a very specific spot to make sure that the drudges will come down. Because like if you jump off the bridge, they'll like evade out. And so you kind of have to be careful with how you jump off this bridge. But I think that taking these mobs into the boss, like they're just tank damage. And assuming that the tank from FSY is able to survive just the amount of tank damage this is going to be on a 28 fortified, it should be chill. It is a lot of tank damage though. Like for what it's worth, it's not something that you should necessarily do unless you're trying to time this on a 28.
Yeah, exactly. maybe not for your weekly no-leader keys, but for this group, it is looking extremely good. Dealing down on the split there, I was a little bit worried when I saw them go split this up, but with the boss together, that makes a lot of sense. And Mandatory now on their way to finish up count towards their goal and get that timed. And we're seeing it here. Drudges getting stunned, CC'd, typhooned, just generally handled by the entire team to make sure damage output onto the tank is as minimal as possible, but it is going to hurt a little bit.
Mix, what do you think? How do you think FSY, Skyline, and Direwolves compete with Mandatory and Perplex? Because right now, if you look at the leaderboard, it seems like both Mandatory and Perplex are running away with it a little bit. Is that actually just going to be the case for the next 2 days?
I'm not sure. You know, I think Direwolves are always good for a surprise. And even stuff like the Skyline finisher on the roll just a couple seconds ago, they can conjure damage really well. So we're going to see how it looks like in the hierarchies. If maybe one team has some niche techs. I personally believe some of the teams are still holding back some secrets just based on what I've been told. I'm of course not going to leak anything, but I think there's still some secrets that we'll see in terms of approaching some of the keys once we get to the very high ones.
All right, I'll leak some tech for chat. I know some strats in Vortex Pinnacle that teams aren't utilizing with the electric barrier that allows you to more easily do those trash pulls.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if any of the teams...
Are you going to elaborate on that, or are you just going to let it stand like that?
No, I'm not going to elaborate any further.
Okay.
But I'm interested in seeing if any teams do that. Well, you didn't elaborate.
Well, I said I'm not going to leak it. Of course, if the teams tell me anything, I'm going to wait and see. That'd be unfair and leaking tech to the competition, no?
Some could say that. So you're not about the people. You hate the people.
I am about the people. I'm telling them that there's more to look forward to tomorrow.
I'm the people's champion. I told them about a strat in Vortex Pinnacle that they can try.
See, someone in chat said you're just a VIP on the Warcraft channel, so I'm not sure I can believe that, Pebbles.
Well, somebody else in chat said I work all week. Friday arrives when I'm going to relax and play WoW, and the servers don't connect. The game doesn't open. I don't know what they're doing. They're just chatting. Okay, I'm gonna say it. I don't think that they should have added Thunder Fury Blessed Blade of the Windseeker as a channel point reward. because I don't think you guys deserve it yet.
I would be inclined to agree. They've not been behaving today, I think. But Fetchark, yes, finishing up on their 28 Rockmore. Keep in mind, we did see Perplex 2 chests at 28 earlier today. I don't have the boss timers on the top of my head, but 5 minute 6 is sounding good, right? Is that good? Can we still do the 2 chest with that?
Can we 2 chest it with that? I don't know. That's gonna be tough. Do we have splits for Neltharian's Lair that we can pull up in the picture-in-picture? Okay, so nice. Perfect. Hold on, wait. Bring back FSY. What did we say? 506?
Yeah, 506.
Okay, so Perplex did it in 456. So yeah, I'd say 506 is doable.
Yeah, I think that's very close.
The next split we're looking for is 1015 for Ularog Cragshaper. I think that's a pretty big deal. And so if we get that, we should absolutely be cooking if we're FSY. It looked like Perplex had a decent amount of time that they were able to save from the 2 chest timer. So I think it's possible for FSY. I think if looking forward into the next couple of days, if FSY really wants a legitimate shot at being able to take down this weekend or at least get top 2, they need to. Who is stamping in the background? What is going on? They need to do just the. I'm not sure what's happening here.
What am I hearing here?
Yeah, that was my cat. He was angry. He was, you see chat spam Thunder Fury Breastplate of the Windseeker. He was angry he couldn't spam that because his cat paws won't allow him.
I have a infant that's almost a month old right now, so I feel like I'm especially well equipped to deal with chat at this point.
That's good.
So I'm not worried.
Okay.
Wild.
Maybe I'm a little bit worried. But Direwolves, 27 under rot on their way. Petals.
This is good.
We do that 2 chest?
Yeah.
I think that might be close. Oh, wait. We do have count. They're just pulling this for fun. I remember.
Yeah. I don't know. They like to do a little bit of trolling. I think the 2 chest timer is 24 minutes in here. So, yeah. I think on a 27 Tyrannical, this is probably, like 3.5 minutes, if I had to guess. This is one of the shorter bosses, just generally in length. So
yeah, 24 minutes, 3 minutes, and a little less, 20 seconds now. It might be close. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I think it's doable, though. I hope it's doable for their sake. I always root for the teams whenever we're doing the Great Push. I'm always a fan of the timed keys.
Yeah, I think that's the point of this competition.
Well, some people are just doubters. They love to hate and doubt. I'm always a believer.
On this broadcast, I'd never. Perplexed.
Some of our co-casters would.
Nah, I don't think so. Dratnos would never do something like this.
I was not referring to him.
That's what I said.
Yeah. I mean, is this possible? Okay, so they have 30 seconds, makes. Okay,
yeah.
Be serious for a second. This is a serious production. Be serious for a second. Unbound Abomination's energy is probably
20 seconds.
85%. They have 20 seconds. I don't think they're going to be able to 3-chest this. I think they're missing the 3-chest by 10 seconds or so. The ads are about to spawn, but then the ads have to get zapped. It's not just about hitting the energy cap. Oh. No! Please! 3, 2,
Zap
1,
the ads! Come on! Oh, that is so mean.
Wait, did they get it?
Whoa!
Oh wait, they got
really?
it! They did!
Wow.
It's too easy! It's too easy. That's why, whenever the last ad summons, that's why you're supposed to hit it as opposed to letting Golem Gary kill it off.
Golden Gary?
Golem Gary, that's that guy.
That's his name.
That's actually so impressive, though.
That's huge. Could potentially save a lot of time.
That's a big deal. Is that the first 2 chest of a 20 or 3 chests of a 25?
It's the first 25 3 chests. All the other teams had 2 chests or have 2 chests. And then the teams that did get a 27, they also 2 chested that. So they're now on 29. But Perplex can just do the 28 right away. If they 2 chest that, they're sitting on a 30.
Perplexed is in an absolutely dominant position going into day 2, right? So day 1 is typically like an efficiency check. where it's testing your ability to be able to 2-chest and 3-chest all of the dungeons. Days 2 and day 3 are where you see world first keys start to be timed, where you see, I don't know, Perplex is going to show up tomorrow and their first dungeon is going to be 30 Underrot or something like that, right? Where we really are going to start to see these world first level and world first caliber keys start to be timed. And I think that Underrot for Perplexed sets them up in a great position for tomorrow, because now they're able to go do the 28, 2-chest that, and then probably I could see either Azure Vaults 30, depending on their practice, or Vortex Pinnacle 28. Both seem well within reason for what Perplex is going to do for the remainder of the day, but I do think Underrot 28 is the first thing that we're going to see. They could stay in Underrot. They could actually time a 30 Underrot.
Okay, you're already on tomorrow. I'm still on today. Okay, because
well, that's what I'm saying.
Now,
today they could time a 30 Underrot.
Yeah, I think that's maybe something you approach in like your last run, where it's like,
okay,
yeah, it's a long run. We'll just do it as last key of the day, and if something goes wrong, we do it tomorrow. But if not, we have it timed. You know, the last run they can start before the time runs out. I think that might be an angle.
You think it's the 30? You think it's the 30 Underrot?
I think that'd be smart. No.
Back to back to back. I could be down. Yeah, I think that 28 Vortex Pinnacle, 30 Azure Vault, and 30 Underrot are all, they all feel about the same to me. I kind of think, in regards to likelihood of success from Perplexed.
Looking at Fat Shark, yes, they're on Ularok now. We were speaking about the timer earlier on, but looking at boss percentage and how far we are in that dungeon, it seems like they lost a little bit more time on that second split, no? I think it was like 10:50 what we saw from Perplexed.
Yeah, it was something around there. There is a difference in count. So we know that FSY does a different strategy with like where they're getting count at the end of the dungeon. Because Perplexed skips all of the scorpions and stuff like that, but Fat Shark just pulls more trash at the end. It's kind of what I'm confused about, like where the count discrepancy is going to be between these two teams. But they need to be starting to get Ularog Cragshaper down, and now we're starting to approach a point where Ularog Cragshaper, the difference in one or two, the difference in the amount of phases that you get of it going downstairs in this shell mini game is really starting to matter. Where if you're able to skip one of those phases, you're cutting off multiple, like maybe even like a minute to your run. It's like a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it is. We're going to see how they come out of this, and like you said, if they can maybe make up that time somewhere else, mandatory in that 28 to the left-hand side, and you can see they're much faster there. On the very fast boss split, are going to be moving towards that second board. Once they finish off this trash here, they're going to skip the mobs that you can see in the background. And we have Perplexed running it back, and Greg Push now also finally in their fourth dungeon. See them try and get a good time for this one on the board. I still think the 27 is really, really good in Eltharen's Lair that they did, but I mean, it's still like 2 hours, little less than 2 hours for them to start their final run.
They're Ellie Shaman's owning right now. Look at this.
Yeah, he's blasting.
Mage who? Ellie Shaman
Right?
Supremacy. Literally Mage who?
You heard that. He's coming for you. See it?
We do not need power infusion. Dude,
That's
wait a
a
second.
lot of
He's
damage.
owning.
Yeah.
That is a lot
he
of damage.
is. You doubting your choices right now?
I mean, the mage is catching up though.
I'm not sure if I am because of the other teams, but oh wait, we're zooming in. All right, and now he's off the screen. Goodbye, Greg Push.
They're gone.
As we're looking at two teams in
Ouch.
Vortex Pinnacle on the bottom side of the screen and two teams in Neltharian's Lair on the top side of your screen. How have you been feeling about the Vortex Pinnacle just as a dungeon mix? Because this is the dungeon that's probably seen as the most challenging dungeon that we had this weekend.
I think so. I think the Tyrannical on this one, to me, seems especially scary, just because as soon as we get into like the higher levels, it is just going to hurt. Like thinking of that last boss, once you get those sparks out on like a 29, you're going to be fighting for your life in there just because of how scaling has changed, and I'm very worried if even like a 30 is possible.
Timer in here is like super rough too as well. Yeah. It's the timer in this dungeon is generally seen as the hardest timer across the whole entire season. I would say the general trend for this season is survivability checks are pretty present, but if you're able to stay alive in most instances, you're going to be more or less fine. But like it's just about staying alive and like doing the most damage you can. Whereas like in the past, a lot of the timers have been super tight, and that change is actually indicated by some of the talents that we even see people running. Like you see Shadow Priest, for example, losing a little bit of DPS and running Mental Fortitude and just taking a sacrifice for their damage to play a little bit more for survivability because they know that living the key is the most important part.
Yeah, that is going to be what it comes down to. I think specifically tomorrow, I think today we're going to see a little bit more of like cheesing and damage like we're seeing from the healer Perplex right now, bottom left, just tanking it, you know, the Bloodswarmer, who we don't care about that. It's okay. You're a holy paladin.
Well, they're able to do that even on like a 35, I think. They're a holy paladin. That was a good point. It was a really good point that you made there. They're a holy paladin. they got plate armor.
Seeing Skyline finish off Altairus here on a decent timer. 15. Yeah, maybe around 16, I think, is when it's going to drop. Just a lot of moving with this boss, which is going to eventually lose you out on damage.
We saw Perplex get really close to two-chesting the 27, and we saw Mandatory actually two-chest the 27 Vortex Pinnacle, correct, Makes?
Yes, correct.
Skyline, I'm just eyeballing this timer. I don't feel like we're in two-chest territory. It's maybe
we
possible.
Can get the graphic for VP that shows us the boss splits, because I think that would be really interesting to see how they're doing now that 2 bosses have died. Maybe if production has that ready for us.
They killed Altarius at 16:09 and 24 minutes is the 24 minutes is the two-chest timer?
Yeah.
Maybe it's doable. So
it is going to be close. It was close for the other teams as well. But maybe it's possible. We'll see here. So we have the 3 teams that are the 27 here. Mandatory with 644, and then, oh, that's math. Do the math, Tels.
1610?
That's very much like Skyline, no?
That's not 16. That's not 16.
Okay.
Hold on.
I trusted you.
No,
How
no,
could
no,
you betray me like this?
Wrong. Hold on, 13.
I can't believe you're trying to do math on a broadcast. It's like the
dude,
oldest,
that was a mistake. That was
the
a mistake.
oldest rule.
That was
It
a
is a
mistake.
rule.
Don't do it.
1310.
Sorry,
fell
Chad,
for the
for
classic
making
blunder.
you listen to caster math. Yeah, at
It's
least
bad. It
you're
was bad
saying
math.
sorry, production.
It was immediately bad math. I'd like to apologize to everybody for.
Do you have a calculator
You should know better.
now?
I'm disappointed.
No, I don't have a calculator. I just realized very quickly that was a 6 minute, not an 8 minute.
Wait, I have a calculator in front of me. What were the numbers?
Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Are you sure? Okay.
We'll forget about
got
them.
one.
We'll just say they're looking good,
All
and
right.
maybe they can do it, or maybe not.
They're very far.
Make it more
The answer
suspenseful.
is they're very far off, but it's okay. I don't
But
wanna
how
talk about
far
it.
off?
3 minutes. That's my
that is
final
pretty
answer.
far off.
maybe
There you
we're
go.
leaning more towards they cannot. All right.
Yes.
Thanks for coming with us on this journey, everyone.
Yeah, do your homework so you don't end up like us. But mandatory, doing their 28 here, finishing up on Ularog as they will be moving towards Naraxos after this. Boss is dead. They can move on. We're going to see a nice little skip then here on the right-hand side with some rescue tech. So Skylar can go get ahead and grab these gators.
Grab the gators.
Yeah, grab the gators.
How do you feel about the routes in this dungeon? Because it seems like everybody's kind of pulling something different here, yeah? Ooh, Maestine casting Sleepwalk on the Shaper.
We're going to add them later.
It looks like we're going to add them now, just no caster.
Yeah. I like this, to be honest. I think this is a really cool pull. Get the gators, get some extra. Even the stuff from back here, make sure it's interrupted so it walks there. And now you just need to really watch your feet, because that's a lot of damage that's going to rain down on you. I think this is good tech, to be honest.
I'm gonna remind myself in the future to never do math on broadcast again. I'm still annoyed because now that I'm really thinking about
sitting on that.
Well, I'm pretty sure the number was wrong that I gave you guys again the second time.
Dude, you're not new at this. You should know.
See, I have
don't
just
do
a
math
very
on
strict
broadcast.
rule. I never.
Well, normally
if somebody
I just
has to
don't.
do
Who
math,
knows?
it's not going to be me.
Yeah. 2 plus 2, don't even try it. Doesn't matter. Irrelevant.
The American education
If there's math that
system,
needs to be done,
the American
just
education system
say,
has failed me heavily.
Hey, production, can you do some math for me behind the scenes and
In all
whisper it into
honesty,
my ear?
some of the graphics actually have the correct timers, and some of them have the timers, but like just for the single splits.
The splits?
So
Yeah,
I think,
I
Kettles,
know.
you are not to blame. You were thrown off by different graphics.
I disagree.
You can blame production.
I disagree, but it's all good. Thanks. I appreciate the support here. All right. No maths required. Looking at top right in the FSY column, I think they're okay to 2-chest this dungeon here. So they do have this one final pull left to do. So it's the Trapper, the Dominator, and this double breaker. So they need to make sure that they're dodging the avalanche. This is their lust pull because this is probably the hardest part of the dungeon. Honestly, the Dominator, especially at a high level, becomes incredibly problematic. So FSY electing to lust this for safety, I think this is great. Their 2-chest timer is, what is it, like 25-30? I want to say is what it is.
Holo dying for the wolves. They're down there on the Storm Dragon. They don't have a battle rest.
Ooh, that's really bad.
Yeah, that means they have to like rerun it. Oof. Is that a go again? They're walking towards that tornado. The slipstream.
So they're in a weird position. They're in a position where they can still +1 the key fairly reliably. +1 is still easily on the table. There were teams that +2'd this dungeon though, and so this is a spot where I think you just kind of own up and finish it, because the +2 on the 27 is not a given, right? Like every team is like kind of 50-50 whether or not or not even 50-50. It was like one team was able to 2-chest and every other team has failed the 2-chest, and so it's like, is it possible? Yeah. Is it likely? Probably not. So I think Direwolves finishing this does make a lot of sense. I don't think there's any point.
It's much better to like finish this dungeon where they're still looking like they can time it easily, rather than running it back, losing 10 minutes, then don't hit that 2-chest and just having lost 10 minutes for nothing on a timer that is generally not that long, right? We're not in a season where there's like 40-minute keys, so it does make sense to just say, no, we're just going to keep going. And that's just it for us. We're not going to hit that 2-chest. Skyline on Assad, 90%. But I think this is not going to work. That's 1 minute. Ooh, RJ going down. They do have a battle rest picking him back up. But that's the damage that you can expect out of this boss on a 27. Going to see how it looks later down the line once they actually get to the 29s that some of the teams have already unlocked.
How do you feel about the comp? How do you feel about this comp being able to kill these totems on the Assad boss? I feel like at some point you kind of just run out of gas a little bit. Like Mage, whenever they have SKB procs where they have combustion, same kind of with Shadow Priest, they're able to kill off the Skyfall Novas pretty fast. But I think if they don't have offensive CDs, I'm really worried about this comp's ability to be able to kill these ads. What do you think, Mix?
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's a little bit more on the Shadow Priest rather than on the Mage to actually prior them down. But we also saw Cauterize just proc. They have Bloodlust on now. So I think it's going to come down to like really smart planning of what you're going to use for each of the Skyfall Novas to make sure you have at least someone using some type of offensives for them. And even if it's like offensive trinkets that we sometimes see in like TGP, MDI kind of thing, where it's like, oh, you can nuke one of them, then maybe that is going to be worth in the hierarchies.
We're nearly 2 minutes into Dark Rule for FSY here. They have the boss down to 50% HP. We know that they lusted the trash pack before the boss. I mean, is this possible to be able to two chest this year? I don't think it is.
See, we did this before, and now I'm scared to like doubt them because the last time I doubted it was wrong. The two chest timer is going to be 26:24. That's 1 minute and 20 seconds that they still have. I think it's doable. Looking at
so we have Combust up for the next ad.
Yeah, we'll get it.
And then I don't think we're getting an ad after that. I think this is the final ad that we're getting that we have to dump damage into.
1 minute.
This is gonna be really
now.
close. This is gonna be really close. I think Mix. The boss's health.
Out. They need to do a lot of damage now. Can they do it? Last time they melted this boss out of nowhere. We don't have Bloodlust. 30%.
Okay, so we have
seconds.
We have Shadow Priest cooldowns in 15 seconds here. So I think we're full committing on the. I think we're full committing on the boss, but even still, I don't think we're gonna be able to. I don't think we're killing this boss in time.
I mean, definitely no one can die, right? If that happens, we're definitely over the timer.
Yeah,
24 seconds, 19%. You get blasting right now, trying to get it down.
Okay,
that's a lot of damage.
I mean,
14 seconds.
We have cooldowns for the rest of the fight. Okay, we have an SKB proc
Another
here.
combustion.
Oh man!
Come on.
Oh please!
4 seconds. I don't think so.
Please kill the boss.
No.
Okay,
Where's
so
the warrior? They would have executed this.
We were like 5 seconds over. All right, that honestly, it's fine. Like it
was
does
a 28.
Suck. Yeah, it was. That's how you have to. You have to like look back and think about it in terms of like context of the whole entire weekend. That is one key across the whole entire weekend, and that was a 28. We didn't really lose that much time. Like it would have been great to be able to go immediately into a 30 whenever we have to come back to Null Slayer later. But like you said, that was a 28. Like that was a hard key.
It definitely was. And I think it's a really good key to have time now. Obviously, they would have liked that 2 chest, I think, but it's not going to be happening for them this time around. Means they can go 29 now and just lock that in. As Perplexed are moving forwards, they're definitely not going to be in the 3 chest level, but maybe that 2 chest should be on the table? I don't think so, but maybe? They 3 chested that 25. Perplexed?
For which dungeon? Oh, for
Perplexed
Underrot?
and the Underrot? They 3 chested the 25. You
I think
it's
doable.
possible?
So they only have one more trash. I think they only have one more trash pull after this. Or like one more. I guess it's like 2 more trash pulls realistically, but it's they don't have a lot left to go here before being able to pull the boss. Especially on like a 28 Tyrannical, you're probably gonna need like 3.5 minutes or 4 minutes for the boss. So they probably have what, like 2 minutes that they need to be able to kill off the remainder of this trash. I think to be safe, if they have the boss pulled by 20 minutes, we're kind of chilling on the timer. It's gonna be really tight though, Mix. I think
so too. I'm just staring at it, trying to see. They have like 1 minute 30 to finish this, and then the stuff in front of the door, right?
Yes.
This one is dead. They can move on. I know. There's one more worm. Yeah.
Okay. No. But we're running by this guy, so we're gonna sleepwalk him, and then we're gonna melt him off later. Okay. So this is chill. I think that mob generally is like super inefficient. So seeing Perplex routing around, not pulling that guy is really smart on their end.
Okie dokie. 1 minute to finish this trash. Tyrannical.
I think we're
28.
okay.
I think they can do this.
Yeah.
We'll see. It's going to come down to a very close finish. We're going to keep our eyes open on that. Left-hand side, you see the leaderboard. Greg Push currently finishing up their Underrot. And then top right side, we have Direwolves running it back in their 27. Mandatory running it back in a 28 Null Slayer.
They're pretty comfortable. They're pretty comfy on their timer in this 28 NL. Yeah, I think that for mandatory, we're really on pace to be able to chest this thing. I think that we're very, very solid position. For Direwolves in the top right, they still have those 4 deaths. They're still on that run that we saw earlier, wherever they were having a couple of mistakes. They had the death to Holo on the the Drake with like the assassin pull. That pull just becomes so hard at like a pretty high level to combine into one, but it is like time efficient, so it makes sense as to why Direwolves went for it. But I think Direwolves just finishing up this key, getting the one chest is what we're looking for from them.
Here we see mandatory Bloodlust now popped, as we are gonna DPS down the Churskin. Now we can take care of a Dargul. This little spike's gonna come in one more time, but 18% to go on the boss, and so much room with the timer. Just really, really beautiful for them. Hide behind the pillars. Make sure you're not getting hit. Mode taking one more little bonk there from the boss as the magma wave is coming in. But yeah, this is super, super good from them.
How do you feel about lust timings just on this dungeon in general? I think that there's like two conventional questions for lust timing. It's like, are we trying to get four lusts, or are we trying to get like 3 very good lusts? What do you normally think is the best strategy here?
See, as a unholy DK player, I have to go with you'd rather want 3 good ones than 4 meh ones, because we're lusting without CDs, then usually it's kind of like, you'd much rather have like efficient ones. Although maybe that has changed with Evoker just kind of being like a mini Bloodlust.
Yeah,
on the go every time they use their big CDs.
It's just kind of weird because since Blizzard nerfed Rockmora and Neuraxis, it's like you don't necessarily need Lust for either of them anymore. So then there's a question: it's like, how mandatory is it?
Where do you need it? Yeah.
Skyline bottom left here, they're making their way back into Azure Vault. So they're the first team that we've actually seen attempt the higher than a 28 in the AV. So they're starting up a 29 Azure Vault.
That also means that the questions are coming back, Tattles. Why are we in Azure Vault?
Well, we decided that there was going to be one Season 1 dungeon per weekend, and this weekend happened to be Azure Vault. Congratulations.
Yeah. We're bringing them back. If you ever watched TGP before, this is something we do here. We just bring something back. That was a dungeon before. We did it with Legion dungeons before Legion dungeons were actually part of the Mythic Plus rotation. And we're going to do it with the Season 1s as well. Teams are notified ahead of their weekend. So these teams, I think, knew for about a week that Azure Vault was going to be on their time card, and they had time to practice it, prepare for it.
So structurally, they're not told all of the dungeons.
No,
they're actually only told they're only told Azure Vault, and they're not told the affixes. Correct?
Yes.
So it's they're still going in blind, but they know that the dungeon is going to be here, which is more than they knew for the other dungeons. Because in TGP format, more often than not, we would kind of want teams to play on the fly a little bit.
Yeah, it's like, we want them to develop new techs overnight and figure out stuff on the go.
This pull from Skyline is actually super hard. They're actually doing something similar to like what we saw from like an MDI style pull, where they are taking they're taking all of these elementals and they snapped them down into the Laymore room. And so this is a tough pull, but a lot of the difficulty in this dungeon is super front loaded. If they're able to live through this, get perfect CC chains out on all of these mobs, make sure none of the casts from the Lashers go off, making sure that none of the Crystal Furies end up killing off your tank, they should be fine. But this is a very challenging point for a 29 Tyrannical.
Shards, yeah, dodge out of those. Very, very much to handle for them right now, like you're saying, but interrupts are coming in at the perfect time. They're dealing with the area perfectly. They have everything under control, and I think they're just going to play it down beautifully. Mobs are dying off as we speak, dropping lower and lower, and they're nearly finished now. Corporal
it's also
spawning.
finished? I think our caster shift is finished, Makes.
Oh.
Which is unfortunate for the viewers, because I think that means that we have to leave them with Dratnos and Zyronic. A shame. A shame indeed.
It could be that time. You're right. I think we have Zyronic and Dratnos coming back in again.
Perplex missing their timer just
like
barely.
That. Oh, that is tough. But Perplex in a good spot right now. At least, definitely a lock for day 2, if not. Still one of the favorites, if not the favorite of the weekend here. But Dratnos is ironic. It's a little bit close here.
So
Dranos,
actually
perhaps your future guild doing pretty well, right?
yeah, FSY kind of slamming here. We'll have to see if that invite if they end up winning here. I'm gonna try and take them up on that for sure if they're TGP victors. But that
Recording
one
of
chest from
Dranos live on
Perplexed,
broadcast.
that one chest from Perplexed is actually pretty bad news for them compared to Mandatory now, who Mandatory got the edge over Perplexed now with the way that their runs are going so far. I mean, they're actually a little bit ahead of time compared to Perplexed. They're already in the middle of their 29 Underrot. If they're able to time this, they're going to just be like on the same, or they're going to be ahead of where Perplexed are at by a few minutes, and that might mean they can start one more dungeon before the end of the day, because there are only 30 minutes left in our day. The way that it works is you can start a key up until that time passes, and then you get to finish that key even if you were only 2 minutes into the key when the hour comes up. So that would be really big for Mandatory if they were able to get an extra keystone out of this. That might mean that they can overtake Perplexed and actually come into tomorrow with a point or two over them.
Yeah, I think we've actually added more verbiage into how that final run of the day works, because in the past it was kind of more like open flowing, like, okay, if you tell the admins you're going to start your run before the end of the day, they'll let you start it, which meant that some teams started the runs like maybe 2 or 3 minutes after the timer. But now I think you have to state your intent beforehand, and I think you have until 1 minute after the end of the day to start your run, and then if you don't start it in that last minute, it's over. So
it's in the dungeon by 3 Pacific, and dungeon started by 3:01, but that's by like the admin clocks. There's a bit of a delay on stream and stuff, so the admins have the final. They have an atomic clock or something. It's down to the picosecond. They'll let us know whether the runs are allowed or not. Of course,
we don't have Tettles do the math. Don't worry.
Of course, yeah,
that's fine.
But yeah, that, like you were saying, that Underrot 1 chest was really, really important for who's going to be in the lead at the end of the day, because it kind of tossed the ball back into Mandatory's court. They were ahead, Perplexed, by about half a dungeon's worth of time if they were able to get that 2 chest off, and then of course capitalize on the 30, because they did get that 3 chest at the 25. They were the only team to be able to do so, but because they weren't able to 2 chest the 28, if Mandatory is able to 2 chest that 27, which they were, and now they're in the 29, they have that half dungeon lead. And remember, they still have the +1 advantage in the Vortex Pinnacle to go back to as well. So Mandatory is actually in a very dominating position right now, even though our scoreboard doesn't really reflect it right now.
Yeah, if they can convert on these dungeons without any wiped runs, they're kind of almost maybe potentially going to be able to pick up a run and a half over Perplexed, or 2 runs if the 3 o'clock barrier lands favorably for them versus for Perplexed. Very impressive performance from Mandatory so far, but like you said, I mean, Perplexed certainly not out of it yet either. They could absolutely finish their 29 Underrot and start another key before the end of the day, and if both of those runs go well for them, and if something goes a little bit wrong for Mandatory, all of a sudden Perplexed are going to be ending the day ahead, not Mandatory.
This is important as well for the purposes of this dungeon as we get to the first big pull in this Kragmaw room here. Did you see how bad the Sanguine healing was for Perplexed in their 28 Underrot? Because I'm curious, is 2 chests potentially on the table for the 29 if we have like a perfect Sanguine run? I mean, already on this pull alone, they racked up like a 7 million bit of Sanguine, but that was only like 10% or so HP on a few mobs. Yeah,
I mean, looking at the 27 from Mandatory, well, okay. So Mandatory did a 27 in 2139. Now a 29 has 21% more health and damage than a 27. So if we equate that to just 21% more timer, which is rough, but if we called it that, it would be awfully close to not remotely possible. Like they would need to speed up from that. So if Perplex can do a very, very perfect run, maybe they could salvage the. But I don't think 29 2 chest is. I don't think that's feasible. I think when we saw them 3 chest the 25, that was like the edge of possibility there.
Okay. Yeah, and on this pull alone, Mandatory has had 2 relatively bad snapshots of Sanguine healing on the group. They had like two little bursts of 7 or 8 million Sanguine healing, so that's where it is right there. Ooh, another 5 million there just from non-perfect CC. I mean, it's dangerous here, right? Something that's not really talked about as well is when you get into the higher keys, that percentage healing from Sanguine goes up as well too. So every tiny little mistake is just as exacerbated by how high the HP pools are when you get to this key level.
All right, Direwolves hearthing out to Valdrakken. There are only 25 minutes left in the day. I don't know if there's any dungeons they can realistically complete within that time span left on their scorecard. I think we're starting to enter the period now of anytime a team finishes a dungeon run, I don't think they're going to be able to finish another dungeon run before their last, before the timer is up at this point. So very, very high intensity gameplay here. And for Direwolves, it might actually be worth it to go and head into a 29 or something now, rather than say going back to Neltharian's Lair 28. Instead, maybe it's time to go to one of those hierarchies and do a dungeon where they maybe want to try a first pull a couple of times, because I don't think they're going to have time for much more than that.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they would have needed to already have started the Neld Slayer right now. Let's see how far they are in when we do swap. Okay, they haven't even started yet.
Okay.
So they are going to the Neld Slayer.
Plus 28. We've seen this done by mandatory in 23:53. So in theory, if Direwolves could start this Keystone right now, and they could finish it that quickly, maybe they could get to another dungeon in time to start it before the end of the day. But I think the odds of this are extremely slim, because not only would that require them to start and stop, like start dungeon, they would have needed to start it a couple seconds ago probably, but also they would need to do as fast as mandatory in Nelthslayer, which even Perplexed weren't able to manage that in this dungeon.
Yeah. I think what you said is pretty accurate at this point. Any team that's not already started the dungeon is in their last dungeon of the day. So, yep, this is going to probably be the last run for Direwolves, and they'll get a couple of attempts at it as well. Okay, yeah, they're in their 28 Nelthslayer. So, okay, I think they're pretty safe to go through to tomorrow at this point. Greg Push, unfortunately, just not really able to put it together today, which is unfortunate to see, because they are the one team running off meta comps. We like to see that Ellie Shaman come into play, but unfortunately just not really working out for them here. So Direwolves should still be able to get through tomorrow, just trying to capitalize on one of those 3 chests that they put together earlier today.
Yeah, this is big points for Direwolves, and successfully completing this, I think, locks Direwolves through to tomorrow. I mean, at this point, I think the Greg Push are... I don't see a path for them. They're at 99 points, and they need to get to 106 to be able to stay alive. So I think that I think the story of the Greg Push probably will be ending at the end of the day here. I can't even construct a scenario where they gain 7 points in the next 22 minutes. I don't think there's a way. So I'm very glad that we've had them in this tournament, though. They've been very fun to watch. And it's awesome to see them compete here. Unfortunate for them that they've landed in a group of just 5 killer other teams as well. That is just giga unlucky.
Yeah, this is a really nasty lineup of a lot of very, very strong teams with insanely high player pedigree, as well as just experience from previous MDIs and TGPs. So it was going to be a tall task for any team to come into this group and compete with the likes of what we have here. You know, maybe next time around they should consider... I noticed in their player profile they only have 2 Gregs in their group. Perhaps filling the other slots with 3 more Gregs would help them out in the future. We'll have to see. But here we go. Let's take a look.
Plausible, yeah.
FSY, you know, even though they're not in the top 2 right now, are not in that bad of a situation here. They'll be able to finish off this 27 Underrot and then be able to do yet another key after the fact. So for the other teams, they might not have the freedom that FSY does with their timer. FSY might even get a couple extra attempts in because of how much time they have left on their board. Whereas if you look at like Perplexed here in their 29 Underrot, if they push this Underrot for Perplexed all the way to the end of the timer, they might not be able to start another key today.
Yeah, there are 21 minutes until the end of our day here, so Perplexed actually need to finish this with a couple of minutes to spare. As long as they finish it with like a minute or more to spare, they can quickly get to the next dungeon, I think, in time. Of course, our admins are the final arbiters of that, and they actually have the clocks in front of them, so we'll see what happens at the end of this dungeon, but that is, I think, how this will work out for Perplexed. That being said, even though Underrot plus 29 is a very high keystone level, they finished the 28 in 24 minutes and 15 seconds, and that was kind of a scuffed run as well. So I suspect that it is well within their realm of possibility for this to be a 27-minute run, which would give them more than enough time to start a final dungeon of the day. FSY in the top left have had 2 deaths, though.
Oh.
Their healer and 2 DPS now have gone down. 2 battle reses have been committed here.
Oh, if
actually, this is going to... No, this is releasing. All right.
Yeah, this is a... okay, well...
This kills the 2 chests that I think they were alive. They were alive for a 2 chest in this dungeon.
Yeah.
Up until that. I believe that is... Well, there's 2 trash pulls and 1 boss left. Yeah, I think that the 2 chest has died there. The dream of finishing this dungeon and starting another one is at least still alive, but that may have cost them a point off of their leaderboard for sure.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think this is, well, you have to factor in the run back as well, which is going to be another like 30, 45 seconds for everyone to get back there. There is that shortcut there on the left that somehow people still don't know about, but FSY showing it off in good form there. Yeah, that was really unfortunate. Looks like they just let too many casts go off, and then of course your tank getting frontaled after the fact is not something that you can really live through at that point. So... yeah, that's a wipe for them. They're going to try their hardest, though. 5.5 minutes left on the 2 chest timer. They might just barely be able to eke it out. They have the Bloodlust coming up in about 2.5 to 3 minutes. So it might be possible, but they'll have to really, really push the damage. I'm not really sure how feasible it is.
Yeah, it's... I don't think on a 27 Tyrannical that last boss is going to die quickly enough, even with all the power that they have available to them. I think that's... I think it's going to be a minute or so short for FSY on the 2 chest timer, but we'll check back in a few minutes once they get there. Meanwhile, we have Mandatory also in a Underrot. Their keystone, though, is level 29 up in the top right. They're nearly halfway through their timer. As long as they finish this key within the timer, which, you know, once they're depleted, they're hearthing out anyways, they will also have time to start another keystone after this. So this is their big opportunity. Mandatory currently are 1 point behind Perplexed, but they are actually sitting on 1 more potential point on their scoreboard than Perplexed are. So if they're able to time this 29 and then they're able to go and complete another keystone, they're actually going to be ending our day in first place, despite coming in not even as one of the top 2 seeds in this group. Really, really strong performance from Mandatory so far.
It's to be expected, though, right? This is a team that's finished second in the TGP in previous expansions. They finished second in the MDI to Echo last time around. This team is a team that's been ramping insane. Everyone knows they're like the team that can compete with Echo right now, so it's not too surprising to see them play this well. We were kind of, as a matter of fact, most of us were expecting this if we go back to our predictions, right? I think a lot of us had Mandatory either as our favorite to win or be the runner-up. So, yeah, like to see them back in form. But, you know, it's nice to see Perplexed also performing, right? They're a team that in the MDI, they've always been around for a long time, but haven't really been playing, you know, up to the standard we expect of a team of their pedigree. But seeing them put it together here on day one's nice. Little bit of a hiccup, though, for Mandatory as we talk about how good they are. I think RX died to one of the upheavals there, unfortunately, but they have a battle res banked up, can just get them right back up, should be okay. And like we were talking about, 2 chests in the 29, not really something they're worried about. They just have to worry about finishing the key. So... not too bad of a death from them.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. It does mean that there's a little bit of safety loss now. Oh, Mode ends up running into one of those spores. Luckily, does have a poison or disease dispel. Paladins do have that, and you also have the emergency evoker one available as well. So, a lot of safety on this fight in this comp. Ooh, Perplexed. Wolf Disco gonna invis off that worm. As the rest of the group runs on by, they're getting ready to start off this pull. Kragmaw already dead for Perplexed as well. So they're going to make their way towards the end of the dungeon. Also on good pace here. 0 deaths so far for them. Sanguine healing, what they're really looking to keep to a minimum in this part of the dungeon.
A slightly faster Kragmaw timer than Mandatory, so, you know, I mean, they should be on good pace to complete the dungeon. Again, we're not too sure if the 2 chest is possible. We'll have to get a better idea of it when we get closer to the end boss here. Remember, that's a 24-minute timer that they're looking at here. Looks like Mandatory is going to have Spore Collar down probably around the 18-minute mark, roughly, maybe a little bit after that. Which, yeah, I think that's just a little bit too much time to go for the 2 chest. FSY trying their hardest to get the 2 chest off. They've got 2 minutes left. That wipe on the trash is really going to cost them here, though, if they don't get the 2 chest off here.
Yeah, that will be a very unfortunate, you know, -1 key level, and that 1 key level is I mean, it's going to hurt over the next couple of days. It effectively means it's going to take them an extra 30 minutes before they get to those like 30s and 31s that the teams are trying to reach and trying to push. But you can't get there if you still got a 29 underrot in your future, which FSY may well find themselves in that position if they can't push the damage here. They have the first set of ads spawning here, but there's only 90 seconds now until this 2-chest timer is dead. I don't think on 27 Tyrannical there's enough boss damage to make this happen. Even with this comp, their lust is now worn off, and I think it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, especially with the way their 2-minute timings work out, I think the two chests is not really possible. They popped their big cooldowns, their lust, their 2 minutes, the power infusion right with about 2 minutes left in the dungeon. So even the burst from their next set of 2 minutes isn't going to pop in time for them.
Look at the PI, right? PI is going to be up with 10 seconds left before the 2-chest timer expires, so almost impossible, especially the way this boss works. It spawns those 2 ads that actually have to die. Those 2 ads need to be spawning with 10 seconds left on the dungeon timer, or else you're not going to have them killed by the time the 2-chest elapses here. So 40 seconds to go here for FSY. Yeah, there's no way. It's mathematically impossible. I'm ready to make a projection here. This is nearly a JB spore spawning on FSY there. Luckily, they were able to avoid it, though. Dangerous moves here. Always got to be really careful as you start moving towards that part of the room where the ground is already polluted, because the polluted ground turns back into spores, and sometimes they can migrate a couple of yards. And if that lands right on top of your group, you can sometimes have a very funny incident where your whole group dies immediately.
Or just your healer.
Yeah, or just your healer, as the case may be. Sometimes it goes one way, sometimes the other way. There is the 2-chest passed for FSY. Certainly the difference was that wipe on Trash. They are still going to be able to make it through to tomorrow, and they're still going to be probably in 3rd place out of our leaderboard here, but this has cost them 1 point, which is a costly point when you look at how strong Mandatory and Perplexed are. If FSY want to qualify out of this group, there are only 2 spots out of the group to Global Finals. Need to be able to beat either Mandatory or Perplexed to earn that spot.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not the end of the world either, right? Because the big thing about the 2-chest and 3-chest is you're really just setting yourself up for the rest of the weekend, right? If you miss 1 2-chest here, you miss 1 2-chest there, as long as you play clean and you're safer and you're higher end keys and you're able to time them and like on your first attempt, you can catch up to the top end teams if they make mistakes. So they're definitely not out of the running for the top 2, but obviously they would have liked to have this 2-chest just to save them an extra 30 minutes or so in the grand scheme of things. Time is really what the teams are saving on this first day here, and we'll get into the nitty-gritty of the extremely dangerous high-level keys tomorrow and, of course, on Sunday.
Right now they're buying themselves time for like you said, exactly, right? It's about setting themselves up to have as many possible attempts on those giga-high push keys, and especially Mandatory and Perplexed have been doing such a good job of setting themselves up for that tomorrow, because tomorrow we only introduce 1 new dungeon. Very quickly, these teams are going to be back into these dungeons at those nosebleed levels of super high keystones. So that's FSY finishing up their Underrot, a 27-1 chest. We'll see where they decide to go with their final dungeon of the day, as 12 minutes remain before the keystones close. Mandatory in position to finish off this 29 Underrot. The 2-chest is not possible, but it's not far off here for them, actually. They're going to be heading down with about 2 minutes left on the 2-chest timer. So they're going to be a minute and a half short of it or something like that, but with 2 deaths at a 29 keystone level, that is crazy fast for this Underrot.
Well, Perplex is going at a decent clip faster as well on their end. They're going to have Spore Caller down about 25 seconds faster than Mandatory is as well. I don't know if that 25 seconds is enough to make a difference, though.
No way. Unless they are able to... if there was some way to do this area 1 pull faster, but I don't see how you can. This area is already so nasty, and you've got all these mobs that are rooted and just uncooperative and impossible to chain. So it does look like Divine's running forward and grabbing one of the corruptors here. So maybe they can skip past. They would have to finish this dungeon in the next 5 minutes. They need to pull the boss in the next 1 minute probably. Maybe next minute and a half if we're being super generous. I'm I don't think even for Perplexed. I think Perplexed are going to end up being 40 seconds faster than Mandatory, but I think Mandatory are going to be like a minute and a half shy of the two chests. So those are my official number predictions.
Thank you, Mathnos. Let's take a look at what the other teams have going on, though. Direwolves still in that 28-0. Slayer, 0 deaths on the board, going clean for them. Let's see, 10 minutes left in the day. I don't think they're going to be able to complete this dungeon in the next 10 minutes, so that should be the last run for them. Skyline, in their 29 Azure Vault on the second to last boss here. There's only 10 minutes left in the timer, so if they're able to beat the timer, they should actually have just enough time to start one more key, as long as they're able to complete this dungeon off. So that could be pretty nice for them. That'd be our first 29 Azure Vault on the board as well, so be a good one to pick up for them, so they have more time to worry about other dungeons tomorrow. Of course, still have Mandatory and Perplexed finishing off these underwrought runs. They'll definitely be able to get another run off. So we still have a lot more dungeon running left in the day, even though we only have 10 minutes left on our official timer.
Yeah, a lot of teams here are going to be able to start that overtime key. We'll see exactly which ones, though. It's all going to come down to how the next few minutes work out here. I think Direwolves in the bottom left are the team that unfortunately is going to be getting the worst end of the overtime rule, because I don't think they can complete this Neltslayer in the next 10 minutes. Ooh, especially with Jack going down there. They do have a battle res, though. They actually have 2 battle reses remaining still, so I guess one more after that res goes off, perhaps. So there's still a little bit of flexibility for them, but I don't think you can do the rest of this dungeon in that short of a time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the other thing as well is, like, I feel like we really haven't talked too much about the difficulty scaling of these keys. We started the day off at 22s, right? And the teams are now all doing 28s, 29s. These are more than double the difficulty in health and damage scaling of the keys they were starting to do at the start of the day. Like, take a look at Skyline here on the top right. When this first Frost Bomb goes out, look at the damage this Frost Bomb is going to do to the group. It's going to do probably like 70 to 80% of their HP in one tick, and that's with shields. I think they had a mass barrier on the group there. So yeah, the damage output on some of these bosses on Tyrannical is going to scale to the point where you can't really live through the abilities without very tailor-made strats for them, let alone, timing the key based off the dungeon timer alone. So they'll definitely have to workshop some of this out, and of course they have time to do that after the day today, right? One of the big keys of the TGP is that there's no practice in between days. Once your 5 hours, plus overtime is allocated for the day, you don't get to go back in and practice the keys. They can, however, go over routes and stuff and, theory craft things. But, that's one of the things we haven't really talked about too much.
Of course, you can also play on the live servers. This patch in particular as well, a lot of these teams have good geared characters on the live servers, but the affixes are going to be different. You can't play Azure Vault M+ on the live servers. So definitely going to be a lot of theory, a lot of thinking that gets done between the days. Minimal ability to actually get useful practice in. And yeah, I just quickly went and checked. The 29 key compared to the 22 key, it's 95% more health and damage. It is extremely lethal compared to the keys they were starting the day with. And like you were saying, you could just see it when these mechanics go off. If people don't have defensives pressed, when those explosions are coming out from this, say, Telash Greywing that we're seeing up at the top right, the Absolute Zero cast, you got to press something or you're going to die, or there's got to be a Zephyr up or you're going to die, which is a very different experience than the start of the day, which was all about 3-chesting this dungeon and ideally doing it, 2 minutes faster than the next team.
Skyline, though, making good progress here. I mean, 7 minutes to deal with Umbral Skull. They've got the Lust for Pull, or I guess when their 2 minutes come off cooldown. So they should be in good shape here. The name of the game is just going to be living through the mass AoE, and of course making sure you DPS down those fractured crystals. One explosion of those go off, it's almost assuredly a wipe. So I'll have to keep an eye on that. It'll be our first time seeing that. Perplexed and Mandatory both onto the final boss here, and like we were talking about, 2 chests just completely out of the question for them. Mandatory already 2.5 minutes over here as the boss is about to go down. They've got those last couple of blood visages out that'll finish off the boss here. There's the 29 time for them, and Perplexed do have 30 seconds left on the timer, but they're only halfway through the boss, so they're just trying to time the key.
Yeah, they are going to have a faster time than Mandatory in this 29, which would be important for tiebreakers if the 29 stood, but I doubt that a 29 underwrought is going to hold for very long. I think that is a keystone that we're expecting to see move into the 30 and maybe even potentially 31 keystone level. One interesting thing about the Azure Vault that's in the top left right now, you actually have this slowing aura that comes out of the boss. And this is one of the bosses where you'll actually feel that you don't have Thundering anymore, because Thundering used to suppress slows on you as long as you had it active. So you could use the Thunderings to get a big move on this boss away from those orbs. Now that's actually not possible because, of course, we're not playing with Thundering active on these keys. We're using Season 2 affixes, even though it's a Season 1 dungeon. So it is a little bit of relearning that needs to be done if you use that strategy a lot in this on this boss.
You probably just triggered a ton of people just by mentioning the word Thundering. Everyone just got cognitively overloaded when you said that word. That's how oppressive that was back in the day. So
this boss, though, it was kind of nice. It was you got your Thundering proc and it's like, okay, we're going on an adventure. Everybody can move freely, you know. Let's go 50 yards away from these blenders of the orbs that are just gonna turn your tank into dust if you're not careful.
So. One of the questions I have now is, where does Mandatory go next? I mean, if you look at the options that they have on the table, all of them are difficult keys, right? They have 29 VP they could do. They have 30 Nelths, 30 Underrot, and 30 Azure Vault. Looks like we're right back into the Underrot. They liked their strategy there. They had 3 minutes left on the timer, so yeah.
This is nice as well. You don't have to change talents. You can just go out, come back in. And Underrot has a pretty big pull at the start here. By going here and starting it really quick, you get the chance to maybe just restart it if you need to, but Direwolves in the bottom right have actually wiped here to Neuraxis. They're going to need to die quickly if they want to still have a hope of even completing this dungeon. I guess they still have a solid 13 minutes left to do the last two bosses, so it is still... They're hearthing, though.
They're town portaling?
So they know that they only can start one more dungeon now if they do it right now anyways. Smart. So you may as well just get a reroll on the dungeon, because even though you still have flexibility for one mistake, if you start the dungeon again, then all of a sudden you have two mistakes allowed, right? So
here's the
I like
thing
this
as
a lot
well.
out of the Wolves, and maybe they can two chest as well.
Yeah, that's the two chest is the important thing, because you could chest that, right, and do the 29, and you just set up to the 29 tomorrow. But why would you complete that now when you know you can just go back in and let's try to two chest it this time? One chesting it shouldn't be an issue for them. They can make a couple of mistakes and still one chest. But getting the two chest would be really, really, really important for them. That'd be an extra, dungeon level skip that they can pull off for tomorrow. So I like that's smart thinking from them. They've played the game long enough. They've been in TGPs before that they know how to manage their way around it. That's smart playing from them.
Mandatory in the top right also taking advantage of that basically free reset at this point that they have for the next 3 minutes in this Underrot, as things went a little bit awry for them. And they're able to just say, you know what? We're going to start all over again. So Direwolves and Mandatory just at the start of their dungeons. Skyline nearing the end of theirs. They'll have a couple of minutes to decide where they want their last dungeon of the day to be, as well as we have 3 minutes left until Keystones close on day one of the Great Push. The Azure Vault has been timed by Skyline with a few minutes to spare even as well. I wonder if they'll go back and attempt that dungeon on plus 30 now.
They've got a couple other attractive options, right? They could do the 29 Underrot or the 28 Nelths. I think those would be better, on the scoreboard right now. There's no reason they couldn't do them tomorrow either, though. I think you're probably right. I think going into the 30 Azure Vault right now, while it's fresh in your mind and you've got the strategies figured out, is probably the smarter play. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them do that. We'll have to keep an eye on that green dot to see where they do end up going. FSY, though, making good progress in this 29 Azure Vault on their board. Got Lamore down in a pretty decent split. And are dealing with another massive trash pack, not really changing their strategies at all on this higher key level.
Yeah, I respect it. I mean, it's a tyrannical keystone, so these trash mobs are not super dangerous, right? They're not empowered by the fortified affix. And most of the damage here is relatively avoidable as well. Like, as long as you're dodging those frontals, which Scuffed is not even really bothering dodging those frontals from the Arcade Guardians. He's playing Bear. He's got his furs up. It doesn't matter. That was a tanky bear for FSY.
I also noticed that Mandatory did do one reset of their first pull. Were you paying attention to that? Did they just have a lot of Sanguine healing on that first pull? Or did something
wasn't
go
paying
wrong
attention,
with the
saw it
matron?
happen afterwards. Assumed that something went either a little or a lot wrong, not sure which.
Let me take a look. I'm going to go back and look. They had 17 million healing on their first pull on their first attempt on the 30, and they only had 13 million on the second one. So I guess it was a little bit better the second time around. Okay.
There's still one more minute if they decide they want to reset again, but I think they're getting pretty close to committing to this run as their last run of the day. And the plus 30 Keystone level that you're seeing on the two teams on our left screens right now is very unforgiving. You know, don't let it fool you that the tanks are looking tanky against these packs when they have all their defensives rolling and you know, everything is going as planned, because they are only a couple of you know, missed globals away from just disappearing. That is always a possibility here. Any of these mechanics being handled the wrong way, anything that needs to get stopped that doesn't, is just going to one-shot at this key level. So they are in tremendous danger, even though if they do it right, it doesn't look like it was that dangerous at all.
Well, do you know what the actual percentages are on a 30 key? Is it over like 1100% damage and healing increase? It's got to be something crazy like that.
I can run the exponential calculator real quick. Yeah, hang on. Compared to a +0 or compared to a +22, what are you looking for?
Just like when you put the key in.
Okay, when you mouse over it, yeah.
And you mouse over it, yeah. What it says.
All right, let me.
When you're on the key start thing.
Let me go find a little exponential calculator thing. And we'll do this because it is 10% more health and damage per level, but it is like exponential. So that base number relative to the +2 does get pretty crazy as we start getting to these very, very high key levels. +30
it really starts
especially
scaling out of control. Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. You know, things that are, oh man, mandatory. This is the worst case scenario. Ooh. Our timers are done. These are the final runs of the day, and Skylark goes down on the first boss with the boss at 60%.
I think that's it. I think this dungeon is dead for them. I think their run is bricked.
They're portaling.
It's a very unfortunate timer. We'll see if they again. There's a bit of a delay here, so it's possible that they'd be able to start another one, but we'll see if that is possible. Either way, here the admins, of course, have the official clock, and we'll be able to get a final ruling on that. Meanwhile, up in the top right, FSY getting started in their 29 with Azure Blade. This is the most dangerous boss, in my opinion, in the Azure Vault, what FSY are dealing with right now up in the top left. So we've seen people dying on this boss already. Very scary one for them to deal with. Although I feel like this comp is a little bit safer on it than the Season 1 comps were. Your Bear. You can see Sack, though, being used to help keep him alive. There's quite a bit of tank one-shot potential from those arcane cleaves.
We did get word, too, that that's it for mandatory for the day. So they currently are, our leader right now with 112 points and doing well on time as well. But that's it for them. But hey, if you're going to go out a little bit earlier than the other teams, you want to go out number one.
Yeah, they're on top at least. For the time being, Perplex can they can tie it up, right, if they complete this run of the 30 Azure Vault in the bottom right. But, as we've seen, when you get into that 30 key level, the runs are not as certain as the earlier runs of the day are. And I mean, taking a look at Fat Shark on the top left here, this 29 Azure Vault, look at the ticking damage on the group and how long they've been in this intermission phase. They've been in this intermission for easily 30 to 45 seconds. Now, the Holy Paladin does have a very strong toolkit for just pure group healing right now. But, that scales up. Another 10% on the 30 that Perplex is attempting could just put it over the edge of difficulty. We'll have to see when they do get there.
Yeah, this is going to get sketchy as they start going for those extra key levels because, like you said, the exponential scaling is actually, it makes that gap from a 29 to a 30 and then from a 30 to a 31. Each of those are just so much more work that the teams are going to have to do, so much more danger and just so much more damage, which means so much less flexibility on the timer that they're going to have to do. So it's going to be incredibly, incredibly important that teams are able to capitalize on their good runs once they start making it deep into these dungeons, because they're not going to have a lot of chances at it.
Yep. Of course, again, we are in the final runs of the day here. The timer is up to start new dungeons, so what you're in is what you're going to end the day with. Are you going to gain that plus score from finishing this key, or are you going to unfortunately have to end your day like mandatory did? Is a good spot for Perplex to catch up just a little bit and potentially take over that number 1 seed. And a good opportunity for the other teams to catch up because they're lagging a little bit behind. This would be massive for Skyline and Direwolves as well as FSY to get this extra score on the board here. But again, look at Azure Blade for FSY in the top left corner here. Second intermission. The boss is only at 47%. It looks like they're going to be getting a third intermission as well, so this boss is going to take ages for them to get through.
Yeah, you can see some cooldowns are going to be available once they exit here, but I agree it's going to be tough to get this boss killed from 47 to 0 on a plus 29 Tyrannical. They are going to be able to send their cooldowns, though. You can see Breath of Ian's is going to be used there. Hopefully it landed on the boss. It looks like it probably did. And the Power Infusion is coming out as well, so all of the big 2-minute burst from FSY landing on Azure Blade now. Are they going to be able to deplete the health faster than the energy here? It started this phase at 47% health, so they need to be doing about 1% health for every 2% energy that disappear from this boss. Right now, they look to be just barely on pace, and there is a bit of a run speed as well. Like, you can bring the boss to the very edge of the room and get 10 extra seconds while it runs, but they are running out of damage now is the problem. Their PI, their Breath of Ian's, all that damage is in the past. Now they are just using their regular rotations. An Incorporeal spawn is going to force 2 of their globals to be committed here as well, and you can see that energy is catching up to the health bar here.
That guy can't
stabilize went off.
This one is the friendly one.
It's the friendly one. Okay.
That one's been dominate-minded by Giga.
Oh, boss is going to run into the middle of the room. They've had a little bit of extra time. Can they get the burst damage off here? 2, 1. No.
1%. There's the
Don't
cap.
finish it. They got it. That is huge. That is a huge time save for them.
Amazing. Incredible work from FSY there. That is going to be huge. Now, the bad news is I don't think that they can make that push even 1 key level higher. I think it is over in that situation. Oh, speaking of things that are over, Skyline have players on the floor in their plus 30 in the bottom left. I suspect that means this keystone is going to go to incompletion for them as well. So they are going to be freezing their score at 108 at the end of the day, which is going to put them potentially even in 5th place if Direwolves are able to finish this run. That is not good news for Skyline. They were
at least they're safe. You know?
Yeah, they're safe for today, but obviously 5th place is getting eliminated at the end of tomorrow, so they'll be coming in tomorrow under the gun already.
Very true.
Well, the thing is, Skyline and Direwolves both still have a lot of plus 2s and plus 3s to capitalize on.
That's true.
So even though their score is relatively low, they aren't as far behind as the score would indicate, right? Yeah, they're probably two dungeons behind Perplexed and Mandatory, who have been lights out all day today, minus that one hiccup from Mandatory we just saw happen. So, they're not too far out of the competition just yet. I think the only team that is out of the competition right now, unfortunately, is Greg pushing the bottom left, but still trying the hardest, trying to get those extra points at the end of the day for some bragging rights. Hopefully they're able to complete that one off. That 26 underroute would be a nice little pickup for them at the end of the day. But let's keep an eye on, I think the most important run to look at right now is probably in the top right here. This Direwolves team needs to capitalize on this Nell Slayer. This will give them a plus 3 score on their board, which will be huge for them.
Yeah, this is big points for the Direwolves. This will put them up to 109, which would tie them with FSY if FSY weren't about to add 2 points to their board, which they are. So that's still pretty good, though, for Direwolves. Direwolves definitely still in the hunt for 1st place or 2nd place overall on the weekend. They're mostly just staying in range, trying to only stay, 30 minutes or an hour behind Perplexed, because once we start getting to those very high keys, that could easily disappear with a couple of bad runs. FSY, though, Krona going down, ends up taking the res there. They do have another res available if they need it. All these Hornswogs starting to jump around. FSY are not making use of that spot on that tome that prevents the Hornswogs from jumping, on certain players at least. They are instead just having their ranged dodge, which is a little bit hellish, but looks like they're going to be able to get through it.
Well, I wonder if the rescue just wasn't up for them. Because if you don't have the rescue, there's no way of getting up there, right? Because you need to rescue the priest up there, and then the priest will grip your mage up there. And if you don't have the rescue, then there's just no way of getting up there. Krona almost getting one shot by, I believe, a charge from the breaker there. Very scary, but of course, mage just alter times it back. No issues whatsoever here. There's a roar going off from the breaker, doing half HP to everybody, into a slam into Lofus on the augmentation of Ogre. Able to keep themselves alive here. This pull is very dangerous if you can't cheese it with that save spot.
Yeah, looks like they're going to be able to get through it, but wow, Krona Gets the roar into the shoulder slam. I spoke too soon. Down he goes. They have 2 battle reses available, but I love this decision. The pack is almost dead. Let's just use an out of combat res and preserve those 2 battle reses for ourselves. We know our timer is fine. We know we'll have time to do those bosses. Let's preserve these battle reses because those are an important resource that might make it so we can save or salvage a cursed pull of some kind or other. So great decision making here from FSY. Unfortunately, it's Spiteful Week, which does punish these types of decisions to wait until the end of a pull. You can Dominate Mind the Spiteful Shade to get it dead soon, or to get it out of combat sooner, but looks like they're instead just going to have it die and then cast their res.
Yep, still plenty of time though. 14 and a half minutes to deal with these 2 bosses. Now, of course, they have a little bit of a different route from what we saw from Skyline, right? They do have to go back to the start of the dungeon and do their first pull, so their timer is a little bit tighter. I wonder when they're going to be using this Bloodlust here. Are they going to be using it on Telash to try to skip a phase, or are they going to be saving it for Umbral Skull? Now, if they use it in the next 3 minutes here, they'll get 2 uses of the Lust off in the rest of the dungeon, so I imagine they'll probably be popping it very, very shortly here, probably after the first intermission.
Yeah, I think that's probably the plan here. In theory, FSY could get 2 more Lusts in their dungeon. Mm-hmm. In practice, I don't think that's realistic though, because they're going to just finish before that 10 minutes is up from now. So I wonder if you're in FSY spot if you just hold your Lust for Umbral Skull. Actually. Maybe that's the more prudent move. I don't know.
It looks like they're holding on to it just now. Combustion and PI were both just popped. Nope, there's the Lust. It's a little late. So, is that a proc or is that the actual Lust?
It looks like it went on everybody, but we'll have to watch. Always hard to tell because, of course, there is the Evoker Breath of Ian's Lust. But I see Breath of Ian's has got a minute left on its CD, so I think this was real Lust.
All right. There we go. So that is the Bloodlust committed. I mean, it's the safer play, right? Because if something does end up happening in that first pull, or the Umbral Skull, you will have access to that second Lust for the rest of the dungeon. Definitely the smarter play for them. Also, potentially skip an intermission phase on this boss, which doesn't really last too long, but, you like to skip an extra explosion of AoE when the key level is this high, because living through that can be kind of dangerous, but doing a good job of it already. Let's see just how much damage this explosion does on the 29 tyrannical key. Keep an eye on those health bars on FSY.
Lopez rescuing back in there, not for the safety, but for the Twin Guardian Shield, I suspect.
Right.
As well. Very, very valuable little piece of Evoker utility. The Twin Guardian Shield effectively going to save 2 players from potentially one-shotty damage. And yeah, on this 29 level, that Absolute Zero does not mess around. They are going to want to have something for every single set. Luckily, there is Devotion Aura with Aura Mastery. There's also Zephyr. And then there's Personals. And there's multiple different Personals that these specs have. So realistically, they probably could handle these Absolute Zeros coming out twice as frequently as they do and still survive.
Mm-hmm. Don't forget Mass Barrier now, too.
Yeah.
Very, very good button. It's like an extra
Mass Barrier.
120k shielding for everybody in the group, which is very
and
nice
Obsidian
to live
Scales,
their own
even
shots.
the health increase on Obsidian Scales, the Black Attunement enhancement that you get there. Once we start getting to like 30, 31, 32 key levels in this place, then it's going to be like, oh, now we need to start overlapping multiple of these to survive this. But as of right now, one of those buttons is enough to make them live, it looks like.
In the bottom right here, Perplexed, though, making this 30 Azure Vault look clean.
Wow.
0 deaths so far, 14 minutes in. Just now getting to
right.
Azure Blade's
Direwolves.
room. Oh no, Direwolves!
They've had a worm finish its Metamorphosis cast, and now that's spawned one of the actual grabby worms that will just... Those things are not... They're not realistic to kill. If one of those grubs get their Metamorphosis cast off, it is over. It is time to reset that pool and wait for it to despawn, because you are not killing that thing. It is that acid pool around it is a pool of death. You cannot fight that.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is really unfortunate, because this is this spot where they reset their run previously here, thinking they could potentially get the 2 chest off. And the 2 chest timer, with that wipe and the amount of deaths they've racked up here, definitely seems like it's out of reach now. I mean, they're just going to have to take the 1 chest here, which is really unfortunate for them, and, Yeah, they're going to be going to a 29. Chaz going down as well at the start of the pull here. They even commit the battle res for him. Don't want to give him time to run back. They really need to get a move on here. Maybe they potentially still think they can get a 2-chest off here, but this pull is going to be very difficult for them to go through with that early death. And that's a death from Jack as well. Instantly releases, but he's not going to get back to the group in time to use the PI on the Fire Mage when he's combusting. This pull's going to take forever for them now.
Yeah, into the Breath of Ian's also being missed by Jack here, so this is going to be really rough. Hopefully they still have enough CC across their group to get all of those grubs and prevent the metamorphosis. That is the most important thing here, but this is a dangerous pull. There are pelters involved in this. There's avalanches you have to dodge. Chaz dropping super low gets the bop as he walks through melee. That's going to be good to stop him from dying to the pelter. And also the Grub Master, what I believe caused the first death on this pull was the Grub Master's little AoE that it does around it, which is very scary on this level of key. Equibus also going down for Direwolves now. They are... the KDA of these mobs is getting awfully close to 1 here. That's not good. They are going to be able to get through this and still time the key, it looks like, but not much more room for error.
The longer the pull stays alive, the more of these grubs spawn, and the more problems they could potentially have. Blinding Light coming out there to make sure that one doesn't get its Metamorphosis cast off. But this pull has not gone clean for them at all. We've had 3 or 4 deaths here alone, which really has dragged this pull out, and now we're only getting into the more dangerous part of it. As they go into raging, you won't be able to CC them, you'll only be able to interrupt. They can soothe, but I mean that just adds to the cognitive overload of this pull, which they've made harder by pulling in a bunch of Nashers as well, so the tank damage is relatively high too. It's just, everything that could have gone wrong has possibly gone wrong here for them, and is going to cost them their 2-chest almost assuredly, with 228 bosses left to go through, as well as still 25% trash that they need to go through. Yeah, they're just playing to time the key at this point, and even that's not a given with how difficult this trash has gone for them.
This was definitely the multiple minutes were lost over the past few minutes here for Direwolves, and not just because you always lose a few minutes every few minutes, but for the other reason, right? Extra minute lost than just the time. They're going to be on their way to the boss now, and hopefully they're going to be able to recover this one. Meanwhile, up in the top left, FSY, working their way through Umbral Skull. You might be thinking, oh my goodness, are they about to 2-chest this plus 29? But you got to look and see that they have actually still got some count to do. After this boss, they're going to go and do a frog pull. Or actually, I guess it's probably not frogs, right? Because we saw them already doing some of the frogs there. So they're going to go and do some kind of other pull after this boss.
At the start.
Maybe start a dungeon, yeah. And collect their count from that. So the process of doing that is going to take them over that 2-chest timer if the boss itself wasn't enough already. Still, though, a good run for FSY in this 29 vault. In the bottom right, Perplexed in a 30 vault. We'll see if they're going to be able to deal with Azure Blade in as few phases as FSY were on the 29. It was very close for FSY. I don't think on a plus 30 it's going to be easy, but it might be possible with perfection.
Let's see what percentage they can get the boss to here, because that'll give us a good idea of whether or not it's possible. FSY's Azure Blade, on their second intermission, they had the boss at 49% here. Perplexed are going to have their boss even lower than that here. They might even be able to get to the low 40s here with the cast time plus the movement from the boss getting in here. If they do have everything coming up for the next phase,
they've got this, yeah.
They 42%. Should be able to get it.
That's less hit points than FSY broke through in their last phase. Looking at cooldowns, of course, they're not going to have Lust. Oh. They're not going to have PI. Hang on.
Well,
they're not going to have PI or Breath unless they take a long time in this intermission, which I guess maybe they'll get back to it. Hang on.
You could do that. You could sit in this phase for a while here and actually have it be a time increase if you're waiting for your cooldowns to come back up. Your Holy Paladin, I mean, this phase is a lot of required healing, but the Holy Paladin's chilling. I mean, Zevi's just pumping some healing into his group, having a grand old time here, and they don't have to wait until the power infusion actually comes off CD to push. They could wait a little bit longer, but I don't think it'll actually come off cooldown here with how long they took to push. These are about, 50 to 60 second phases, if I remember properly,
it's
right?
60 now, yeah. It's 60
now?
So.
Yeah, it was nerfed to 60. So, yeah, they could potentially get that last PI off right at the end if they really need to push extra damage here. Of course, they'll have to evaluate there. Let's see, though. I mean, it looks like it's going to be relatively close.
Ooh. Goodness gracious. 2% HP on the bear there, but that's enough. Not a big deal. Ooh, it looks like he's playing that Anvil trinket as well for some extra single target from the raid, too. So that's pretty cool to see. A nifty little little trinket choice there on that bear. I saw him cast that anvil strike. So they're going to move the boss up the stairs here. Slightly different place than where FSY were tanking it, but I believe this does maximize the runtime if you can get it all the way up into this corner here. 23% on the boss. The boss is almost out, but the PI comes now as well. The Breath of Ian's has popped already, or is about to. 15%, I don't... Zara, I got bad news.
There was no combustion here, so yeah, they're going to have to just take the L, do another intermission phase.
That's okay.
And honestly, they were in kind of a weird spot with cooldowns there, right? Because at the end of that fight, you don't really want to pop cooldowns at the end of a boss, especially going into the next pull that they would be going into, right? Not having cooldowns available at the start of a giant frog pull would be very, very, very awkward. So yeah, popping cooldowns at the end just to get the boss low. They'll deal with an intermission, and then they'll just slow kill off the rest of the boss here, and then they'll have all of their cooldowns back and available for when they gather up all those frogs here. FSY, though, are through Umbral Skull, dealt with the first trash pack of the count they need, and now they're on to what should be the last trash pack of the dungeon here for them. And, you know, we were talking about the extra lust potential. It comes up in 50 seconds, so, you know, on a 30, this lust would definitely be back up for probably this pull. So I kind of like the strategy of where they're using their lusts here.
Yeah, I wonder if you want to adjust your pathing such that you can get the final lust of the dungeon on a boss, though, in a tyrannical setting, right? Like, I wonder if that's possible. I guess maybe you'd have to give up the lust on a different boss to make that work, so maybe it's not possible, but it is something worth thinking about, you know, maybe as you start getting to those higher keys that sort of thing becomes worth. I guess lusting on trash isn't that bad. With current Fire Mage scales nicely with haste on AoE like it does on single target as well, right? So all these specs pretty happy with haste even on AoE, because historically haste is going to save you more time on a single target fight than it does in AoE. But with this comp, it's not that much worse, I don't think. So there is the timer for FSY, 31:43. Definitely enough time if they were able to survive a 30. To time that as well. The 31 is where the question mark begins.
And there is the dungeon as well for the Greg push. And that is the end of their great push as, hey, they made it this far, which is pretty sick. And they did it their way, right? Bringing the Elemental Shaman, but that is going to be it for them for the day and the tournament. But it was fun to see something a little bit different from the rest of the pack. Yeah, good showing from them. Unfortunate they couldn't really put it together. But again, we talked about this earlier. The competition in this group was insane. This group has probably one of the highest average skill levels of any TGP group that we've seen. So really unfortunate for them, but love to have them. Love to see the LA Shaman pick. They played well. In the top left, though, Dire Wolves are in a tire scenario here. They need to complete this key. Not completing this would be a massive time loss in the area of almost an hour, right? With how much time they've spent trying to get this 28 down here. Now, the good news is they have plenty of time to get it done, but you're still not really happy about this run if you're Dire Wolves, right? Even if you get it timed, you were really hoping for the 2 chest, which is something, you know, both our top 2 teams have completed. Giving yourself the opportunity to go for the 30 tomorrow, which definitely looks doable based off of the times we've seen in the 28s from our other teams. But yeah, I mean, at least getting the time on the board would be nice for them. That's the minimum we want to see from them here.
Yeah, 6.5 minutes left in this dungeon for Dire Wolves. They do need a little bit of count, so they are going to actually have to pull 2 packs of some kind here. Could be 2. It could just be both Scorpions. Get them out of the way. No, okay, it's the side pull, of course. The Scorpions are demonic, and they are not interested in those. So they're going to be grabbing a little bit of trash here, and then potentially taking this into 1 Scorpion. Yeah, 1 Scorpion joining the party here for Dire Wolves, and they will skip the other one in all likelihood, as this is going to be enough count for them. 5 minutes for the boss is more than enough on a 28 fortified. They probably need 3.5 for that boss fight, maybe 4, worst case. So I think they're okay here, but it is awfully close. 20 deaths on the board for Dire Wolves. This run, like you're saying, has not gone like we were hoping to see.
I'm actually just scared for them, too. 28 Fortified Dominator it's demonic. Look at Jack's HP every single time one of those AoE Ember Swipes comes out on the group here. He just takes 80% of his health bar. It's so ridiculous. Committing the mass barrier here just to live through one of them as well. Another swipe goes out. I mean, they have to keep the Trapper Polymorph to live through this pull. If they had the pelts from the Trapper going off in addition to the swipes from this Dominator, they would not be able to live through this pull. That's how much damage goes out here. Again, this is going back to one of the concepts we were talking about earlier, where the scaling of the key, the exponential scaling, just gets really out of control when you get to the higher levels here. On a 30, that could potentially just one-shot, and they might actually have to, respec some of their gear into more verse just to live through pulls like this.
Yeah, it's a difficult solution. I mean, there is also the Zero Scorpion route that we have seen Perplexed using. Mm-hmm. That one may scale better into the very highest level of keys. Difficult to relearn a route, though, at last minute, so we'll see how the teams decide to handle that. I think I like that for Perplexed. I think their route does scale better into the very highest keys, though, because it doesn't pull those Scorpions, which... like you're saying, those things are, I mean, they are going to get dangerously close to one-shotting, and the thing is, it's not like, oh, this almost one-shots you every 30 seconds or 1 minute like some bosses do. It's like, oh, every 5 seconds, the entire group needs to go from 2% to 100% HP or they're dead, and then maybe they also need to press something like that. That is nasty. But here is 4 minutes now for the boss. The trash is going to get pulled by Equibus over there. Then the boss is going to get pulled. Then Equibus is going to use invisibility. He was the only player in combat with that trash, so now it's going to drop combat with them. If they hadn't done that, the trash would have gotten in combat with the whole group once they pulled the boss. So that is the reason that they do that little maneuver there. That works against a lot of bosses. You can do it in Freehold as well. You could do it in Knockout Offensive last expansion or last season as well. Making sure that you just avoid getting those extra mobs that pull when the last boss does.
Well, something else about this dungeon that I think Nagura and Mix covered a little bit earlier today, but we should go over again, is that the scaling on this last boss when you get into higher key levels is really finicky, right? Like, when you get to the 4th Magma Sculptor spawn, the Crystal Spike spawns get pushed back off their CD enough so that the Magma Sculptor is out, but there's no spikes for you to stun it with for actually quite a while. So the damage on the group is going to be high, and then also sometimes you just don't get a 3rd spike on that set as well, so you need to kill the Sculptor in a 1-spike combo. We haven't seen any team get to the 4th Magma Sculptor yet. I think on our most recent 28 Nelths run that we saw, I think it only barely was just about to spawn, like they got the Magma Wave right before it would have spawned. Almost certainly on a 30, we will see that 4th Sculptor wave, which is a really nasty one to deal with already on its own. Not to mention the fact that, like we've seen from Perplexed, what you're talking about, the room that they would have to kite that around in would be very, very small, right? So we have to see what they've got cooked up to deal with that on a 30 if they are going to continue doing the no Scorpion route like we're talking about. Ooh. It's going to be a very difficult part of the fight to live through.
Zasevi goes down for Perplexed. They are going to be able to land the Battle Res, though, and they actually have a couple of spare ones there, so they're still going to be okay. And yeah, one thing that you have against the ads for Direwolves in the top left with this comp, you do have a bop. The bop can buy you a little bit of time because whoever's fixated can get bopped and stand still for a little while. So that can potentially sometimes bridge the gap between those spikes that are slow to spawn. But like you said, sometimes you just need to only use one spike because the second one is the last one you'll get before the next Magma Wave. So I don't think we'll see that come into play on this 28, but once we start getting the 29s and 30s, that is absolutely going to be relevant as Direwolves nearing the end of their run. Chompy taking a lot of damage from those molten crashes. Those things do not mess around with the tank. There's now just 1 minute and 20 seconds to finish this dungeon. They can kill this Charskin. I think after this, they need to just commit to the boss. They probably can't afford to kill the next one. Yeah, this is the 3rd.
They'll stun it again with the 2nd spike here almost instantly. They might even be able to kill it off before they stun it. You would like for it to not move because you can see the damage on the group when it starts moving is really nasty. They only got a couple ticks of it there. We'll keep an eye on them on our tiny little top right corner there. Perplexed are on Umbral Skull in a 30. They've got 6 minutes left in the key, 6.5 minutes left in the key to get through half of this boss, and then of course they go for that giant frog pull to finish off their trash count. So their timer's looking good here as long as they can get through their last set of fraction crystals at 25% here. Direwolves, though, boss is at 10% here.
30 seconds
left. This is that
left.
phase that we were talking about. They need to get this down. 30 seconds left. They cannot DPS this last Sculptor at all. Where are the cooldowns here? Combust coming up in 10 seconds here. There is no power infusion, so it's all going to be on the mage here, but I think they've just barely got the time. But, as you can see, as we were talking about, the boss is at half energy here, and the Sculptor still hasn't spawned yet. you have very, very small timing windows to get this last sculptor dead. When they do get onto that, and we'll definitely see that tomorrow in the 30, but that's a good time. +3 score for Direwolves, catapulting themselves ahead of Skyline. So, a little bit safer tomorrow when we do once again have to eliminate yet another team here. But of course, that leaves us for the last run of the day, Perplexed in this 30 Azure Vault. Can they get this final set of crystals down so they can set themselves up for the Frog Bowl?
Yeah, they have 5.5 minutes left to do this. That is more than enough time. They have 3 battle reses as well. No way they could wipe from here. And this would actually be this would be the first +30 Azure Vault to be done. Now, to be fair, there are a lot of asterisks there, because of course it was a last season dungeon. The scaling was a little different. There was thundering, augmentation didn't exist, all of those sorts of things. But still, despite that, very cool little note here. If Perplexed are able to finish this, I suspect that the +30 won't reign for long as the highest Azure Vault, because I think that teams will be coming back and trying to do this on +31 tomorrow or Sunday. But in order to do that, they are going to first have to do this 30, and oh my goodness, Divine getting smacked around there, even through Barkskin and Rage of the Sleeper. Umbral Skull's tank smash just hurts so bad on these tanks. They're going to be able to set up now for the final burn. The last set of spikes have been taken care of, so they've just got to kill the boss here. They're going to have 4 minutes for trash. That's probably twice as much as they need, but it does make the timer a little bit suspicious. Maybe 31 is actually going to be really, really tight for the timer when we think about 10% more health and damage here. There's only 10% of the timer left. That's a little worrying, actually. Hang on.
4 minutes for a frog pull? I mean, I would say it probably takes them 2 minutes max.
Yeah, it's 2.5 maybe.
I'm curious. One of our observers had Lust off cooldown, one of them had it on cooldown, so that probably means it was on cooldown for another 3 minutes if I had to guess. Maybe with a little bit better usage of Bloodlust, they'll get 1 extra lust in the dungeon if they use it at a more proper time, right? So maybe the 31 is doable.
I mean, they would still get a lust before their timer expires here, right? They would get a lust for the final 1 minute of their dungeon here. So if it came down to it, they would have it. So this route, as long as they were still able to reach their second and third lusts at the same pace they did this time, that's the problem, right? Is if their lust has gotten pushed back by a few seconds, their second and third lusts, then all of a sudden their fourth lust or their fifth lust gets pushed out of the dungeon, right? So that is the danger with their current pathing.
Also, something else that we've covered a little bit but haven't really given too much thought to yet is, do you think other teams are going to see the FSY snap spot? Well, not a snap spot, but the line of sight spot that they were using, and maybe that can be something that can help this pull go just a little bit better. Not having to worry about dodging these frogs is really, really nice. Not have to worry about the charge from the breaker as well would be very, very helpful for these teams. That could be that extra little bit that helps push them over the edge to make 31 a little bit more easy.
Oh. Look how many times Strike is getting interrupted on his cast here. Oh, he's going to find a beautiful time to get a full Void Torrent off. That's really nice, at least. Running into melee here. Luckily, they have a lot of instant casts available, those Shadow Priests do, during their Void form. All of those Void Bolts are good. Still has to cancel a cast again there. And yeah, this is definitely something that slows this pull down. That, like you said, that spot would be really nice to avoid having to cancel all of those casts. Yeah, they are going to be moving towards the edge here. 87.8%. 89 as these frogs start dying. I think this is 100% in frogs here. So they will be able to stop the clock at about 34 minutes, which, fun fact, that used to be the timer in Azure Vault before it got increased to 35:30. So, the more you know.
Finish off the frog, stop the clock.
Yeah, here it comes.
Yeah, I mean,
4 frogs left.
Jumping around.
Just 3. And there they go. The timer is complete. 33:49 as our final key of the day is timed by Perplexed. That is going to move Perplexed into first place on our leaderboard as well. They were tied with Mandatory at 112 before, and they actually had slightly worse times in some of these dungeons as well, but now they are sitting on a solid 2-point lead, although Mandatory's spot is not bad either, right? Look at those 2 chests that Mandatory is still sitting on. Once they actually convert on the Vortex and Azure Vault 2 chests, they will be able to catch up to Perplex. So it's close to a tied game at the top of our leaderboard right now.
That's how I'd call it. Pretty much tie game.
I mean, I think this just sets us up for like an extremely fun day number 2 because, you know, I feel like we kind of got a little bit of a preview of it at the end of the day where we got to see some of the very high keys happen and some of the very lethal things start to affect some of these teams. And tomorrow we're not going to see the numbers maybe go up as much as we did today, but we're going to see a lot of really tight timers and really kind of crazy stuff. Should be fun.
Ooh, we got a little world record tag. Nice.
There it is. Yeah, Azure Vault plus 30, the first one to be done. Fat Shark, yes. Direwolves and Skyline are also all still very much alive in this tournament as well. Like you were saying earlier, Zyro, you know, Skyline, it looks like they're a solid 6 points behind Perplexed, but they have a 3 chest that is just waiting to turn into 3 points for them with one single run in an Elfslayer, right? So once that gets converted, that's a bunch of extra points for them. They are only maybe an hour of keys behind today. Now, an hour of keys is a lot. It was only a 5-hour day, so they've definitely lost time relative to Perplexed and Mandatory, but they're not that far behind, and Direwolves and FSY are even closer to Perplexed and Mandatory. So tomorrow is going to be an incredibly exciting battle for positioning at the top of the leaderboard, and don't forget, the 5th place team at the end of tomorrow gets eliminated as well, so teams have got to watch out for that too. It's not just about positioning yourselves for Sunday, it's about surviving to Sunday.
Right, exactly. And you can see there's a ton on the line. Not just a matter of survival, but it's also, you know, the prizing for it too. $300,000 on the line at the Global Finals, 30K per group. And again, we start with 6 teams, but only 2 of them will go on to the Global Finals. We've already lost one today. The Greg Push has fallen. A valiant effort, but they won't be joining us tomorrow in the Great Push. But we hope you will be. Before we close out, any final thoughts, Dratnos and Zyronic, before we end the day?
Zara, you want to take the first one here, perhaps?
Go for it.
I don't know. I mean, this is a great intro to the TGP. I mean, remember we've got 2 more groups to run after this as well. Still 2 days left in this group to go. The level of competition is extremely high, and I think that's going to be mirrored throughout the next 2 groups as well. It's a great first day of competition, but we're just getting started, right? Tomorrow is when we get to start to see more of those 30 keys done. We only had 1 done today. I want to see some 31s, potentially some 32s. I think it's definitely possible in some of the keys we have.
Yeah, for me, it's crazy how quickly we're moving between, the 28 key level is potentially 2-chestable in some dungeons, right? And then the 29 and the 30 level is like, oh my goodness, this is almost one-shotting us, right? We're barely able to time this. The 31, the 32, if we can get there tomorrow, is going to be unbelievably intense, and looking at the timer in that 30, it seems like the 31 would be very, very hard to do within the timer. You can see here's that Azure Vault with that plus 30 from Perplexed. It is possible there's enough flexibility in that timer to still complete the dungeon, but it's going to be really, really close. They're going to have to optimize, but that's the thing. Today we saw most teams give each dungeon and each key level 1 shot. Tomorrow, we're going to start seeing teams do progress on these dungeons, right? We're going to start seeing them learning and improving and optimizing, and that's going to be the fun thing to watch tomorrow. Today was great to see the pushing up of the keys, but I'm really excited to start to see that process tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great that we have these 2 different formats in dungeon running in WoW esports, right? Where MDI requires a lot of efficiency, a lot of perfection in that regard, and then you have the Great Push, which requires perfection in a whole different way, right? Where you get to the point where you can take your time, as long as you come onto the timer, of course, but you just can't have any deaths, you can't make any mistakes because you can't miss position by a pixel because you're just gonna die. But it's a beautiful thing. It's a ton of fun to watch, and we hope, again, that you join us tomorrow for day number 2 of Group A here at the Great Push 2023. Same time, same channel. We'll see you then. Thanks for watching. Catch you next time.